Chapter 126. In the quiet room, Sunan sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed. After an unknown amount of time, he abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of azure light flashing within them. Phew! Letting out a long breath, Sunan's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Checking his panel, his mental strength had increased to 44.11. As he had predicted, after absorbing the purified divine energy extracted from the divine remains, his mental strength had surged by 2.85. There was no denying the significant boost divine energy provided to mental strength. This should speed up the construction of my star rings considerably. Originally, Sunan estimated that successfully constructing 18 star rings would take at least 40 to 50 years. But with divine energy enhancing his mental strength, he might ascend to a formal wizard within 20 years. Of course, that depends on finding a new source of divine energy. With the spark church now destroyed, the divine remains had lost their source of faith and had been drained of divine grace, reducing them to mere hard, lifeless remnants. Their only use now was as experimental material for research. Perhaps they could be useful in future physical enhancement experiments. Sunan had considered keeping the Pope alive, controlling a few high-ranking members to manage the spark church, and using its followers to produce divine grace through faith. But the divine remains were far too sinister. The divine blood or sacred artifacts they produced would alter the minds and wills of those who came into contact, turning them into fanatical devotees eager to resurrect the star god. Such a group of zealots would be uncontrollable. They would only create a new batch of enemies for him. Moreover, without divine blood and sacred artifacts, the Church couldn't develop solely on its teachings. In a world with extraordinary powers, mere words couldn't cultivate faithful followers capable of providing faith. After much consideration, Sunan decided to abandon the idea, opting to extract the divine grace from the remains for a more secure outcome. As for divine energy, it wasn't exclusive to deities. Many ancestral spirits, totemic entities, and divine creatures also possessed divine energy. Although their concentration was lower, that was no problem. He could use the cube to synthesize and enhance the concentration. Speaking of which, most divine creatures have ancient beast bloodlines. If I can find a divine creature, I might also extract their bloodline to create bloodline imprints. Sunan recalled the bloodline imprints he'd learned from Iwani's experiment notes. It was a practical and powerful combat technique. The only issue was obtaining ancient beast bloodlines. But he had been preoccupied with handling the underground world's affairs and dealing with the Spark Church, leaving little time to search for ancient beast descendants. The underground world supposedly has many ancient beast descendants. Once this war is over, I'll make time to search. I can also post a request for leads with the forest cabin. Having completed his daily meditation, Sunan left the room. His daily proficiency growth in the star ring meditation method had now surged to over 4,500. At this rate, he should be able to construct the 14th star ring before the month of flowing fire, July, next year. Leaving his residence, Sunan headed to the main building in the rear courtyard. He was currently in Pointed Mountain City, located on the border of White Tower Province, a little over 10 kilometers from Red Leaf Province's territory to the northwest. Both Shimmer Territory and White Tower Province's armies were gathered here, ready to invade Red Leaf Province as soon as supplies were in place, to complete the final battle. Walking along the paths of the Pointed Mountain City Lord's estate, there were sentries every 100 steps, with fully armed patrols, making it heavily guarded. Upon entering the courtyard where Yi and Marquis White Tower resided, the level of security increased further. In addition to numerous night guards, dozens of stone golems were strategically placed throughout. On the rooftops were over a dozen twin-blade spiders. Before the main building stood a towering steel golem, like an iron tower. Whenever someone passed, it would move its metal head, scrutinizing them until confirming no threat, then shifting its gaze away. The servants passing through were all on edge, fearing the giant might suddenly smash them into pulp. Inside the main building, Sunan found Yi and Marquis White Tower discussing something in the hall. Marquis White Tower, in his 60s, appeared in his 40s due to his Grand Knight status, still in his prime. He exemplified this vitality, reportedly fathering 2 sons and a daughter last year, greatly contributing to the family's lineage. This was common among noble Grand Knights. They aimed to leave behind as many descendants as possible while still capable, to strengthen their family with superior bloodlines. Thus, having a Grand Knight in the family often signaled the family's rise. Had the war not broken out, Lady Shimmer might have been pregnant again by now. Yi shared this view with most noble Grand Knights. However, he hoped Sunan would spread his lineage, leaving behind offspring with wizard potential. Unfortunately, he couldn't persuade Sunan and had to give up. Upon seeing Sunan enter, Marquis White Tower instinctively stood to greet him. Facing a powerful wizard who had single-handedly dismantled the Spark Church and altered the course of the war, even a marquis dared not show disrespect. "Good day, Lord Sunan." "Good day, Marquis White Tower." The two exchanged greetings. Yi smiled and said, "Sunan, you're just in time. We were discussing how to attack Red Leaf Province. Any strategies?" Sunan asked casually as he sat down. "Not exactly a strategy," Marquis White Tower chuckled, exuding confidence. "We'll march straight in, our chances are excellent." His confidence was justified. Times had changed. The combined military strength of Shimmer Territory and White Tower Province now completely overshadowed Red Leaf Province. Even without any strategies, they could defeat the enemy with a direct assault. "My father-in-law is right," Yi nodded in agreement, then added, "The only issue is the royal family's long-hidden Third Circle legendary knight you mentioned." After reading the secret records taken from Oviach's study, Sunan learned that 50 years ago, a prodigious talent had emerged from the royal family, becoming a Third Circle legendary knight at just 80, causing a sensation. But the man had mysteriously disappeared. According to the Spark Church's investigation, the Third Circle legendary knight was reportedly still residing in the Starlight City Palace. Had it not been for this formidable figure, the Spark Church would have surely resorted to more aggressive measures to coerce the royal family into complying with their demands. To be honest, Sunan was skeptical of this information. After all, a Third Circle legendary knight's lifespan was only about 120 to 130 years. If the man were still alive, he'd be over 130 years old, likely close to death, his strength severely diminished. Unless he had broken through to the Fourth Circle legendary realm. If that were the case, he'd have directly suppressed the Spark Church, needing no pretense, and could simply seize what he wanted, even the means to immortality. A Fourth Circle legendary knight's power could rival the top tier of Third Circle wizard apprentices. Even Oviach, capable of wielding divine grace, wouldn't stand a chance against a Fourth Circle legendary knight. Sunan speculated that if the man were still alive and his power hadn't waned, remaining formidable enough to deter the Spark Church, he had likely used some means to extend his life. Regardless, knowing such a figure might exist prompted Sunan to prepare in advance. This was why he was in Pointed Mountain City at this time. If the man were indeed still around, he would likely make an appearance soon. After all, the war was nearing its conclusion. "If I'm not mistaken, that man should be Lord Evans," Marquis White Tower remarked nostalgically. "When I was young, still training my body, not even practicing breathing techniques, merely a sword-bearer, Lord Evans was already the duchy's youngest Third Circle legendary knight, the only one. My grandfather and the noble heirs of Lord Evans's generation couldn't match his talent. From the start of training, all his peers lived under his shadow. But for some reason, Lord Evans suddenly vanished. I asked my grandfather, but he always avoided the question, never revealing why." "A truly legendary figure," Yi remarked. "But there's no need to worry," Marquis White Tower smiled. "With Lord Sunan on our side, even Lord Evans wouldn't be a match." Yi nodded in agreement. His confidence in Sunan's prowess was built through a series of victories. No matter how formidable the enemy, he believed Sunan could handle it. Sunan merely smiled in response. He was quite interested in meeting this Evans. Late at night, the forest cabin. Another gathering after 3 months. Attendees included Night Owl, Redheart, Rose, Remains, Scepter, Black Forest, and Sunan himself. Except for the member who never appeared, everyone was present. By the way, what's the name of the remaining forest cabin member, and why do they never attend gatherings? Sunan finally asked the question that had been on his mind. Night Owl chuckled, "He's called the Traveler, loves exploring and adventuring, often caught up in unexpected events, so it's not unusual for him to miss gatherings for years. The last time he appeared, he said he was exploring the underground world. He hasn't attended a gathering in 3 years, he might have died somewhere down there," Remains said with schadenfreude. "The underground world?" Sunan pondered, realizing the traveler's nickname was APT. After the pleasantries, the gathering moved to the trading phase. With more attendees this time, the process lasted over half an hour. When it was Sunan's turn, he was straightforward, "I need leads on ancient beast bloodline descendants." "Ancient beast bloodline descendants?" Everyone exchanged glances. These weren't easy to find. Such beings were either very powerful or lived in remote areas, making them challenging to locate. Sunan raised a finger. A valuable lead will earn you 30 magic stones. I'll keep an eye out, Rose immediately responded. The others quickly agreed. After all, it was just a lead, not requiring them to capture anything themselves. Earning 30 magic stones this way was worthwhile. Also, I'd like information about the Immortal Society, Sunan added. The room fell silent. Night Owl asked seriously, have you encountered someone from the Immortal Society? Sunan nodded slightly, yes, a third circle wizard apprentice who controlled insects, likely fused with some insect beast bloodline. That guy is Hugo, a wizard apprentice with an insect beast bloodline, a nasty, treacherous fellow, Rose interjected. The Immortal Society is another wizard apprentice organization like ours. More or less. Night Owl nodded. The Immortal Society was founded by like-minded wizard apprentices. But their ideology is fundamentally different from ours. The Immortal Society's apprentices are obsessed with immortality, believing that given enough time, they will eventually become wizards. They relentlessly pursue any means to extend their lives. Black Forest snorted, the Immortal Society is full of lunatics, willing to do anything for immortality. The beastification calamity created by Herb was just a regular occurrence for them. But those lunatics usually operated in the northwest of the continent. Why would they suddenly come to Starlight? Mid-sentence, Black Forest realized his slip, awkwardly chuckled, and fell silent. The others also remained silent. Starlight Duchy was in the southeast of the continent, thousands of kilometers from the northwest, making Black Forest's question reasonable. But how did he know Sunan encountered Hugo in Starlight Duchy? Sunan's gaze swept around, noting everyone's reactions, and he understood. It seemed the forest cabin members had deduced his identity. Sunan was actually prepared for this. The incidents in Blackstone City and Gold Rock Province were confined to one province in Starlight Duchy, not prominent among the many countries in the southeast continent. It wasn't surprising that the forest cabin members, spread across the continent, hadn't caught wind of it. But his offer of magic stones in exchange for the collection of divine blood amber had already drawn their attention to Starlight Duchy and the Spark Church. With his recent exploits of dismantling the Spark Church and toppling the royal family, it was impossible for them not to know. If they couldn't deduce his identity at this point, the forest cabin members would be too slow-witted. However, Sunan didn't mind. Now that his power was established, with trump cards like the Golden Apple, Magic Rune Core, and high-level rune gems, he was confident in defeating any group of wizard apprentices who might come after him. At this stage, he was less concerned about his identity being exposed. Ultimately, quickly gaining power inevitably led to high-profile actions, and exposure was unavoidable. As long as he had sufficient strength, he needn't worry about the consequences of being exposed. Ahem. Night Owl cleared his throat, breaking the silence. In any case, dealing with the Immortal Society isn't pleasant. Being targeted by them is not good. Player, you should be careful. I will, Sunan nodded calmly. Chapter 127. At the end of the month of Frostfall, the joint forces of Shimmer Territory and White Tower Province finally completed their preparations for war. However, just as Yi and Marquis White Tower were about to launch the final assault, an unexpected guest arrived. Evans. In the council chamber, Sunan was taken aback upon hearing Yi's words. That's right. Yi and Marquis White Tower exchanged a glance, their expressions somewhat peculiar. When we first received the letter, we suspected it might be some kind of plot, but the people we sent have confirmed that the person there is indeed Evans, the legendary figure of the royal family. Marquis White Tower nodded in agreement. I've seen the portrait sent up from below, and it is indeed Lord Evans. His appearance hasn't changed at all from 50 years ago. Sunan wondered aloud, this is strange. What is he doing coming here alone, specifically asking to see me? Even as a third circle legendary knight, he would be hard-pressed to face an army alone. In the territory of the Allied forces, Yi could easily deploy the Golem army and Blackrock cavalry to surround Evans. With enough manpower, they could overwhelm him. After all, legendary knights aren't wizard apprentices, they are strong in battle but lack the myriad tricks. Once surrounded, they can die just like anyone else. Not to mention, Sunan was here as well. We're not sure of his intentions, but I've already surrounded the tavern where Evans is with the Golem army, Yi said solemnly, looking at Sunan. What do you think? Should you meet him, or should we take this chance to eliminate Evans? Removing Evans would eliminate the greatest uncertainty in the war, making victory inevitable. Sunan thought for a moment and shook his head. No, I'll go meet him. He had originally planned to meet Evans to understand how he had extended his lifespan. Moreover, he was curious why Evans wanted to see him. Seeing Sunan's decision, Yi and Marquis White Tower said no more. After all, it was on their turf, so even if Evans had any schemes, there was no need to worry. Arriving at the tavern where Evans was, Sunan found it surrounded by layers of stone golems and black rock cavalry, even steel golems. Evans was essentially trapped, with no chance of escape. Sunan's curiosity about Evans' purpose grew. Surely this legendary figure hadn't come to court death? Pushing open the tavern door, Sunan found it cold and deserted, save for a plain-looking man in his 40s seated at the central table. As Sunan's gaze fell on the man, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Under his perception, the man's life force was vigorous and powerful, in his prime, making it hard to believe he was an elderly man over 130 years old. Clearly, Evans was far from the end of his lifespan. I've heard much about you, Lord Sunan. Thank you for agreeing to meet me. Evans rose with a slight smile, gesturing to the seat opposite him. Care to join me for a drink? Sunan nodded, sitting across from Evans at a table set with 2 mugs of ale. Judging by the color, it was just the tavern's most ordinary ale. Sunan had no intention of drinking and got straight to the point. What do you want with me, Lord Evans? Evans didn't mind, smiling as he said, I want to make a deal with you. What kind of deal? I know the royal family is destined to lose this war, so I'm here to ask you to spare a branch of the Kessler family. In return, I can provide clues to the Tower of Stars. The Tower of Stars? Sunan's heart skipped a beat, genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Evans to seek him out for this, nor that Evans had clues about the Tower of Stars. Considering Evans' royal lineage, Sunan began to understand. So the Tower of Stars is indeed connected to the royal family. Evans nodded with a slight smile. You could say that. In fact, the wizard who established the Tower of Stars was an ancestor of the Kessler bloodline. Then why? Sunan didn't finish, but Evans understood his query, shaking his head with a wry smile. Though our ancestor left us the key to the Tower of Stars, entry requires wizard potential or being a third circle legendary knight. Unfortunately, over the years, only I among the royal family have met the conditions to enter the Tower of Stars. Sunan raised an eyebrow. So your vibrant life force is also thanks to the Tower of Stars? Exactly, Evans admitted. I passed the knight's trial in the Tower of Stars and received a vial of Dawn Elixir, extending my lifespan by about a third. A third circle legendary knight's lifespan is around 120 to 130 years, so extending it by a third would bring it to 160 to 170 years. And legendary knights, due to their robust bodies and elemental infusion, maintain peak condition until their final years. No wonder Evans's life force was so vigorous. By his account, he could live for another 30 or 40 years. However, an elixir that extends life by a third must be at least tier 4, a realm accessible only to formal wizards. The Tower of Stars was indeed a wizard's inheritance, even the rewards of the knight's trial were this remarkable. What exactly is inside the Tower of Stars? Sunan asked curiously. Evans shook his head, somewhat embarrassed. Entering the Tower of Stars involves passing 3 trials. I lacked the strength, only passing the first trial on my first attempt and failing the second. On my second attempt, I barely passed the second trial but failed the third. After taking the reward elixir, I was teleported out. I never reached the interior of the Tower of Stars, so I don't know what's inside. The Tower of Stars can be entered multiple times. This was news to Sunan. As long as you meet the entry conditions, you can attempt the challenges as many times as you like. However, the Tower of Stars appears only once every 20 years, lasting only 2 months each time. During that period, each person has only one chance to challenge it. Failure means waiting another 20 years. Sunan frowned slightly, not expecting such restrictions on the Tower of Stars. However, as an ancient wizard's inheritance, the Tower of Stars was likely intended to offer hope to those with wizard potential in this elemental wasteland, so strict limitations made sense. Where is the Tower of Stars? No one knows, Evans replied. The Tower of Stars doesn't exist on the Starlight continent. Only when it appears can I sense its location through the key. Its location is random each time. Not on the Starlight continent? Then it must be in some dimensional plane. Perhaps a demi-dimensional space created by a formal wizard. This meant finding it before it appeared on its own was practically impossible. Sunan sighed with disappointment but quickly regained his spirits. Regardless, he now had a lead on the Tower of Stars, which was undoubtedly good news. Despite his delight, Sunan remained cautious, giving Evans a deep look and saying, "You're trading the key to the Tower of Stars just to preserve some of the Kessler family's bloodline." Evans sighed with a complex expression, "I dislike conflict and prefer traveling. Honestly, I abhor political strife and war. If possible, I'd rather not involve myself in this. But I once promised my brother to preserve a trace of the Kessler family's bloodline in a crisis. Given the current situation, even if I asked you to spare the current Grand Duke and his heir, you wouldn't agree, would you?" Sunan remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Eradicating threats root and branch was a trait any competent ruler should possess. Marquis Goldrock and Owen had both failed to kill Yi and Sunan, leading to their own demise. Having experienced all this firsthand, Yi wouldn't repeat their mistakes, leaving himself vulnerable to future threats. He would undoubtedly eliminate the Grand Duke and any royal bloodlines that could challenge his rule. Of course, if Sunan requested it, Yi would agree, but Sunan had no intention of doing so. Seeing Sunan's thoughts, Evans abandoned his last hope, sincerely saying, "So I only ask you to spare some of the Kessler bloodline, even if it's just a cadet branch?" Sunan noncommittally said, "I have another question. Why don't you try to resist, given your strength, instead of conceding so easily?" Evans showed a peculiar expression, recalling something, and shook his head. "I don't wish to court death. Wizards are tricky, with endless means and cards. I was already surprised that Oviach managed to kill a wizard. But since even Oviach fell to you, I know I'm no match. Rather than struggle futilely and endanger the entire Kessler family, it's better to make a deal with you. Wizards value equivalent exchange. To me, the Tower of Stars should hold some allure for you." Sunan raised an eyebrow, "You seem well acquainted with wizards." "In my travels, I've encountered a few wizards and learned much about them from their conversations," Evans shrugged. "Oh." Sunan's interest piqued, "Where did you meet them?" Evans chuckled, "Is this part of the deal?" Sunan pondered and nodded, "Fine, I agree. If you hand over the key to the Tower of Stars and tell me about those wizards, I can ensure the safety of a Kessler bloodline member under 5 years old." Evans brightened, "Deal, but let's make a vow contract. You really do know wizards well." Sunan gave Evans a deep look but didn't refuse. Making a vow contract benefited him too, ensuring that Evans' information was genuine, especially concerning the Tower of Stars. Any creature with a soul could make a vow contract. After a bit of time, the two made their vow contract. As the contract concluded, Evans visibly relaxed, as if a burden had been lifted. It seemed he genuinely loathed these matters. Understandably so, had Evans, a Third Circle legendary knight, openly supported the royal family, the Starlight Duchy wouldn't have seen so many ambitious figures over the years. A sufficiently powerful top-tier force is akin to a stabilizing anchor for a nation. After that, Evans produced a stone from his pocket and placed it on the table before Sunan. "This is the key to the Tower of Stars." Sunan picked up the stone and examined it. It was a runic stone, resembling jade, warm and slightly cool to the touch. Its surface was covered with intricate enchantment runes. The complexity was such that even with Sunan's level 4 magic item creation, it was dizzyingly hard to comprehend. Clearly, the creator of this key was far more skilled in magic item creation than he was. At least level 6 or 7. Sunan mused to himself. "My first entry into the Tower of Stars was 48 years ago, the second 28 years ago, so its next appearance should be in 12 years. Sunan rubbed the runic stone, glancing at Evans with an amused expression. "You have more than one key, don't you?" Even with his promise to his brother, Sunan didn't believe Evans would willingly hand over his only means of entering the Tower of Stars. Someone who valued family so highly wouldn't sacrifice others just to preserve some bloodline. Evans chuckled, neither confirming nor denying, but the answer was clear. Sunan didn't press further, instead returning to the earlier topic. "Tell me about the wizards you've encountered." Evans nodded, beginning his tale. "I've only met 3 wizards in total. 2 of them were in the Kangjian Empire and Jinghua Duchy. Though they didn't say, I could tell from their noble bearing that they likely came from royal or noble families. The 3rd wizard I met in the underground world." "You've been to the underground world?" Sunan's eyes flickered with surprise. By sheer chance, Evans recalled. During one journey, I tracked a rare beast into the mountains, got lost, and accidentally stumbled into the underground world. I was then attacked by a fearsome creature and saved by a wizard. He called himself Traveler. Chapter 128. The Traveler. Sunan was momentarily stunned, not expecting to hear the Traveler's name here. When did you meet that wizard? Sunan asked casually, masking his interest. Evans, unaware that the person before him belonged to the same wizard organization as the Traveler, thought for a moment before replying, about 3 years ago. Sunan's curiosity was piqued. This timing coincided exactly with when the Traveler stopped attending gatherings. Could it really be, as remains had suggested, that the Traveler had perished somewhere in the underground world? What happened afterward? Sunan inquired further. Evans shook his head. I only stayed with the Traveler for 2 days before leaving the underground world. As for the Traveler, before leaving, I heard him say he planned to delve deeper into the underground world. I don't know what happened after that. Sunan was slightly disappointed. If he knew the Traveler's whereabouts, he would have liked to meet this adventurous wizard apprentice, possibly gaining valuable information. After chatting a bit longer and asking about the other 3 wizards, their conversation came to an end. In a few days, the royal family will announce their surrender. These were Evan's parting words before leaving. Outside the tavern, in a nearby building, Yi and Marquis White Tower awaited news. Seeing Evans calmly exit the tavern, they exchanged puzzled looks. When Sunan returned, Yi eagerly asked, "How did it go?" Sunan briefly recounted the events, omitting the Tower of Stars, only mentioning that Evans had traded something very valuable with him. After hearing this, Yi and Marquis White Tower exchanged glances, surprised. They hadn't expected Evans to come alone to surrender. It was quite unexpected. However, upon reflection, they were rather pleased. Though confident of victory, capturing Red Leaf Province without bloodshed was undoubtedly preferable. As for leaving a trace of the Kessler bloodline, it wasn't significant. At most, it was a minor branch, inconsequential. Now we wait for movement from Red Leaf Province. Sunan glanced in the direction of Starlight City, feeling slightly relieved. Once this war ended, he could focus his efforts back on the underground world. He had many tasks awaiting him. Collecting materials for crafting simulacrums, seeking ancient beast descendants, and handling Kasham's crisis as well. Returning wouldn't mean idle time. Starlight Calendar 1254, Month of Slumber, December. The Grand Duke of Starlight committed suicide by poison, and from the Grand Duke down, all royal members announced their surrender. The Shimmer Army then entered Starlight City, taking control of the military and political powers. Thus, this war, which had drawn immense attention, finally concluded. Shimmer territory successfully overthrew the duchy's royal family, conquering the entire Starlight Duchy. A new Grand Duke of Starlight was established. Kangjin Empire, Holy Flame City. Deep within the Imperial Palace, in the study. The ruler of the empire, the Kangjin Emperor, sat behind his desk, engrossed in the secret report in his hands. Scepter sat opposite, sipping fragrant flower tea, lost in thought, appearing absent-minded. After a long silence, the Kangjin Emperor set down the report, a sneer flashing across his dignified face. Evans Kessler is quite decisive, doing nothing and surrendering to the rebels, sacrificing almost all the royal family members. He's certainly fulfilled his role as the royal guardian, he said with heavy sarcasm. Scepter replied lazily, I think he made the right choice. If Evans had lost his head and fought Sunan to the death, he would have met only death, and the Starlight royal family would have been eradicated, leaving not a single trace. Now, at least, he's preserved a bit of the Kessler bloodline, which is the best outcome. The Kangjin Emperor frowned, asking solemnly, is Sunan really that formidable? Very formidable. Scepter replied without hesitation, as if to emphasize the credibility of his words, adding, at least I'm not his match. The Kangjin Emperor fell into silence. From as far back as he could remember, he'd known the wizard before him, fully aware of his mystery and power. Yet here was this immensely powerful wizard, admitting he was no match for Sunan, elevating the Emperor's apprehension of Sunan to a new level. After a long pause, the Kangjin Emperor suddenly asked, is there a way to deal with Sunan? Scepter calmly sipped his tea, seemingly unsurprised by the Emperor's words. Setting the cup down, he replied unhurriedly, I advise you not to do anything foolish, The Kangjin Emperor frowned. If you're worried about facing Sunan alone, then invite a few more allies, like other wizards from the forest cabin. Sunan is also a member of the forest cabin. So what? As long as the benefits are sufficient, those people won't refuse to act. Aren't wizards all pragmatic, driven by profit? That's true. Scepter didn't mind the hidden sarcasm in the Emperor's words, nodding in agreement. However, he then spread his hands, saying, but the problem is, no amount of profit is more valuable than life. Honestly, I can't gauge Sunan's strength. After all, the resources at his disposal are astonishingly vast. No one knows to what extent he's grown over the years, or how many trump cards he holds. Moreover, the power Sunan has openly displayed is enough to deter anyone from confronting him. I advise you to abandon any unrealistic thoughts. The other members of the forest cabin aren't fools. No matter how much you offer, they won't agree to help you against Sunan. On the contrary, I believe they might be tempted by what Sunan offers and turn against you instead. As Scepter spoke, the Kangjin Emperor's frown deepened. Are we just supposed to watch as the Starlight Duchy rises? Anyone familiar with Kyi's rise couldn't help but marvel at the miracle. In just 6 years, Kyi transformed from an exiled noble scion and border city lord to a rapidly growing power, evolving from Baron Shimmer to Marquis Shimmer, and now a Grand Duke. The speed of his rise and expansion was nothing short of miraculous. And all of it was because of Sunan's support. Given time, if the new Starlight Duchy continued to develop, it could eventually surpass the Kangjin Empire, emerging as the new dominant force in the southeast continent. By then, the Kangjin Empire would be in jeopardy. As the ruler of the Kangjin Empire, he couldn't allow this to happen. For years, the Kangjin Empire had exerted dominance over the southeast, frequently clashing with neighboring countries, including the Starlight Duchy. In fact, if the empire hadn't recently conquered a nation and needed time to recuperate, they would have intervened during the Starlight Duchy's internal strife. No one anticipated the situation would develop as it did. Had he known, he would have intervened in the duchy's conflict without hesitation. Let it go. Scepter counseled unhurriedly. The Starlight Duchy has just ended a grand war. It won't recover for over a decade. Even with Sunan's support, it will take decades, if not centuries, for the duchy to grow strong enough to challenge the empire. By then, you'll be long gone, so why worry about it? The Kangjin Emperor's face darkened. What kind of talk was this? As an emperor, he couldn't just focus on his immediate concerns, ignoring the empire's long-term interests. How could he sit on the throne otherwise? You're part of the empire, a member of the royal family. Won't you contribute to the empire's cause? Scepter wasn't swayed. The responsibilities of a royal family member, I fulfilled 50 years ago. Since then, my relationship with the empire has been purely transactional. You provide resources, I solve problems. It's that simple, so don't burden me with responsibilities. Seeing the emperor about to speak, Scepter waved him off. I've said what I needed to say. How you proceed is your decision. If you cause trouble, don't expect me to clean up after you. With those final words, Scepter vanished. Leaving the Kangjin Emperor sitting alone at his desk, his expression shifting unpredictably. Shimmer City, Base. Before the mission bulletin board, a group of apprentices selected tasks when a voice suddenly called from afar. We won. Our Shimmer army has entered Starlight City. A boy of about 12 or 13 came running, breathless, waving a battle report excitedly. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted, gathering around. Really? Weren't we just massing troops at the Red Leaf Province border? You're behind the times. I heard the Starlight royal family surrendered. No wonder it ended so quickly. Haha, now the Marquis is the new Grand Duke of Starlight. The senior apprentices are here. The crowd parted as Zeman, Corey and Atil walked in. We heard your shouts from afar. Has a new battle report arrived? Atil asked with a smile. An apprentice hurriedly handed over the report. The three took it, smiles spreading on their faces. As expected, with the teacher around, Shimmer territory was bound to win. Corey smiled as if it were obvious, though he felt a bit wistful. He had hoped to join the war after advancing to a second-level wizard apprentice, but it had ended so quickly. Having such a powerful teacher was sometimes frustrating. With the war over, the teacher should be back soon. Atil smiled, and as she spoke, felt a weight on her shoulder. Amy had appeared there. Meow, is Sunan coming back? That's great. Amy said happily. With Sunan and the shadow dragon at the front, it had been alone in the underground world. Exploring was fun, but after a while, it missed Sunan and the shadow dragon. I've found quite a few treasures recently, meow. I'll give them to Sunan when he's back. The teacher will love the gifts from Lord Amy, Atil chuckled, patting Amy's head. The little cat squinted happily. Lord Amy, has there been any unusual activity from the manticore in Lake U? Corey suddenly asked. Sunan had set a rule that no apprentice could enter Lake U without his permission. Among the apprentices present, only Zeman, Corey, and Atil had been allowed by Sunan to enter Lake U to handle some errands. Thus, they had met Carolina. Thinking back to his first glimpse of the underground world, Zeman still felt a sense of awe. He had never seen such a strange and magnificent world before. Until then, he hadn't imagined such an expansive world hidden beneath the surface. No, meow. Amy tilted her head, thinking, Carolina has been quite well behaved lately, occasionally helping me fend off monsters guarding treasures. Zeman snapped out of his reverie, smiling, Carolina is bound by the teacher's soul contract. There's no need to worry about her doing anything irrational. Not necessarily, Corey snorted. Manticores are wicked and cunning. Without the teacher at Lake U, she might be up to something. Atil patted Amy's head, saying, don't worry, with Lord Amy watching, nothing will happen. Amy immediately puffed out its chest, patting it with a paw, proudly declaring, that's right, meow. With me here, you can rest assured. I'll keep an eye on Carolina. Lord Amy is amazing. Atil praised. Zeman and Corey exchanged a wry glance, feeling that Lord Amy was thoroughly under Atil's influence. All right, everyone disperse and get back to work. Atil instructed the apprentices. With the teacher away for so long, he might test our progress when he returns. Everyone should work hard and avoid mistakes that might get us scolded. Yes, senior. The apprentices heeded her words and dispersed. You always know what to do. You're becoming more and more respected as a senior, Zeman commented with a smile. Atil gave him a sideways glance, speaking softly, that's because you and Corey are always engrossed in study and training. I don't have your talent, nor am I as driven, so I have more time to interact with the junior apprentices, which is why they listen to me more. All right, weren't you going to take on tasks? Go ahead. Seeing Atil didn't want to dwell on the topic, Zeman and Corey wisely fell silent, heading to the bulletin board. Not far away, Miss Grey lay on a recliner, observing the scene with an intriguing smile on her face. Humans are truly fascinating. Chapter 129. Lake U City. Upon returning to this city at the heart of the island, Sunan was surprised to find that the number of slaves in the lower city seemed to have increased significantly. While passing through the lower city, he saw 5 groups of kobolds and lizardmen, armed with mining picks, being led out of the city by manticores. Sunan pondered this. Not long after he returned to the study of Base 2, Carolina hurried in. Master, you've returned. Carolina greeted him respectfully. Sunan waved a hand dismissively, asking, what's with all those slaves outside? Carolina quickly replied, I was just about to report to you. Kasham's bugs have been frequently hunting around the small tribes nearby. Unable to survive, those tribes have been migrating here. I thought about the 3 mines we still need to develop, so I captured those people and put them to work mining. Carolina spoke as if this was the most natural thing in the world. In the underground world, it was perfectly normal for the strong to capture the weak as slaves. In the past, food was a concern, but now with supplies being transported from the surface city of Shimmer, there were no such worries, allowing Carolina to capture slaves without hesitation. Sunan nodded, realizing he'd need Base 1 to produce more clay golems to get the remaining 3 mines operational as soon as possible. So, the insect disaster is imminent. It should be soon, Carolina replied, her expression serious. Based on past occurrences, it shouldn't be more than half a year away at the latest. She hesitated, then couldn't help but ask, Master, should we contact Matu and Asen? Handling the insect disaster on our own might be too much. No rush. Let's see how Matu and Asen react before deciding. Sunan waved off her concern, shifting focus to other matters. How much mithril do we currently have in storage? Just over 3 kilograms, Carolina answered without hesitation. As a capable assistant, she was well aware of what Sunan cared about most and had all related information memorized. 3 kilograms, Hey! Sunan frowned slightly. Crafting a simulacrum required at least 16 kilograms of mithril. Even with what base 1 had accumulated through purchases during this time, they were still only about a third of the way there, leaving a significant gap. Are there any other silver mines nearby? Carolina thought for a moment and said, within 100 kilometers of Lake U City, there are only 2 known silver mines. We're currently developing one, and the other is in Matu's territory. Matu, hey! Sunan's eyes flickered with thought. Continue gathering mithril. Oh, and where's Amy? Carolina hesitated, her expression turning a bit peculiar as she glanced around. She couldn't shake the feeling that Amy had been secretly watching her lately. Despite Amy's space warping abilities, as a manticore gifted in illusions, Carolina could sense its presence. If it were anyone else, she might suspect they were there to spy on her. But Amy, being a simple magic pet, shouldn't have such motives. Who was behind Amy's actions? It couldn't be the master, he had no reason to do so. Was it the apprentices at the base? They seemed to be the only ones who could influence Amy. With her thoughts drifting, Carolina maintained her composure, softly saying, Lord Amy was just here. No sooner had she spoken than Amy appeared, landing on Sunan's shoulder. Meow, Sunan, you're back. You were gone so long, I missed you. There was a lot to handle, so I was delayed, Sunan replied, smiling as he petted Amy's head, causing it to close its eyes in contentment. But now there's nothing urgent on the surface, so I'll be staying here for a while. That's great, meow. Amy cheered, then suddenly seemed to remember something, disappearing with a whoosh. A few seconds later, it reappeared with a cloth bag in its mouth. Meow, this is a gift, treasures I've collected recently, Amy mumbled, its speech muffled. Thank you. Sunan smiled, accepting the bag and opening it to inspect the contents. Inside were over a dozen scattered items. Magic essence flowers, icewood, and hawkeye agates, all unique to the underground world and rare materials without exception. Sunan couldn't help but marvel at Amy's particle sensing ability, which was truly advantageous in the underground world, allowing it to easily find rare materials that were hard to come by outside. How is it, meow? Amy's eyes widened in anticipation, its expression begging for praise. Sunan chuckled, I really like the gift, thank you. I'll give you some ice mint later. Amy's eyes lit up, nearly drooling. Of all the ice mint it had tasted, Sunan's was the most delicious. It was the pinnacle of flavor, as if all the ice mint had been condensed into one ultimate taste. Inhaling one could bring a whole day's enjoyment. Hurry, meow, I'll wait here for you. Amy urged excitedly. Sunan promised with a smile, giving Carolina a look to prepare some ice mint. Carolina glanced at Amy with a hint of resentment, feeling less valued than a cat. After synthesizing some ice mint and placating Amy, Sunan headed to the golem factory to release the elite twin-blade spider. In the numerous encounters with the Spark Church, this elite twin-blade spider had been invaluable, its combat prowess not much inferior to the Shadow Dragon, whose dragon bloodline concentration had reached 28%. As Sunan's strength grew, he encountered increasingly powerful opponents. Ordinary golems like stone golems and twin-blade spiders were adequate against regular knights but lacked the capability to even serve as cannon fodder against stronger foes. Even elite stone golems and steel golems, which were one-circle legendary golems, were starting to struggle. With the future in mind, Sunan realized he needed to craft more advanced golem puppets. He had 3 options. The first was naturally the elite twin-blade spider. The elite twin-blade spider had proven its worth in battle. Its exceptional agility made it highly effective against nimble adversaries. Per his instructions before leaving, bases 1 and 2 had stockpiled a large amount of tungsten steel, which could be used to craft more twin-blade spiders. Sunan estimated he could synthesize 3 to 4 elite twin-blade spiders. The second option was to synthesize higher-grade stone golems. Crafting steel golems required consuming micro-soul crystals. Without a stable source of these crystals, mass-producing steel golems wasn't feasible, making synthesis using steel golems impractical. He had to settle for using stone golems instead. At least Sunan had a stable source of gemstones. Before coming to Lake U City, he visited Base 1 to check on the gem nest. During his absence, Carolina had regularly delivered collected split catalyst nutrients to Base 1, where the apprentices fed the gem bugs. Now the number of gem bugs had increased to 18, with an annual gemstone yield exceeding 600. Additionally, there were the gemstones periodically acquired from the Firefox Merchant Guild. There was no need to worry about material shortages in this regard. Moreover, the cost of synthesizing second circle legendary stone golems wasn't high, nearly 2,000 gold coins. Even with the addition of enchanted weaponry, the cost was just over 2,000 gold coins, slightly less than high-grade twin-blade spiders. Conversely, their combat strength was slightly inferior, but they excelled in battles requiring frontal assaults. The third option was to craft higher-level golems. Iwani's experiment notes included the design for an adamantite golem. The adamantite golem was a three-circle legendary golem, its combat prowess surpassing many third-level wizard apprentices. Rose had been helpless against an adamantite golem, seeking Sunan's cooperation for a resolution. Even Sunan, at that time, had to push the magic rune core to its limits to merely severely damage an adamantite golem. Though his abilities had since improved, defeating an adamantite golem still required considerable effort. With 50 or 60 adamantite golems at his disposal, Sunan felt he could dominate the Starlight continent. But crafting these is a real challenge. Even among the various golem types, adamantite golems were considered mid-tier, with significant crafting difficulty. Level 4 golem crafting was barely adequate, level 5 was the standard. Sunan glanced at his panel. Due to his extensive golem crafting, his golem crafting progress bar was nearly 2/3 full, just over 3,000 proficiency points shy of level 5. Skill requirements wouldn't be an issue for long. The key was materials. The primary material for an adamantite golem was magical adamantite, an enchanted variant of adamantite. An adamantite golem required about 14 to 15 tons of magical adamantite. Coupled with various gemstones, rare materials, silver, and gold, the total cost was estimated at around 50,000 gold coins. Fortunately, we recently profited greatly from the Spark Church, enough to craft an adamantite golem. Sunan estimated that crafting 14 to 15 tons of magical adamantite himself would take a year or two. However, turning it into a task for base 1's apprentices could reduce the time to 2 or 3 months. The difficulty of crafting magical adamantite wasn't high, akin to enchanted weapons, and many apprentices at the base could handle it independently. Noting this, Sunan planned to implement it upon returning to base 1, then began crafting twin-blade spiders. After spending over half a month, he turned all the tungsten steel from both bases into twin-blade spiders, ultimately synthesizing 4 elite ones. Including the earlier one, Sunan now had 5 second circle legendary golems. He didn't stop there but proceeded with further experimentation. While twin-blade spiders are agile, they have a clear weakness: they can't fly. They're fine against legendary knights, but against wizard apprentices with levitation or flying magical items, they become sitting ducks. To address this weakness, Sunan devised a solution to permanently affix levitation to the twin-blade spiders. This idea was inspired by the simulacrum's design. Using this approach, any golem could permanently affix spells, granting it spellcasting capabilities. However, simulacrums achieved this with copious amounts of gemstones and mithril in their materials. Unwilling to expend mithril at this stage, Sunan opted for an alternative, using magical item crafting to grant spellcasting abilities to the twin-blade spiders. It was akin to embedding a spell storage magical item within the twin-blade spider. Since twin-blade spiders lacked mental energy, another form of energy was needed to activate the magical item, achieving the spellcasting effect. Sunan chose magic stones. The resulting elite twin-blade spiders gained flying capabilities with levitation, at the cost of consuming 1 low-grade magic stone per hour. To other wizard apprentices, this might seem excessively costly. Expending precious magic stones just to grant a golem flying abilities was seen as extravagant and unwise. However, Sunan had an abundance of magic stones, capable of being produced cheaply and abundantly. To others, they were valuable resources, but to him, they were merely inexpensive energy sources. The real cost came from affixing the second circle spell. Simply affixing levitation added about 300 gold coins to the cost. Anticipating the need to combat Kasham's insect swarm, Sunan also added a wide area damage spell, shattering sound wave, an agility boosting spell, lightness, a durability enhancing spell, tenacity, and a strength enhancing spell, brute force. In the end, the cost of a single elite twin-blade spider exceeded 23,000 gold coins. The total cost for 5 was over 110,000 gold coins. This didn't include the consumption of magic stones during battle. The strength of third-level wizard apprentices ranges from 1 circle to 4 circle. The combat capability of an elite twin-blade spider is roughly mid-tier for a third-level wizard apprentice. Spending 110,000 gold coins for the equivalent strength of 5 third-level wizard apprentices is quite a bargain. Sunan nodded inwardly. He planned to synthesize several second circle legendary high-grade stone golems as a precaution. Additionally, he intended to craft a batch of extreme protection rings and calamity rings for self-defense. Having already crafted golem puppets costing over 20,000 gold coins, he wouldn't skimp on a batch of twilight-grade magical items. However, this meant that the mining revenue from Lake U City for the next few months would be poured into this bottomless pit. Luckily, 3 more mines had recently been developed, or he wouldn't be able to sustain such extravagant spending. Power is built on wealth. Sunan couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 130. Starlight Calendar 1255, Month of Winter Harp, January. On the first day of the new year, a grand celebration began. This year's celebration was more magnificent than ever, for a well-known reason, to celebrate the ascension of the new Grand Duke. To the surprise of many, the new Grand Duke chose Shimmer City as the capital instead of Starlight City. He even spent a fortune to build a new palace. Only those with a certain status understood the reasoning behind the Grand Duke's decision. It was because his base was near Shimmer City. From any perspective, the new Grand Duke's residence couldn't be far from his base. It was a logical decision. In fact, from the proposal to move the capital to the start of palace construction, not a single noble opposed the idea. Everyone agreed without hesitation. The month of Winter Harp passed in celebration and busyness, quickly turning into the month of renewal, February. Fine snowflakes still fell from the sky. In previous years, snow would have started to melt by now, but this year it remained cold. However, Sunan, being in Lake U City, didn't feel it. The underground world's temperature varied far less than the surface, remaining damp and cold year-round. After spending over half a month, Sunan finally completed the first high-grade stone golem. The high-grade stone golem was synthesized from a total of 460 stone golems. Like the elite twin-blade spider, Sunan also affixed the high-grade stone golem with levitation, lightness, brute force, and tenacity, totaling 4 second circle spells. Additionally, using enchanted weaponry techniques, he imbued the high-grade stone golem's body with black steel properties, and its fists with minor lightning and ice elemental damage, focusing on slowing enemy movement, paralysis and freezing. Thanks to the high-grade stone golem's large body and Sunan's improved magic item creation level, he could attach 3 properties simultaneously. Ultimately, a single high-grade stone golem cost over 22,000 gold coins. Only about 1,000 gold coins less than an elite twin-blade spider. Even with the 7 mines currently under Lake U City's control, the monthly profit could only produce 1 high-grade stone golem or 1 elite twin-blade spider. Expensive, but worth it. It's worth mentioning that Sunan attempted to synthesize a 3-circle legendary high-grade twin-blade spider. However, even after placing 5 elite twin-blade spiders in the cube, it wasn't enough to synthesize a high-grade twin-blade spider. This meant a single 3-circle legendary high-grade twin-blade spider's cost exceeded 100,000 gold coins, far more than an adamantite golem. Under these circumstances, crafting an adamantite golem was undoubtedly more cost-effective for acquiring a 3-circle legendary golem. Having the design makes crafting high-grade golems more economical. Unless there's no design or lack of key materials, synthesis is the only way to obtain high-grade golems. There's precedent for this. For example, crafting a steel golem costs only 1,500 gold coins. In contrast, synthesizing an elite stone golem costs over 7,000 gold coins. Both are 1-circle legendary golems, and even though the steel golem is slightly stronger, the cost difference isn't justified by such a marginal increase in strength. The primary issue is the scarcity of micro-soul crystals, preventing mass production of steel golems. To acquire sufficient 1-circle legendary strength, Sunan had to expend more resources. The same applies to potions and magical items. For instance, the resources consumed to create a 3rd-tier transcendental potion could produce 4 to 5 3rd-tier potions with equivalent materials. However, the corresponding materials aren't available on the Starlight continent, so synthesis is the only option for making 3rd-tier potions. For 3-circle legendary golems, crafting an adamantite golem is ideal. Sunan had made up his mind. Unfortunately, the last adamantite golem he encountered was mostly destroyed by the magic rune core, yielding only a small amount of magical adamantite, insufficient to craft a new one. He'd need to assign the task of crafting magical adamantite to the base's apprentices. In terms of training, Sunan had mastered all the second circle spells he possessed, totaling over 20. Until he acquired new second circle spells, he was once again without spells to train. Regarding metamagic techniques, his progress in spell quickening was swift, already halfway through. Sunan estimated that within a year, he should master spell quickening. Unfortunately, training metamagic techniques required spell casting, consuming mental energy. Once depleted, meditation was needed to recover, significantly slowing training. Otherwise, he could increase training time or train multiple metamagic techniques simultaneously. Too bad there's no potion to restore mental energy. Time passed, and it was soon mid-month of renewal. Sunan took the opportunity to conduct an evaluation at Base 1, assessing all the apprentices' progress. After over 4 years of development, the base's student body had grown to 42. A new round of aptitude testing had been conducted throughout the Starlight Duchy. This test was unprecedentedly extensive, encompassing all 6 provinces except Goldrock Province. Initial estimates suggested that over 100,000 eligible participants would undergo testing. It's anticipated that this round of aptitude testing will lead to a surge in the base's student population, likely surpassing 3 figures. Additionally, Sunan and Kyi had agreed to establish a Knight Academy in each province, creating a more comprehensive and extensive talent reserve system for future Knight Guards. Thus, the development of new magical plantations became imperative. More dragon blood fruits and silver moon flowers were needed. The Knight Academy could be handled by Kyi, delegating personnel to oversee it, requiring only occasional attention from Sunan. Only opening the magical plantations required his personal involvement. But it should only be another year or 2 of busyness. Zeman and Kori's meditation is progressing well, they should soon advance to second-level wizard apprentices. By then, they can handle the development of the magical plantations. Second-level wizard apprentices can essentially operate independently, allowing Sunan to delegate many tasks, freeing him from micromanagement. Then he can focus on more endeavors. Like exploring the underground world for ancient beast descendants. Or researching more powerful golems. Alright, that's it for today. After concluding the final spell assessment, Sunan announced the end of the evaluation, glancing over the 40-some students. He offered a few words of encouragement before turning to leave. He wouldn't reprimand students for not putting in effort. After all, that was their choice. He provided a platform for equivalent exchange, where students' efforts were rewarded. Whether or not to work hard was their decision. As long as they abided by the base's rules and didn't harm its interests, Sunan generally wouldn't interfere with their behavior. This was common among many wizard academies. Even black wizard academies, which adhered to cruel competition principles, respected student autonomy in certain areas. However, in black wizard academies, the consequences of not working hard were often harsher. Once Sunan's figure vanished from the spell training room's entrance, the students seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Some showed joy, others were dejected and mournful. It's over. I failed to cast a spell 3 times in a row. The teacher must think I'm so dull. Same here. I messed up both potions at the start. So embarrassing. But Ethan was amazing, successfully making a brute force potion on his first try. I was just lucky, Ethan humbly smiled, glancing at Zeman and Kori with a hint of envy. Still not as good as Senior Zeman and Senior Kori. The teacher said they'd soon construct their 3rd star ring. Mentioning this, the students looked at Zeman and Kori with admiration and awe. Constructing the 3rd star ring would advance them to second-level wizard apprentices. At that level, they'd truly be considered competent apprentices. Unfortunately, most of them had only recently constructed their 1st star ring, far from becoming second-level wizard apprentices. As the group chattered, a half-man-high cloud of smoke drifted in, pausing briefly before heading towards Zeman. It's a mist monster. A student noted. Mist monsters were semi-corporeal beings, their bodies smoke-like. They served as messengers in the base. For a bit of mental energy, they could deliver messages or transport lightweight items, making them quite convenient. Naturally, they were another of Sunan's summoned helpers. The mist monster floated to Zeman, extending a tendril of grey mist to wrap around his ear, emitting a soft, whirring sound. This was the unique mist language, translated through Zeman's constant effect magical item with a comprehend languages ability, quickly becoming intelligible speech in his ear. Suddenly, Zeman's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly ran out of the spell training room. leaving the others puzzled and bewildered. Old Roger hadn't survived the winter. He passed at 65. In this era, that was an impressive age. In truth, old Roger's health had never been good. Issues from his youth caused his health to decline significantly after 50. It wasn't until Zeman entered the base and began sending home substantial amounts of gold each month that old Roger could retire and rest at home. Later, Zeman even exchanged for a vial of diluted lesser dragon blood potion, which he gave old Roger regularly, slightly improving his health. Otherwise, with his ailments, old Roger might not have reached 60. Even so, old Roger didn't make it through the 65th winter. At least he passed peacefully. He fell asleep one night and didn't wake up the next day. It wasn't until a servant noticed something amiss, checked his room, and discovered his passing, hastily notifying Zeman. Knowing old Roger disliked extravagance, Zeman kept things simple, holding a modest funeral before laying old Roger to rest. Standing before old Roger's tombstone, Zeman was dazed and silent. The old Zeman would have been in tears by now. But after 5 years at the base, he was no longer the crybaby who sobbed at the slightest thing. Though his tears were gone, the sadness in his heart was undiminished. Zeman. Behind him, Atil hesitated, her gaze sorrowfully on Zeman. She'd never seen him like this. Normally, Zeman wore a smile, even when encountering difficulties, usually offering a self-deprecating chuckle before redoubling his efforts, never appearing so shrouded in melancholy. My condolences, Corey had arrived unnoticed, standing behind Zeman. Zeman exhaled deeply, turning to face them, his expression calm and unreadable. Don't worry, I'm fine. He glanced at the somber sky, his tone low. I just suddenly realized how short human lifespans are, how decades pass in the blink of an eye. Will we all die someday, lying quietly in a grave like old Roger? Everyone dies, right? Atil pondered. What about the teacher? Atil froze, unable to respond. To them, Sunan was the most formidable person in the world. Strong, knowledgeable, with vast resources and influence. If anyone could achieve immortality, it might be him. Corey said calmly, everyone dies eventually, but powerful wizards don't. The teacher mentioned that formal wizards live for over 1,000 years, and true spirit wizards can live for tens of thousands of years, which is practically immortality. Atil smiled ruefully, do you think we can become formal wizards? Set your goal and strive for it. Why think so much? Corey gazed firmly ahead. No matter how long it takes, I'll become a formal wizard. Corey approached Zeman, speaking calmly, it's understandable to mourn the deceased, but you must recover quickly. If you wish to continue on the wizard's path, you'll face more of this. You need to acclimate it. Zeman glanced at Corey, surprised, are you comforting me? If that's how you see it. I thought you disliked me. I just don't like you. That's still true, but I respect your effort and talent. Having you as a rival motivates me to keep pushing forward. I don't want you to fall into despair. With that, Corey gave Zeman a meaningful look before leaving. Once Corey was out of sight, Atil reacted, surprised, that's the first time I've seen Corey like this. I didn't know he could be comforting. Zeman chuckled, looking at Corey's departure with a complicated expression. You're right. He may be difficult, but he's not bad at heart. I used to think there was no rush to improve our abilities, that steady learning was enough, but now I see Corey has a point. Life is short. Even third-level wizard apprentices only live a century or two. To become a formal wizard in such a brief time, we must seize every moment and give it our all. Zeman sighed. In that moment, a sense of urgency he'd never felt before stirred within him. He wanted to grow stronger, faster. Chapter 131. Master, Matu and Asen have sent a letter. As Sunan stepped out of the meditation room, he saw Carolina approaching hastily, handing him a letter. Sunan raised an eyebrow in surprise and took the letter. He had thought that the Red Widow and the Black Duke had decided to abandon Lake U City and join forces to combat Kasham, given their long silence. Now, it seemed there was movement after all. The letter's contents were simple, an invitation to meet. The 3 city lords would meet without any troops, alone, at Black Valley in 3 days to discuss matters concerning Kasham. Master, did the Red Widow and the Black Duke mention anything? Carolina asked cautiously. Sunan said nothing, handing her the letter. After Carolina finished reading, Sunan asked, where is Black Valley? It's roughly at the intersection of the lines connecting Matu, Asan, and Lake U City, a black valley, Carolina explained, understanding what Sunan wanted to know. Black Valley is a unique place. Using elements or magic there results in severe backlash, the stronger the power, the worse the backlash. That's why Ursula, the Red Widow, and the Black Duke always chose to meet there, ensuring no ambushes. Sunan was intrigued. It sounded somewhat like an anti-magic zone. However, an anti-magic zone prevented spell casting and energy particle manipulation. In contrast, Black Valley allowed manipulation but with backlash. It had similarities. No wonder the Red Widow and the Black Duke chose it as the meeting place. There, they wouldn't worry about Sunan attacking them. Similarly, Sunan didn't need to worry about any plots from them. "Are you going, Master?" Carolina asked. Though Sunan hadn't expressed it, Carolina sensed he wasn't keen on cooperating with Matu and Asan. Initially, Carolina wanted to persuade Sunan otherwise. But after seeing several elite twin-blade spiders and high-grade stone golems in the golem factory, she abandoned the idea. Why cooperate? With the golem army, Matu and Asan were irrelevant. Lake U City could handle the insect disaster alone. Now it was Matu and Asan who should worry about handling the disaster. "I'll see what they're planning." Sunan smiled meaningfully. Though he didn't plan to cooperate, probing Matu and Asan's intentions wouldn't hurt. After dealing with Kasham, it would be their turn. Know your enemy, know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger. Gathering intelligence in advance was never a bad idea. Reply to them that I agree. After Carolina left, Sunan headed to his study. Scrolls of parchment were piled on the desk. Sitting down, Sunan picked one up and began reading. It contained secrets about wizards. These were secrets the Starlight royal family had secretly collected. Upon discovering this, Yi had sent it to him immediately. Perhaps because their ancestor was a wizard, the Starlight royal family had always valued wizards, investing considerable resources annually to gather and organize wizard secrets from the southeastern part of the Starlight continent. Over the years, they had achieved significant results. According to the records, there were 184 known wizards. Among them were 31 first-level wizard apprentices, 148 second-level wizard apprentices, and 5 third-level wizard apprentices. The numbers showed a stark contrast between second-level apprentices and the other levels. But this was understandable. First-level apprentices, lacking power, acted discreetly and rarely got noticed. Third-level apprentices were simply few in number. Second-level apprentices had enough power to seek benefits and resources, making them the most active group. Notably, over 70% of these wizards had died over centuries. The remainder were scattered across the southeastern continent's nations. The intelligence detailed each wizard apprentice's approximate strength, current country and town, and allied noble factions. Sunan reviewed them, noting almost all had noble support. Understandable, given the resource scarcity, securing enough resources alone was challenging for apprentices. Interestingly, Sunan found himself in the records. Before the Shimmer Territories rebellion, the records estimated his power at only the second circle legendary level. It was an underestimation. It explained why, in Lake Blue Province, the Spark Church sent only one chief priest with a sacred artifact to protect the Marquis. Besides him, there were 4 other third-level wizard apprentices. One was the Starlight royal family's third-level apprentice, killed by Oviage. The second was Hugo of the Immortal Society. The records described the Immortal Society as a reckless and aggressive wizard organization with an estimated 8 to 10 members. They operated across the Starlight continent, using force to control small nations' nobles and even royal families, gathering resources. The Immortal Society would go to any lengths to increase power. They captured civilians for experiments, let altered creatures slaughter villages to gather data, and planted evil magical plants in densely populated urban areas, causing mass deaths. Such atrocities were rampant. One case involved an Immortal Society apprentice exterminating an entire nation's population for experimentation, reducing it to ruins. This incident shocked the southeastern continent. To avoid panic, neighboring nations' leaders quietly suppressed the news, claiming the nation's destruction was due to a severe plague, leaving the populace and minor nobles unaware. Throughout the southeastern continent, only a few powerful nations like the Kangjan Empire, Starlight Duchy, and Jinghua Duchy deterred the Immortal Society. Other nations suffered their havoc. But the Immortal Society's power was overwhelming, and these nations had to endure in silence. As Night Owl said, the Immortal Society is a group of madmen. Sunan didn't need to guess that their catastrophic actions were likely in pursuit of immortality. They'd do anything for eternal life. Fortunately, other rational wizards existed on the continent to restrain them, or the Immortal Society's actions would soon render the continent desolate. The already harsh training environment would worsen. The only good news was that, like the forest cabin, the Immortal Society's structure was loose. Members operated independently, trading resources, intelligence, and assistance, with no strong ties. Yugo's earlier threats were likely bluffs. His claim that the divine remains were the Immortal Society's priority was probably to intimidate him. Yugo probably wanted them for himself. However, Yugo might later persuade other members to help for a price. Regardless, unless the entire Immortal Society mobilized, Sunan wouldn't worry too much. Reading further, the remaining 2 third-level apprentices had backing from the Kangjan Empire's royal family and the Jinghua Duchy's royal family. To Sunan's surprise, the records indicated both were forest cabin members. Forest cabin members linked to royalty. Sunan immediately thought of Scepter and Rose. From his observations, they were the most aristocratic members of the forest cabin. Unsurprisingly, these 2 third-level apprentices were likely Scepter and Rose. Judging by the names, Scepter was probably the one backed by the Kangjan Empire's royal family. As for Rose, she was likely the one allied with the Jinghua Duchy's royal family. With them around, the Immortal Society apprentices dared not target those nations. For the Starlight Duchy, it was Evans and the apprentice killed by Oviage. These were the known wizard apprentices. As for those who appeared or left clues but whose existence or whereabouts remained uncertain, their numbers were likely greater. Like the Immortal Society members other than Yugo. The same applied to the forest cabin. Besides the known Sunan, Scepter, and Rose, others weren't in the records. The Starlight royal family's intelligence focused on the southeastern continent, making it difficult to gather information from other areas. After over half an hour, Sunan finished reading the intelligence, gaining a general understanding of the southeastern continent's wizard situation. Compared to the tens of millions in the southeastern continent's nations, the number of wizard apprentices was pitifully small. The ratio wasn't even 1 in 10,000. In comparison, Sunan's base likely had more apprentices than the entire southeastern continent. Though his base's apprentices were mostly first level. But it was understandable given the Starlight continent's current state, making it hard to produce many apprentices. Most current apprentices came from 2 backgrounds. The first were lucky individuals with wizard potential who discovered introductory texts, awakening mental energy and embarking on the wizard path. If fortunate and talented enough, they could advance to second-level apprentices and seek noble patronage, stepping into the spotlight. Apprentices from this path were rare. The second were noble or royal offspring. Some noble families and royal houses, aware of wizard secrets or with wizard ancestors, used introductory texts for aptitude testing. When a child showed wizard potential, they invested heavily in their training. These apprentices were more common and often advanced to third-level apprentices due to their backing. Scepter and Rose were examples of this background. There was also a third, where apprentices trained students. This was rare. Apprentices often lacked resources themselves, rarely having spare resources to train others. Sunan, who invested heavily to train dozens of students simultaneously, was unheard of. Others trained guardians of states and families or successors, while Sunan built his own force. As his students matured, the base could become the strongest wizard force on the Starlight continent. The intelligence suggests no formal wizards remain on the Starlight continent. At least not in the southeast. If a formal wizard existed in the southeast, the Starlight royal family would have found clues over the years. As for other areas of the continent, more investigation was needed. Next time we meet, I'll ask Big Brother to keep an eye out for related intelligence. Setting aside the intelligence, Sunan flipped his wrist, producing a runic stone in his palm. It was the key from Evans to find and enter the Tower of Stars. The next appearance is in 12 years. Sunan contemplated the runic stone, pondering. According to Evans, entering the Tower of Stars involved trials. Given that anyone with wizard potential could enter, even those not first-level apprentices, the trials likely weren't too difficult. But other possibilities existed. Perhaps different levels of apprentices faced varying trial difficulties. Only entering the Tower of Stars would reveal the truth. Sunan estimated that 12 years would suffice to construct 18 star rings and raise his mental energy above 60 points. The remaining challenge was constructing the talent crystal. This was the most difficult hurdle to becoming a formal wizard. Many third-level apprentices were stuck here, unable to take the final step before their lifespan ended. Given the continent's current state, even with the cube, constructing the talent crystal would take 40 or 50 years. But if the Tower of Stars has resources to aid advancement, it might shorten this hurdle. Sunan had a hunch that his path to becoming a formal wizard lay within the Tower of Stars. Chapter 132. 3 days passed quickly. Sunan set out for Black Valley as agreed. Black Valley was only about 20 kilometers in a straight line from Lake U City. However, in the intricate underground world, straight line distance held little significance. The actual journey between 2 points often exceeded the straight line distance by several times. Flying through the labyrinthine paths, it took Sunan nearly an hour to reach his destination. Before him lay a vast, sunken valley, the ground pitch black, appearing like a black hole devouring everything under the faint glow of overhead glowstones. Upon entering, Sunan immediately sensed the peculiar atmosphere. An invisible pressure enveloped him, causing his energy particles and mental power to feel mired and difficult to mobilize. Of course, he could forcefully mobilize them, but instinct warned him of the danger in doing so. As Carolina said, this place is indeed unsuitable for combat. Sunan's eyes flickered. Even if a golem tried to fight here, its soul core would likely be destroyed instantly. In Black Valley, there was no need to fear ambushes. Wizards are punctual. A raspy, low voice sounded from the left front, like bones grinding against each other. Sunan turned to see a tall, gaunt figure emerge from the darkness. It was a humanoid skeleton, icy blue, encased in thick ice. The skeleton had flesh of ice, and through the translucent ice, bones were faintly visible. Only its skull was free of ice, with black soul flames flickering in its hollow eye sockets, a dark flame halo atop its head like a corona. Jagged ice shards adorned its fingers, resembling large, sharp claws. Even from dozens of meters away, Sunan felt a biting cold. The Black Duke, ruler of Ausan, and a frost ghoul. Frost ghouls were the nobility among ghouls and often clan leaders. A typical frost ghoul possessed first circle legendary power. A frost ghoul over 200 years old could reach second circle legendary levels. According to Carolina, the Black Duke had lived over 300 years, likely approaching third circle legendary strength. The wizard is younger and more handsome than I imagined. A melodious and alluring voice came from the right front. A woman swayed gracefully from the darkness. She was stunningly beautiful, with golden hair, crimson lips, and eyes like pools of blood exuding an enticing allure. She wore a boldly cut black dress. The dress clung to her body, revealing expanses of skin, as smooth as white silk but not pallid, instead flushed with a rosy hue like cream mixed with strawberry juice. Seductive. That was the first impression she gave. The Red Widow, ruler of Matu, a vampire over 200 years old. Unlike the typical image of noble and elegant vampires, the Red Widow's attire and demeanor hinted at debauchery, evoking thoughts of a courtesan. Yet the Red Widow was as powerful as the Black Duke. I've long wanted to meet the wizard, but you refused my invitation last time, leaving me quite disappointed. The Red Widow gazed at Sunan with smoldering eyes, full of allure. Unmoved, Sunan asked calmly, "What's your purpose in meeting me?" "You know why we're here," the Black Duke replied coldly. "What else but Kasham's insect disaster is worth us meeting here?" The Red Widow laughed charmingly, "Don't play coy, wizard. Do we ally against the insect disaster or not? Give us a clear answer." Sunan noncommittally asked, "How do you propose we cooperate?" As before, the 3 city-states send forces to intercept the swarm en route from Kasham, joining forces to destroy them, the Black Duke said. "That's it?" Sunan raised an eyebrow. The Red Widow asked, surprised, "Do you have a better suggestion?" Sunan pursed his lips, shaking his head inwardly. He had learned of past cooperation from Carolina, hoping the Red Widow and Black Duke had better ideas. Cooperation might save some golems in the inevitable casualties of attacking Kasham alone. But these two were still set on simply destroying the swarm after all these years, not considering attacking Kasham to eliminate the threat entirely. This suggested Matu and Ausan hadn't significantly strengthened over the years. "Have you never thought of counterattacking Kasham to eliminate the threat?" Silence followed. After a moment, the Red Widow laughed, "You're joking, right? Didn't Carolina tell you about Kasham's situation? It's the swarm's home turf. Our armies would be severely limited there, unable to deal with the swarm." The Black Duke nodded silently. Seeing this, Sunan lost interest in further probing, saying lightly, then let's forget cooperation. We'll each handle it ourselves. The Black Duke's black flames flickered violently in his eyes. Do you think Lake U City can withstand the insect disaster alone? Remember, Lake U City's geography makes it more vulnerable to Kasham's swarm than Matu or Asen. The attacks have always been more intense. That's not your concern. With that, Sunan turned and left without hesitation. Once he was gone, the Red Widow chuckled, see? I was right. This wizard is confident and never intended to cooperate with us. You've seen the mines, using clay golems instead of cheaper slaves for mining, guarded and transported by stone golems and spiders. Lake U City must have many golems. They truly have the means to face the disaster alone, without needing us. Perhaps they're already planning to deal with us after the disaster. The proposal to counterattack Kasham might have been a setup. Lake U City is much stronger than us. Cooperating with them against Kasham could make us cannon fodder. Even if we succeed, we'll suffer heavily, becoming easy targets afterward. Don't test me. The Black Duke's black flames flared, his voice raspy. Since refusing the wizard's proposal, I won't change my mind. But the insect disaster needs addressing. What do you plan to do? Really collaborate with that shadowy figure in Kasham against Lake U City? The Red Widow toyed with her nails, replying lazily, it's not a bad idea. He seems to have a grudge against the Lake U City wizard, or he wouldn't have sought us out. The Black Duke snorted, that guy's been hiding in Kasham for years, never showing himself, only sending swarms to hunt. Who knows what he's up to? Collaborating with someone like that risks being devoured entirely. True. The Red Widow's eyes gleamed with cunning as she smiled slyly, I've thought of a good plan. What? We can pretend to agree with Kasham's man, then stand aside when he attacks Lake U City, watching them fight it out. Once they're both exhausted, we step in and deal with them both. The Black Duke's soul fire flared brightly. Good idea. He glanced at the Red Widow, marveling inwardly at her venomous cunning. Seize the chance to eliminate Kasham and Lake U City at once. Unaware of the Black Duke's inner musings, the Red Widow laughed smugly. The Black Duke nodded emphatically. Kasham needed no discussion, and since Lake U City changed hands, its threat had skyrocketed. The wizard's actions after taking Lake U City showed clear expansionist ambition. If Lake U City continued to grow unchecked, it would eventually threaten Asen. Better to seize the opportunity to kill two birds with one stone, dealing with both Lake U City and Kasham. Afterward, if he could merge Matu, he'd control the entire region within 100 kilometers. Meanwhile, the Red Widow plotted silently. Once Lake U City and Kasham are dealt with, I can handle this black-boned fool. Then all three city-states will be mine. The Red Widow and Black Duke exchanged a glance, laughing triumphantly. Master! Sunan had just returned to Base 2 at Lake U City when Carolina approached. Insects from Kasham have appeared near Mine 7. Over a dozen have been killed by station stone golems. Sunan paused, a gleam in his eyes. Mine 7 was the farthest from Lake U City and closest to Kasham. With Kasham's insects reaching Mine 7, the invasion was imminent. His preparation time was running short. Send the insect corpses to the lab, Sunan instructed. Having only heard of Kasham's insects from Carolina, he hadn't seen them firsthand. This was an opportunity to examine and dissect a few, potentially gaining insights. Yes, Master. Carolina complied, then cautiously asked, about Matu and Asen. Ignore them. Sunan waved dismissively. Carolina understood immediately. The Master had decided to face the disaster alone. Seeing this, she said no more, wisely withdrawing to instruct the delivery of insect corpses to the lab. Returning to the golem factory, Sunan quickly put the Red Widow and Black Duke out of his mind, focusing on crafting golems. He sensed the Red Widow and Black Duke were scheming. Their reaction to his refusal to cooperate had been too calm. Matu and Asen, unlike Lake U City, lacked a golem army for defense, leaving them vulnerable to the disaster. Even combined, Matu and Asen couldn't withstand the disaster. This was a matter of survival for the city-states. The Red Widow and Black Duke's composure was unnatural. They likely had other plans for the disaster, so even if Lake U City refused cooperation, they weren't overly concerned. Sunan didn't know if their plan involved him or Lake U City, but he didn't care. In the face of absolute power, any scheme was a paper tiger. With enough golems, he could crush any plot by the Red Widow or Black Duke. 3 high-grade elite stone golems have been synthesized, along with 5 elite twin-blade spiders. I now have 8 second circle legendary units. Now I can focus on crafting regular golems. Excluding those guarding mines and transporting ores, Lake U City had 500 stone golems, 150 twin-blade spiders, 12 elite stone golems, and 5 steel golems. This force could flatten any Earl's domain on the surface. But facing a disaster that Matu, Asen, and former Lake U City could barely withstand combined, it might still fall short. Not to mention counterattacking Kasham. He needed to expand the golem army, at least doubling the number of puppets. This would also help advance his golem crafting skill, aiming for level 5 in preparation for crafting adamantite golems. And the magic rune core. Only a little material remains for the 3rd magic rune core. During Sunan's battle with the Spark Church, Carolina diligently collected rare metals per his instructions, gathering most materials for the 3rd magic rune core. Only 8 rare metals were needed to synthesize a level 3 magic rune core. Though Lake U City boosted his rare metal collection efficiency, Sunan hadn't stopped researching alternative metals. Replacing rare metals in the magic rune core's composition would eliminate the need for tedious collection, allowing him to craft entirely with substitutes. Then, synthesizing a level 3 magic rune core, or even levels 9 and 10, would be effortless. Among the 89 rare metals for the magic rune core, 12 can be purchased through the Firefox Merchant Guild, 45 have substitutes, leaving 32. Now, without new spells to learn, I can use that time to research substitute metals. Chapter 133. Carolina worked efficiently. By the next day, the insect corpses from Kasham were delivered to Sunan's laboratory. Under the bright light of the magical stone lamps, 12 grotesque insect beasts lay on the large workbench. These beetle-like creatures had bright red, hard shells, 10 legs, 4 black round eyes, 2 sharp claws, and a pair of serrated mandibles. However, what caught the eye most was the large bell-shaped chitinous protrusion growing from their mouths, resembling a giant horn. According to Carolina's description, these creatures were called death bell beetles. Their carapaces were as hard as steel, and their sharp claws could easily tear through solid rock. Additionally, they could emit ear-piercing sonic waves potent enough to cause bleeding from the 7 orifices. Adult death bell beetles only had combat strength equivalent to a novice knight, not particularly strong. However, when these creatures appeared in swarms, their threat level soared. Especially when hundreds or thousands of death bell beetles unleashed their sonic waves simultaneously, even Grand Knights struggled to withstand it. The allied forces of Lake U City, Matu, and Asen had suffered greatly from the swarm's sonic attacks, incurring heavy losses each time to eradicate the insects. In Kasham's nest, within the narrow and semi-enclosed environment, the death bell beetle's sonic attacks were even more potent. The Red Widow and the Black Duke dared not counterattack Kasham largely because of this. A sonic-emitting insect beast, quite rare. Kasham's swarm comprised more than just death bell beetles, there were also jellyfish worms, big-mouth sandworms, 6-winged insects, and other insect beasts. But death bell beetles were the mainstay of the swarm. Sunan used Mage Hand to move a corpse in front of him and began dissecting it. As the dissection progressed, more of the death bell beetle's body structure was revealed. Its massive bell-shaped chitinous protrusion was actually a horn-like tumor. The beetle's ear-piercing sonic waves emanated from this tumor. The tumor extended from its shoulders, flaring outward above its sharp mouthparts, with 4 black insect eyes on either side. In essence, this creature lacked a true head, with the massive horn-like tumor replacing its skull. When Sunan cut open the tumor, he found the insect brain inside. What a peculiar structure! Sunan couldn't help but marvel. He had seen many strangely shaped insect beasts, but none with a structure as unique as the death bell beetles. From his experience, such a structure was unlikely to occur naturally, more likely the result of artificial induction or genetic modification. This might be the work of a wizard apprentice's biological modification. Sunan pondered. Could there be a wizard apprentice behind Kasham? If so, attacking Kasham might not be as straightforward as he thought. If a wizard apprentice is indeed controlling Kasham, what's their purpose in periodically sending swarms to hunt? Sunan was puzzled. After a moment, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. Regardless of the wizard apprentice's intentions, Kasham needed to be dealt with. Otherwise, with insect disasters occurring periodically, how could he develop nearby mines and explore more? The only good news was that golems were highly resistant to the death bell beetle's sonic attacks. Golems lacked the sensory organs and visceral systems of typical creatures, rendering them virtually immune to sonic attacks. In dealing with death bell beetles, the golem army had a significant advantage. After dissecting all the insect corpses, recording the data in his experimental notes, Sunan waved his hand, incinerating the remains, and left the laboratory. Kasham's recent movements were increasingly frequent, signaling an imminent insect disaster. He needed to accelerate golem production to bolster his forces. Here are the architectural blueprints for the Knight Academies in the 6 provinces, all modeled after the Dragonheart Knight Academy. See if there's anything you want to change. In the study, Yi pushed a thick stack of documents toward Sunan. Sunan schemed through them, nodding in satisfaction. Let's proceed with this. When will they be completed? Next month, Yi smiled. The instructors are already arranged, ready to take their positions once the academies are built. With the war just ended, he had many responsibilities as the new Grand Duke. Yet, tasks assigned by Sunan were prioritized, with Yi frequently overseeing them personally. Seeing the Grand Duke's dedication, subordinates dared not slack off, working tirelessly. In just 2 or 3 months, 6 Knight Academies went from concept to reality with impressive efficiency. Recruitment is underway, following Dragonheart Knight Academy's model. Yi paused, then hesitantly asked. Are 7 Knight Academies really enough? We have ample manpower and funds, we could build more. The entire Starlight Duchy belonged to the Ironster family. With the nation's resources, establishing Knight Academies in every town was feasible. Sunan shook his head, quality over quantity. Building more academies was easy, but training competent Knight students wasn't. The key issue was the limited production of dragon blood fruits. Training qualified Knight students in just 4 years required dragon blood fruits. Without them, students from commoner and farmer backgrounds, lacking the innate qualities of noble children, couldn't become knights in 4 years. Even with 7 academies, Sunan needed more magical plantations to grow dragon blood fruits to meet demand. Any more would be beyond his capacity. Perhaps in the future, with more plantations, they could consider expanding the academies. Seeing Sunan's resolve, Yi dropped the matter. He had considered establishing a Knight Academy specifically for noble children, modeled after Dragonheart Knight Academy. But after much deliberation, he abandoned the idea. Firstly, he lacked enough dragon blood fruits, prioritizing the military. Secondly, noble families had their own breathing techniques, martial skills, and unique training methods, making standardization impossible. Partial standardization was also unfeasible. Unless he could offer superior breathing techniques and martial skills, or more efficient training methods. Given these factors, the concept of a noble Knight Academy was impractical and abandoned. How's the aptitude testing going? Sunan's voice interrupted Yi's thoughts. Returning to the present, Yi smiled, very smoothly. Testing is complete, with 223 children showing aptitude. I've arranged for their escort to Shimmer City, and they should arrive at the base in a few days. Sunan nodded slightly. A considerable number. Covering 6 provinces, a high number of qualified candidates was expected. Thus, the base would soon have nearly 270 students. And this number would only grow over time. How's your training going? Sunan shifted topics. Stabilizing nicely, Yi beamed. After consuming the high-grade dragon blood fruit Sunan gave him, he successfully broke through to become a legendary knight. Now, after several months, his realm was stable, and he sought higher breakthroughs. Yi's natural talent and aptitude were exceptional, having become a high-level knight at 19. As Grand Duke, his resources far exceeded before, accelerating his training. He was confident of reaching 2nd Circle Legendary Knight status by 35 and 3rd Circle by 50. When Evans, once hailed as a prodigy, became a 3rd Circle Legendary Knight, he was already 80. This was a conservative estimate. With Sunan's help, Yi was confident of an earlier breakthrough to 3rd Circle Legendary Knight. That's good. Sunan nodded slightly. His plan was for his brother to reach 3rd Circle Legendary Knight status within 12 years, allowing him to enter the Tower of Stars for the Knight's Trial. 12 years from 1st Circle to 3rd Circle was feasible with enough resources. With this in mind, establishing new magical plantations was a priority. Leaving the ducal manor, Sunan pondered the plantations. With profits from underground mines, funding plantations wasn't a concern, manpower was the only issue. Flower sprites were easily solved, Queen Tia could summon more kin. The key was the apprentices to guard the plantations. I'll post a batch of guard tasks at the base, rotating apprentices regularly. Without second-level wizard apprentices, Sunan had to manage plantation establishment himself. But he could delegate guard duties to students, setting high task contribution values. With new students arriving soon, training them would prepare them for various basic tasks. Once basic tasks became competitive, senior students would naturally focus on guard tasks. Time flew by. Thunder Moon, April, passed swiftly. During this time, Sunan attended another forest cabin gathering, acquiring over a dozen rare metals and 4 micro-soul crystals. After the gathering, Sunan finally gathered materials for the third magic rune core. Upon crafting the third magic rune core, he immediately synthesized it. The synthesized level 3 magic rune core further increased physical and soul requirements. Besides requiring 45 points of mental power, it also required over 40 points of constitution. My mental power is 45.04, meeting the requirement, but my constitution is only 36.37, still lacking. Sunan weighed the magic rune core, heading to the warehouse. His constitution was roughly equivalent to a junior grand knight. The high-grade dragon blood fruit had noticeable effects, consuming a few more would quickly raise his constitution above 40 points. After 2 days of digesting the dragon blood fruit, Sunan's constitution reached 40.35. Without hesitation, he fused with the level 3 magic rune core and headed to the spell training area for testing. Considering the magic rune core's power, Sunan didn't use a steel golem for testing but selected the stronger high-grade stone golem. First, attack power. At full power, the magic rune core's metal cone storm bombarded the high-grade stone golem, leaving it riddled with holes in seconds, nearly scrapped. Impressive, attack power increased by 80–90%. A one-circle legendary golem would be obliterated instantly. Next, defense. After testing, Sunan had a rough idea. In terms of defense, it's around 4,800 to 5,000, equivalent to the cumulative defense of 5 extreme protection rings. Sunan nodded inwardly. With such high defense, even a formal wizard couldn't break through in one attack. To Sunan's delight, his primary concern, mental power consumption, barely increased. With his current mental power, he could use the magic rune core for 3 minutes. Even under intense attack, it could sustain for 2 minutes without issue. If upgrades continue increasing power without consumption, once my mental power rises further, the magic rune core could become a regular weapon. A regularly usable magic rune core, a terrifying thought. At that level, Sunan would be invincible below formal wizard status. The Golem army expansion is complete. With Sunan's full dedication, Lake U City's Golem army had expanded significantly. Planning not to craft adamantite golems or simulacrums soon, Sunan used the 4 micro-soul crystals for steel golems. Now, Lake U City's Golem army comprised 9 steel golems, 20 elite stone golems, 300 twin-blade spiders, and 1,000 stone golems. This force far exceeded Lake U City's previous strength. Carolina was stunned when she saw the golems in the makeshift military camp. Her last shred of worry about the impending insect disaster vanished. With such a powerful golem army, why fear a mere insect disaster? The next consideration was whether to counterattack Kasham. Truthfully, Sunan had planned to ignore the disaster and strike Kasham directly if not for wanting Matu and Asen to share the burden, reducing casualties and eradicating as many insects as possible outside to ease future pressure on Kasham. However, Sunan didn't wait long. On the first day of Blooming Moon, the Manticore scouts near Kasham reported that the swarm was on the move. Countless insects swarmed toward Lake U City. Chapter 134. Lake U City. In the wide open area in front of the city gates, countless golems were arrayed in formation. In the center stood thousands of stone golems, flanked by groups of twin-blade spiders. Massive steel golems and elite stone golems stood at the forefront of the formation, as immovable as rocks in the sea. On the city walls, Carolina looked down at the golem army, marveling inwardly. The master, as expected, had single-handedly created such a powerful and terrifying army. It was simply incredible. Behind Carolina, the manticores were equally awestruck, their gazes at Sunan's back filled with reverence. Manticores inherently respected the law of the jungle. Over the year of Sunan's control of Lake U City, witnessing its rapid growth, their initial resentment had turned to awe. A powerful figure who could command such a formidable army was certainly worth following. Unaware of the manticore's thoughts, Sunan's gaze went beyond the island and lake, focusing on the distant darkness. Using his mental power, he could vaguely sense a large number of creatures rapidly approaching from that direction. Carolina and the manticores seemed to sense something too, all looking towards the distance with trepidation. Soon, a strange rustling sound came from the darkness, like countless legs scuttling across the ground. The next moment, bizarre creatures burst forth from the darkness. These creatures resembled jellyfish with legs, their semi-transparent, pale white bodies billowing like curtains as their legs moved swiftly. They reached the shore, leaping into the water without hesitation. Their bodies floated on the lake, spreading across the water like lily pads, forming a white bridge between the shore and the island at the lake's center. Following closely, countless insect beasts swarmed from the darkness, scrambling onto the bridge and rushing towards the island. These insect beasts resembled massively enlarged centipedes, but with heads replaced by gaping, toothed maws that emitted eerie, low growls. They're jellyfish worms and big-mouth sandworms. Carolina said solemnly, her brow furrowing tightly. Master, something's not right. The swarm's numbers seem excessive. Looking out, the view was filled with a dense mass of insects. This was just the first wave of the swarm, with the main force the death bell beetles yet to appear. The swarm's numbers already matched or exceeded the most intense previous attacks, which was definitely unusual. Sunan, having heard Carolina's accounts of past insect disasters, also recognized that the situation was clearly abnormal. But he said nothing, his gaze calm as he observed the scene below. Seeing the master's unwavering demeanor, Carolina calmed herself, focusing intently on the unfolding events. The charging swarm crashed into the golem army's formation like a raging tsunami. From an aerial view, the insect tide resembled waves smashing against immovable rocks. The leading big-mouth sandworms were instantly shattered into a mist of blood. Meanwhile, the steel and elite stone golems at the forefront remained unharmed, their massive fists smashing down on the insect beasts. Unable to breach the steel and elite stone golems' blockade, the swarm began to spread to the sides, engaging with stone golems and twin-blade spiders. In an instant, the plain before Lake U City turned into a bloody battlefield. The war quickly reached a fever pitch. The sheer number of big-mouth sandworms was immense, nearly covering the stretch from the lake shore to the city gates plain. Estimated at 2,000 to 3,000, more continued to pour from the opposite shore. In terms of numbers, the swarm dwarfed the golem army. However, big-mouth sandworms were even less formidable than death bell beetles, let alone compared to the golems. Facing the swarm's assault, the golems stood firm, like a solid wall, halting the insect tide's advance. The twin-blade spiders charged into the swarm, their sharp limbs slicing through flesh, leaving carnage in their wake. For a moment, the more numerous swarm was pinned at the city gate, unable to penetrate the golem army's defenses. In the distance, atop a large stalactite hanging from the cave ceiling, the Red Widow and Black Duke watched the distant battle, their expressions solemn. Such powerful golems! The Black Duke said with apprehension. I didn't expect golems in such numbers to be so formidable. He had previously sent subordinates to test the golems guarding the mines. Though surprised then, he hadn't been alarmed. But now he realized that when gathered by the hundreds or thousands on a battlefield, these golems' combat power was far from a mere sum of their parts. They were an obedient, fearless, and powerful army. With such a force, it was no wonder the wizard had no interest in cooperating with them and even contemplated counterattacking Kasham. The wizard indeed had the confidence and strength. Truly remarkable. The Red Widow nodded slightly, her alluring face devoid of its usual playful smile, her scarlet eyes filled with gravity. We thought we had adequately assessed Lake U City's military strength, but clearly, we underestimated them. The Red Widow took a deep breath, gazing across the lake into the dark depths. It seems cooperating with Kasham was the right call. We can't let Lake U City continue to grow unchecked, or Matu and Asen will eventually be annexed. Following her gaze, the Black Duke's black flames flickered violently in his eyes. Though Lake U City currently held the upper hand, they weren't overly concerned. This year's insect disaster was unlike any before. Previously, the swarm split into three, simultaneously attacking Lake U City, Matu, and Asen, dispersing their strength. But this year, the entire swarm converged on Lake U City, roughly 3 times the size of previous years. The big-mouth sandworms were merely an appetizer. The main course was yet to come. As if responding to the Red Widow and Black Duke's thoughts, a humming sound emerged from the darkness across the lake, like countless wings beating in unison. The next moment, a swarm of insects resembling oversized bees with 6 wings, giant pincers, and sharp stingers burst from the darkness, buzzing towards the city gate. "They're 6-winged insects," Carolina whispered timely. "Their pincers and stingers are venomous." Sunan nodded indifferently. Venom was useless against golems, which were naturally immune to biological toxins. The 6-winged insects' flight posed a threat to the golem army. After all, stone golems and twin-blade spiders couldn't fly, making it difficult to deal with the airborne insects. Fortunately, Sunan was prepared. With a thought, an elite twin-blade spider appeared on the city wall. Under the astonished gazes of Carolina and the manticores, the elite twin-blade spider shimmered, its massive body rising into the air, becoming a black streak as it shot towards the 6-winged insects. Swoosh! Several 6-winged insects barely had time to evade before being sliced into pieces by the charging elite twin-blade spider. The elite twin-blade spider continued its relentless assault, a black lightning bolt slicing through the air, cutting down insect after insect. In moments, the battlefield sky was littered with falling 6-winged insects. The 6-winged insects, on the other hand, found their venom ineffective, their sharp pincers unable to leave even a scratch on the elite twin-blade spider's reinforced steel body, let alone inflict damage. Just one elite twin-blade spider drove back 500 to 600 6-winged insects. In the shadows, the Red Widow and Black Duke were dumbfounded, gasping. "A second circle legendary golem. That guy even has golems of this level." Their eyes were filled with shock. They had assumed Sunan's forces topped out at first circle legendary golems, only to be blindsided by a second circle legendary golem. This was equivalent to their own level of power. The implications of Sunan being able to create such power left them chilled. They could only hope Kasham's mysterious backer could deal with Sunan, or they'd be next. Woo woo woo. A low sound suddenly came from across the lake, like a horn being softly blown. Hearing it, the Red Widow and Black Duke perked up. Here it came. The swarm's main force. On the city wall, Carolina's expression turned solemn. "Master, it's the death bell beetles." She didn't need to remind Sunan, who had already anticipated the swarm's main force. Now came the true assault. Under the manticore's fearful gazes, swarms of death bell beetles emerged from the darkness across the lake, their wings carrying them over the water to the battlefield. The dense cloud of death bell beetles was like a dark storm cloud, blocking the glow from the cave ceiling, casting the battlefield into shadow, making it even more ominous. Watching this, many manticores instinctively swallowed, recalling their previous terror at the death bell beetles. Their proud, sturdy bodies were powerless against the beetles' sonic blasts, a single attack leaving their insides battered, blood pouring from their orifices. Only elite warriors and manticore nobles could withstand the death bell beetles' sonic attacks. Woo woo woo. The death bell beetles soon launched their first attack. Over 300 beetles sounded their horns in unison, a deafening sonic wave sweeping across the battlefield. Even from a distance, many on the city wall winced, clutching their chests and gasping for air, as if suffocating. To their shock, the golem army on the battlefield remained unaffected, continuing to slaughter the insect beasts. In the shadows, the Red Widow and Black Duke were also stunned. These golems are immune to sonic attacks. Exchanging glances, they realized they might have made a grave miscalculation. Having never encountered wizards, their knowledge of golems was limited to rumors, unaware of golems' general immunity to sonic attacks. This led to a misjudgment of the power balance between Lake U City and Kasham. "No, something's wrong." The Red Widow quickly caught on. "We may not know golems, but Kasham's backer is a wizard. He must know the death bell beetle's sonic attacks are ineffective against golems." The Black Duke nodded in agreement. "Right, he must have other tricks up his sleeve." Simultaneously, Sunan on the wall made similar deductions. If a wizard apprentice is indeed controlling Kasham, they must have anticipated this and prepared countermeasures. On the battlefield, with their sonic attacks ineffective, the death bell beetles showed no panic, instead diving like meteors onto the golems below. Boom! Upon impact, the death bell beetles exploded, becoming a visible, twisting distortion. Stone golems touched by the distortion seemed to have chunks bitten out of them, disappearing into thin air. In mere moments, all 300 death bell beetles were annihilated. Their suicidal attacks also destroyed over 120 stone golems and more than 10 twin-blade spiders. Carolina's face changed drastically. Since when could death bell beetles do this? Why hadn't she seen them use it before? Buzzing! More death bell beetles flew from across the lake, numbering at least 1,000. Carolina gasped. Previous insect disasters had at most 500 to 600 death bell beetles. Even so, Lake U City had paid a heavy price to barely survive. Now there were over 1,000 beetles, perhaps more. The sheer number was staggering. The manticores were pale, sweating profusely. Only Sunan remained calm, a just as expected look in his eyes. I didn't expect these death bell beetles could self-destruct. Releasing the sonic energy from their tumor all at once, creating an annihilation effect. Having dissected the death bell beetles and familiar with their structure, Sunan quickly deduced the mechanics of their suicidal attacks. This confirms it, a controller, a wizard apprentice, is behind Kasham. Sunan couldn't help but marvel. He had thought himself a pioneer in developing this region, only to find a wizard apprentice had already established a presence here. Judging by the timing of the insect disasters, the wizard apprentice might have been in the underground world for decades. But what puzzled him was why the wizard apprentice, after coming to the underground world, didn't develop minds but instead hid in Kasham, controlling the swarm to hunt. What was their goal? Chapter 135. Well done. The Black Duke couldn't help but cheer as he watched the scene unfold in the distance. That guy really had a backup plan. The Red Widow smiled, but then furrowed her brow in confusion. Why haven't we seen the death bell beetles use this ability before? If the death bell beetles had used such self-destructive attacks in past insect disasters, their city-states wouldn't have lasted this long. The Black Duke was puzzled as well but quickly dismissed it with a cold laugh. Who cares? This puts Lake U City and Kasham back on equal footing. If this continues, they'll both suffer heavy losses, and it'll be our turn to clean up the mess. The Red Widow agreed. The death bell beetle's newfound capability was undoubtedly good news for them. It's the wizard of Lake U City who should be worried. On the city wall, Carolina watched as golems fell one after another to the death bell beetle's suicide attacks, her expression growing increasingly grim. In just a few breaths, more than half of the stone golems were destroyed. Even an elite stone golem was slowly being dismantled by the relentless beetles, a terrifying sight. Yet when she turned, she found Sunan still calm, as if this situation was within his expectations. Buzz! A thunderous sound suddenly echoed through the air. It came from the elite twin-blade spider, which opened its mouth wide to emit a massive sound wave that visibly distorted the air, hitting the swarm and exploding violently. In an instant, over 20 death bell beetles were shredded before they could react. Carolina was momentarily stunned. The Red Widow and Black Duke, hidden in the shadows, were equally shocked. This golem could perform the same sonic attacks as the death bell beetles? Before they could recover from their shock, the elite twin-blade spider charged into the swarm, its sharp limbs reaping lives with each swing, occasionally unleashing sound wave blasts that created gaps in the dense swarm. The death bell beetle's self-destructive attacks only caused the elite twin-blade spider to pause momentarily, leaving its body unharmed. Sunan nodded in approval. With the dual reinforcement of the black steel enchantment and tenacity, the elite twin-blade spider's body was incredibly resilient. Though the death bell beetle's self-destructive attacks packed a punch, they couldn't harm the elite twin-blade spider. At that moment, a roar echoed from across the lake. Hearing it, Sunan's lips curled into a faint smile. Found you. The instant the words left his mouth, Sunan floated into the air, swiftly flying towards the sound's source, leaving Carolina puzzled and bewildered. As he flew over the battlefield, some death bell beetles attempted to attack him, only to be swiftly dispatched by his lightning and fire spells. With alternating bursts of lightning and fire, Sunan carved a path through the swarm, reaching the opposite shore in no time. Hovering in mid-air, Sunan looked down to see a chaotic swarm with the hidden dragon weaving through it, ferociously pursuing a figure in a grey robe. Spotting the grey-robed figure, Sunan raised an eyebrow. So it is you. Hugo. The grey-robed figure heavily guarded by the swarm was none other than Hugo, whom Sunan had seen at the Spark Church headquarters. Sunan had suspected as much. Building a force of Kasham's caliber would require a third-level wizard apprentice. And third-level wizard apprentices capable of controlling large insect swarms were rare, so when he deduced a third-level apprentice behind Kasham, Hugo from the Immortal Society came to mind. The facts confirmed his suspicion. Seeing Sunan, Hugo's expression darkened, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Upon learning that Lake U City had a new lord, and finding out it was Sunan, Hugo planned to use this opportunity to eliminate him and reclaim the divine remains. He even abandoned years of waiting for the right moment, allying with Matu and Asen to ensure success. Yet the strength Lake U City revealed was beyond expectation, and those two traitors, the Red Widow and Black Duke, had left him in the lurch. Damned undead, never to be trusted. Hugo cursed inwardly, dodging the hidden dragon's sudden claw swipe from behind, feeling vexed. Sunan's pet, with both intangibility and invisibility, was a nuisance. If not for his alertness, he might have been ambushed, though it did expose his position. Enough, since I'm exposed, let's finish this. Kill him, get the divine remains, and my death knell striker can break through again. Hugo's eyes were icy as he glared at Sunan, murderous intent growing stronger. He pressed his index and middle fingers together, slicing them across his left arm. With a muffled squelch, his entire arm severed at the shoulder, falling to the ground. A bizarre scene unfolded as the severed arm writhed like a living thing, swelling rapidly like an inflated balloon, its color darkening swiftly. Within a second or two, a giant beast, gleaming with an obsidian-like sheen and resembling an enlarged death bell beetle, appeared in Sunan's view. A magical pet? No, it's not a magical pet. Did he fuse the insect beast to his body? Just by looking, this giant insect gave Sunan a sense of danger, even more so than the adamantite golem he had faced before. A third circle level beast, is it? Sunan murmured. Seemingly hearing Sunan's murmur, Hugo sneered. My death knell striker is a beast with ancient bloodlines. Don't compare it to ordinary third circle beasts. Today, you'll witness its power. Beasts with ancient bloodlines typically had unique abilities, making them stronger than ordinary beasts of the same level. Hugo expected Sunan to be shocked, even terrified, by his statement. Instead, the man's eyes lit up, a look of surprise on his face. What's going on with this guy? An ancient beast, hey, how fortuitous. Sunan's lips curled into a smile, his gaze on Hugo softening. This guy was a godsend, bringing him the ancient beast bloodline he had been searching for. For that, he'd leave him a whole corpse later. Noticing Sunan's gaze, though unsure of his thoughts, Hugo sensed disdain, his expression darkening. He issued no more warnings, commanding the death knell striker to attack. Woo! The death knell striker raised its head, emitting a thunderous roar. A visible sonic wave spread from it in all directions. 10 meters away, the hidden dragon, poised for another sneak attack, was suddenly revealed, stumbling back a few steps, shaking its head in pain. Sunan's eyes flashed with surprise. These ancient bloodline beasts were indeed formidable, their sonic attacks imbued with soul power, rendering the hidden dragon's intangibility unable to fully negate damage. Seeing the hidden dragon outmatched by the death knell striker, Sunan decisively released all his golems. In an instant, 3 high-grade stone golems and 4 elite twin-blade spiders appeared, activating levitation and encircling the death knell striker with fierce intent. Woo! The powerful sonic wave swept the surroundings. The insects present seemed modified, completely immune to sonic damage. But the golems couldn't claim the same. The soul-infused sonic wave could harm them, though their resistance was higher than the hidden dragon's. Seizing the momentary stiffness caused by the sonic attack, the death knell striker charged, knocking a high-grade stone golem aside, its massive pincers tearing a gaping wound in another. However, the high-grade stone golem's massive fists landed on the death knell striker in return. Crack! Lightning crackled, paralyzing the death knell striker momentarily. Taking the opportunity, the 4 elite twin-blade spiders shook off their stiffness, rapidly closing in on the death knell striker, their sharp limbs slashing down. Woo! Blood spurted as the death knell striker let out a pained wail. Its abilities were strange, but defense wasn't its strength. Both the high-grade stone golems and the elite twin-blade spiders could inflict damage on it. Seeing this, a flicker of fear crossed Hugo's eyes. These 7 golems were all second circle level. Damn it, how does this guy have so many powerful golems? Second circle golems weren't low tier like stone golems. Given the Starlight Continent's current state, collecting resources to craft second circle golems would be extremely difficult. 1 second circle golem might be acceptable, but 7 no, 8 including the one on the battlefield was staggering. Where did he get the resources to craft 8 second circle golems? Hugo's mind was in turmoil. Seeing the death knell striker besieged by Sunan's pet and golems, Hugo gritted his teeth, his body exploding into countless insects swarming towards Sunan. He initially thought the death knell striker could easily handle Sunan, but with the change in situation, he had to personally eliminate Sunan. But the next moment, Hugo saw Sunan blur, splitting into 8, dispersing in all directions. Mirror image technique. Wait, no incantation, it's spell quickening. Hugo was horrified. This guy knew metamagic techniques. Mastering metamagic techniques as a wizard apprentice was a testament to exceptional talent. He had been a third-level wizard apprentice for over 50 years, yet hadn't mastered metamagic techniques. Encountering a younger, more gifted apprentice filled him with intense jealousy. Buzz. 8 Sunans opened their mouths simultaneously, releasing visible sonic waves from all directions at the insect swarm that was Hugo. In mirror image technique, the actions and spell effects of the main body and clones were identical, indistinguishable to the naked eye. But Hugo had no intention of dodging, each insect emitting ear-piercing cries, unleashing a torrent of sound waves that shattered the sonic blasts, then surged towards Sunan like a tidal wave. The same sonic ability as the death bell beetles. Sunan realized immediately that Hugo had likely fused with the death knell striker's bloodline. The two clashed fiercely in the cave's sky. Spells and twisted sonic waves alternated, clashing and neutralizing each other. After tentatively withstanding several sonic attacks, confirming they couldn't breach the extreme protection ring's defense instantly, Sunan ceased dodging and defending, activating the magic rune core. Whoosh! Silver metallic liquid poured from Sunan's pores, hovering in the air to swiftly form glistening spikes, pausing momentarily before unleashing like a storm. Whoosh! Hugo's insect swarm, spread out to evade spells, couldn't escape the equally wide-ranging metal storm. Under Sunan's precise control, each spike hit an insect with pinpoint accuracy, never missing. In a single volley, the swarm's numbers dwindled by more than a third. What is this power? Hugo was terrified. These insects, though seemingly fragile, were highly durable and resistant to spells, even a second circle spell wouldn't harm him much. With this ability, he had killed more than one third-level wizard apprentice. But these metal spikes could easily slaughter his insects. What power was this? Seeing the metal storm closing in again, Hugo had no time to ponder, commanding the swarm to disperse and evade, yet the spikes pursued relentlessly, picking off insect after insect. Desperate, Hugo consolidated the insects, reforming into his original shape, then splitting again, the swarm regaining its original size. It can split. Sunan raised an eyebrow in surprise but quickly returned to normal. This splitting couldn't be without cost, likely consuming a lot of mental power. If that's the case, he'd just exhaust the opponent's mental power. Woo! The swarm evaded the metal storm while launching sonic attacks at Sunan, yet he stood firm like a rock in the sea, unyielding and unharmed by the waves. Hugo felt his heart sink. He realized Sunan must have powerful Twilight-grade magical items, likely more than one, or he couldn't block his attacks so easily. Magical pets, golems, magical items, and these strange metal spikes, where does this guy get so many trump cards? Hugo was both shocked and furious. What he thought was a surefire battle had turned into a series of unexpected setbacks, leaving him at a disadvantage. Sunan's strength far exceeded his expectations. Now, forget killing Sunan and acquiring the divine remains, he was worried about saving his own life. Sorry for the delay. Chapter 136. The Death Knell Striker can't be relied on. Hugo glanced at the Death Knell Striker, which had taken down a high-grade stone golem and an elite twin-blade spider, but was heavily injured itself and unable to assist him further. I have to rely on myself. The insect swarm reformed into Hugo's humanoid shape, his expression grim. He really didn't want to use his last resort, which would significantly shorten his lifespan. But the situation left him no choice. If he didn't kill Sunan now, he would die here. With a sound like tearing cloth, Hugo's skin suddenly split open, countless grey-white flesh bursting out, swelling into a hideous giant insect. The giant insect bore a resemblance to the death bell beetle but was larger and more grotesque. Sunan couldn't help but grimace. He had no objection to bloodline fusion, but he detested transforming into something neither human nor ghost. Hugo's human form was already ugly, but this new form was downright repulsive. My mental power is about half left. Sunan's eyes flickered as he recalled the magic rune core. Seeing the metal spikes suddenly vanish, Hugo was first stunned, then overjoyed. Indeed, such a powerful ability must consume a lot of mental power. Sunan's action clearly indicated he had exhausted his mental power and could no longer use the metal storm. Ha ha ha, now it's my turn. The giant insect let out a sharp, grating laugh, wings buzzing as it shot towards Sunan like a cannonball. Sunan smirked, wanting to preserve some mental power just in case. Judging by the situation, Hugo likely hadn't divided his forces to attack Matu and Asen. Considering the recent suspicious behavior of the Red Widow and Black Duke, it was likely they had reached some agreement, possibly to join forces against Lake U City. But since the Red Widow and Black Duke hadn't shown up, who knows what they were planning. Playing it safe, Sunan decided to conserve some strength. Besides, he had other means to deal with Yugo. With a thought, countless tiny grey mists appeared in the void, quickly forming into giant grey claw phantoms that tore through the air with a piercing whistle, slamming down on Yugo. Yugo's form flickered as he tried to dodge, but the grey claw phantoms pursued relentlessly, striking him. Sizzling. 4 grey claw phantoms passed through Yugo's body, emitting a sound like acid on flesh, making Yugo scream in agony. Twilight-grade magical items. Yugo looked in horror at Sunan's left hand. He had clearly seen 4 rings on Sunan's hand flash with magical light, indicating magical items. In other words, those 4 grey claw phantoms were the effects of those 4 magical rings. Sunan had 4 identical Twilight-grade offensive magical items. Plus the defensive ones, just how many Twilight-grade magical items did he possess? Had he raided a formal wizard's legacy? But that couldn't be. Formal wizards hadn't appeared for many years, and even if there was a legacy, Twilight-grade magical items couldn't have been preserved in perfect condition for thousands of years. Yugo's mind was a chaotic mess. But the worst was yet to come. Sunan waved his hand, and the 4 rings on his left hand vanished, replaced by 4 identical rings that lit up with magical light. Whoosh! 4 identical grey claw phantoms appeared out of nowhere. Seeing this, Yugo felt a chill run through him, as if plunged into an icy abyss. The previous attack had already left him severely injured. Another would leave him dead or gravely wounded. The real problem was not knowing how many more Twilight-grade magical items Sunan had. If there was another round, he'd be finished. Run! The searing pain from the grey claw phantoms made Yugo scream, his mind filled with thoughts of escape. Not even caring about his prized death knell striker, he fled at full speed. The terrifying depth of Sunan's power had utterly shattered his will to fight. Trying to run. Sunan sneered, a high-grade runestone in his palm flaring with bright light, transforming into a gust of wind that enveloped him, propelling him forward at a speed 10 times greater than Yugo's. Hearing the gust behind him, Yugo glanced back, terrified. He released a sonic wave behind him to hinder Sunan, but Sunan barreled through it, unaffected, and tossed a high-grade runestone. What is this now? Yugo, already traumatized by Sunan's endless tricks, feared this was another powerful item. His fears were confirmed. In mid-air, the runestone transformed into a massive bolt of lightning, striking Yugo from the sky to the ground. Sunan's assault continued, hurling 3 more runestones, each transforming into a thunderous bolt. The deafening thunder echoed far within the cavern. Yugo's location was shrouded in thick smoke. Hovering above, Sunan waved his hand, summoning a gust to disperse the smoke, revealing a large crater. The crater was charred, the sand scorched into quartz-like crystals, faint white smoke rising visibly. Yugo lay at the crater's center, reverted to his original human form, but charred black, with scarcely an undamaged patch of skin. Sunan descended slowly, shrugging at Yugo's pitiful state. I intended to leave you a whole corpse for the death knell striker, but since you tried to escape, this is how it ends. Yugo glared at Sunan with wide eyes, filled with resentment, fear, and despair, his mouth emitting a strange rasp, as if trying to speak. He was unwilling. He had wanted to live longer, to become a formal wizard. Had he known Sunan's power ran so deep, he wouldn't have coveted the divine remains, but fled as far as possible. But it was too late for regrets. Sunan shook his head, saying nothing more, flicking a finger to send a bolt of lightning through Yugo's forehead, ending his life. Confirming Yugo's death, Sunan collected the 4 depleted calamity rings, replacing them with new ones. Since returning to the underground, he had created numerous calamity and extreme protection rings, over 40 in total, to ensure he could overwhelm opponents with ample equipment in battle. The strategy proved effective. Yugo's final trump card was useless against the sheer number of calamity rings. Moreover, the calamity rings were reusable, unlike single-use high-grade rune stones. Using the rings more in battle saved many high-grade rune stones. Though Sunan now had lucrative mine profits, he still economized, as many future expenses loomed. Coming back to his senses, Sunan approached Yugo, taking his spatial ring and several alchemical-grade magical items before returning to the original battlefield. With Yugo's demise, the swarm fell into chaos, the insects no longer fixated on attacking Lake U City, but scattering in all directions. The death knell striker seemed to regain its will, attempting to break free and escape. Having finally found an ancient bloodline beast, Sunan wouldn't let the death knell striker escape, joining the encirclement without hesitation. With Sunan's intervention, the death knell striker soon fell into a disadvantage. This ancient bloodline insect was as intelligent as a human. Seeing itself outmatched, it lay flat, adopting a submissive pose. Quite clever. With a few weakened rays, the death knell striker grew listless, escorted back to Lake U City by 2 elite stone golems. Sunan soon returned to the opposite shore. The island's insects had mostly fled, the golem army clearing the remnants. On the city wall, Carolina watched expectantly. Seeing Sunan return, she breathed a sigh of relief. Though she couldn't see what happened across the lake, the noise indicated a fierce battle. Despite her confidence in the master's strength, she couldn't help but worry. Lake U City's safety rested entirely on Sunan. If Sunan fell, the 100 Manticore warriors and slave cannon fodder couldn't survive the perilous underground. Not to mention, Matu and Asen wouldn't spare a vulnerable Lake U City. Master! Carolina opened the city gate, approaching but stopping in surprise at the sight of the death knell striker. What was this? A death bell beetle? But it was far too large. Master, what is this? Carolina couldn't help but ask curiously. An ancient bloodline insect beast. Sunan casually recounted Yugo's story. Hearing that a wizard was behind Kasham, Carolina was stunned. She never imagined the insect disaster that had plagued Lake U City, Matu, and Asen for years was orchestrated by a wizard. Looking at the master, Carolina couldn't help but marvel. Wizards truly were fearsome beings. Each one could cause such upheaval. But master, what was the wizard's purpose in controlling the insect disaster? Carolina asked, puzzled. From today's events, it was clear Kasham had the power to defeat the 3 city-states and control the region. Why hadn't they acted, instead sending swarms periodically to attack? Who knows? Sunan shrugged. But he had a theory. Yugo likely needed to collect souls or flesh for some purpose, using the city-states as renewable resource points, harvesting periodically. As for what purpose, they'd find out after taking Kasham. Sunan had checked Yugo's ring. Besides some gold and gems, it contained worthless items. He suspected Yugo stored valuable items in Kasham, possibly having a laboratory there. Keep an eye on Matu and Asen, report any movement immediately. Seeing the battlefield clear of insects, Sunan recalled the golems and headed for Kasham. No time to waste, he needed to seize Kasham and claim Yugo's legacy. Once that was done, he could deal with Matu and Asen. Yes, master. Carolina bowed slightly, watching Sunan's silhouette disappear into the darkness, then slowly straightened, surveying her surroundings. Initially, she hadn't connected anything to Matu and Asen. But learning of Kasham's controller, today's events made it clear Matu and Asen likely collaborated with Kasham. Knowing the Red Widow and Black Duke, they were probably hiding, observing the battle. If Lake U City and Kasham exhausted each other, or one side triumphed but was severely weakened, they'd surely swoop in to reap the benefits. Unfortunately, they underestimated the master's power. Kasham's attack hadn't even fazed him, and the wizard behind it had died at his hands. With the insect threat removed, Kasham would soon fall to Lake U City. Once free, the master wouldn't allow Matu and Asen to grow unchecked. Next, it's your turn. Carolina glanced towards Matu and Asen, a gleam flashing in her eyes. The same thought crossed the Red Widow and Black Duke's minds. Seeing Yugo fall and the swarm scatter, their hearts sank. Useless. Absolutely useless. He boasted about defeating Sunan, yet fell so easily. The Black Duke gnashed his teeth in anger. He had considered the possibility of Yugo's defeat but hadn't expected it to be so swift, without causing Lake U City significant losses. It was obvious who Lake U City, having retained most of its power, would target next. The Red Widow's expression was equally grave, her usual frivolity and abandon gone. Lake U City, or rather, the power Sunan displayed, far exceeded their expectations. Kasham and Yugo's defeat wasn't undeserved. But it didn't lessen her disdain and frustration with Yugo. If he had at least inflicted more losses on Lake U City before dying, she'd have room to maneuver. Now, she had no confidence in resisting Lake U City. Once Sunan was free, it would be the end for Matu and Asen. What to do? The Red Widow glanced at the still fuming Black Duke beside her, a strange glint flashing in her scarlet eyes. Chapter 137. Kasham, rather than being a city-state, was more akin to a towering, pockmarked stone pillar. This towering stone pillar, nearly 300 meters tall, was riddled with numerous holes, resembling a giant anthill with a labyrinthine network of passages inside. Apart from the insects that could communicate through pheromones, any other creature entering would easily get lost in the maze-like insect nest. Overall, it was an ideal battleground for insectoid creatures. Thanks to the home field advantage, Kasham had managed to remain undefeated for many years. Hugo chose a good place, Sunan remarked as he examined the stone pillar before him. Unfortunately, this place was only suitable for insects, and its current state made it difficult to repurpose. Once captured, it would likely be left abandoned. Unless he decided, like Hugo, to cultivate a swarm of insects. Collecting his thoughts, Sunan flew forward, entering the stone pillar. After Hugo's death, the remaining insect swarm, freed from control, returned to Kasham by instinct. Upon seeing an intruder, they screeched and charged at him. The narrow tunnels were unsuitable for golem combat, so Sunan released nearly 100 twin-blade spiders, dispersing them through the tunnels to clear out the remaining insects. Meanwhile, he searched for Hugo's laboratory. Such an important place would undoubtedly be deep within Kasham. It didn't take Sunan long to find his target. At the stone pillar's core, a large cavern had been transformed into a complex comprising a laboratory, meditation room, spell training room, and more. Sunan meticulously searched every area, finding some wizard tomes in the study but little else of value elsewhere. Finally, he turned to the laboratory. Of all the areas, the laboratory was the largest. At its center were several large workbenches, one of which still bore remnants of shattered carapaces and dried mucus. In the corner lay a mound of insect eggs. The fluorescent light from the ceiling illuminated the translucent eggshells, revealing some creature trembling within. Sunan glanced at the eggs before striding to the workbench, where he found an experiment notebook. He immediately opened it, reading carefully. As expected, the notebook mainly detailed the breeding and modification of various insect beasts. Sunan skimmed through these sections until he reached the part about the death knell striker, where he slowed down to read thoroughly. As time passed, a look of surprise gradually appeared on Sunan's face. According to the notebook, the ancient bloodline within the death knell striker originated from not just a powerful ancient beast but a rare divine creature. Divine creatures typically came into being through three methods. The first was a deity personally imbuing a creature with a trace of divinity, transforming it into a divine creature. Many sacred beasts of religious sects originated this way. The second method involved totem worship. In some planes, primitive tribes would worship totems, trees, or rocks as spiritual symbols, praying to them for centuries. Over millennia, these objects could develop a trace of divine energy, awakening as divine creatures with self-awareness. In fact, many deities began as such divine creatures. The third method was the rarest, involving naturally born divine creatures, who possessed a trace of divinity from birth. Moreover, this divinity could be inherited through their bloodline, awakening in descendants once the bloodline concentration reached a certain level. However, such divine creatures were extremely rare, and due to the lack of faith to bolster their divinity, their divine strength remained largely unchanged throughout their lives. Even so, these divine creatures were among the most formidable of ancient beasts. The death knell striker's bloodline source was a divine creature of the third type. This guy got lucky, finding a descendant of such a rare ancient bloodline, Sunan mused. But now, this treasure belonged to him. After reading the notebook, Sunan finally understood why Hugo had controlled the insect swarm to hunt. It was related to the death knell striker's bloodline. After fusing with the death knell striker's bloodline, Hugo's lifespan increased significantly, estimated at over 300 years. The sole issue was the need to consume the death knell striker's flesh essence regularly. However, with only one death knell striker, it couldn't meet his dietary needs. Thus, Hugo devised a method to substitute quantity for quality, extracting the death knell striker's bloodline and infusing it into other insects. After multiple genetic modifications and selections, the death bell beetle species emerged. Originating from the death knell striker, the death bell beetle's flesh essence had certain similarities. Once refined and concentrated, it could replace the death knell striker's essence. This method had sustained Hugo until now. Naturally, cultivating large numbers of death bell beetles required substantial food, leading Hugo to periodically dispatch the swarm to hunt until sufficient food was gathered. Increasing lifespan through bloodline fusion always comes with various drawbacks, Sunan reflected, recalling Iwani, who had perished from fusing with the blood soul worm bloodline. While the Death Knell Striker's bloodline had relatively minor drawbacks, it offered only a modest lifespan extension. Generally, the more effective a bloodline was at extending life, the more severe its drawbacks. Of course, there were exceptions. But such bloodlines were exceedingly rare. Sunan had no interest in fusing with the Death Knell Striker's bloodline, scheming over that section. If he were to fuse bloodlines, it would be after becoming a formal wizard and finding a suitable one. Before that, fusing bloodlines recklessly would only narrow his future path. After finishing the experiment notebook, Sunan exhaled deeply. The golem army had suffered significant losses in this war, with a high-grade stone golem and an elite twin-blade spider completely destroyed, and nearly a third of the army lost. The estimated financial loss approached 180,000 gold coins. This year's mining profits were almost entirely wiped out. Fortunately, the gains were substantial, with the Death Knell Striker alone enough to offset the losses. With the Death Knell Striker, research on bloodline imprints could commence. Additionally, he could attempt to extract divine energy from the Death Knell Striker's bloodline. If successful, he would have a stable source of divine energy, greatly accelerating his mental power growth. Spending gold to speed up mental power growth was always worth it. Stowing the experiment notebook, Sunan turned to the corner housing the death bell beetle eggs, considering briefly before incinerating them with flames. Hugo could control the death bell beetles due to his fusion with the Death Knell Striker bloodline. Sunan lacked this ability, so the eggs were useless to him and better off destroyed. After all, the death bell beetle data was already in the experiment notebook. If needed, they could be recreated using the Death Knell Striker's bloodline. Upon leaving the laboratory, the battle in Kasham had ended. The remaining insects were cleared by the twin-blade spiders. Leaving a dozen twin-blade spiders to guard Kasham against intruders, Sunan returned to Lake U City. Since the battle occurred outside the city, Lake U City suffered minimal damage. The city remained peaceful. Returning to Base 2, Sunan headed straight for the golem factory. The golems were damaged to varying degrees in the battle and needed repairs. Normally, they could self-repair in the ley line nodes, but Sunan was eager to deal with Matu and Asen, so he personally took charge. However, events took an unexpected turn. On the third day after Kasham's fall, Carolina knocked on the golem factory door, entering with a peculiar expression after receiving Sunan's permission. "Master, the Red Widow seeks an audience outside the city." She brought the Black Duke's head. Sunan paused, then smiled wryly. "Bring her to the reception hall." Carolina withdrew to carry out the order. When Sunan entered the reception hall, the Red Widow was already waiting. Seeing Sunan, she immediately stood, wearing a fawning smile on her beautiful face. "Master, congratulations on defeating Kasham." Sunan glanced at her, leisurely taking a seat opposite, and said, "Defeating Kasham isn't good news for you." "Master jests. Kasham's insect disasters have troubled us for years. Your resolution of this threat spares us further attacks. Matu is grateful." The Red Widow smiled, but seeing Sunan's knowing expression, her smile froze. Sighing internally, she realized Sunan had deduced the situation and dropped the pretense, opening the wooden box to reveal the Black Duke's head. The head's corona-like black flames and soul fire had vanished, but the aura confirmed it was indeed the Black Duke. "Master, after Kasham's fall, the Black Duke still plotted against Lake U City, so I killed him by surprise. I've taken Asen too, and wish to present both to you, seeking the chance to serve under you." As expected. Sunan raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. When he heard the Red Widow had brought the Black Duke's head, he guessed she intended to surrender. Whether the Black Duke truly opposed Lake U City and was ambushed by the Red Widow was unclear. Regardless of the truth, the Red Widow's decisiveness was evident. She was a ruthless, decisive woman. Sunan glanced at the skull, uninterested in taking it, and calmly asked, "What can you offer me?" "Master is surely busy, with only Carolina under your command. It's hard for her to manage 3 city-states alone. While I'm not particularly skilled, I have some experience managing city-states and can assist you." Sunan squinted slightly. He caught the Red Widow's implication. With only Carolina, there was no guarantee she wouldn't act independently. But with another follower, they could supervise each other, benefiting him greatly. The Red Widow's words struck a chord. Supervision aside, expanding his influence in the underground world required recruiting more locals to help manage city-states and resources. He couldn't manage everything alone or let mundane tasks occupy too much time. The Red Widow was a suitable candidate. As for loyalty, a soul contract would suffice. You've convinced me. Having decided, Sunan wasted no time, stating his terms. I'll allow you to become my followers, but as a condition, you and all legendary vampires in Matu must sign a soul contract. As you command, Master. The Red Widow agreed without hesitation. Signing a soul contract was expected, she had prepared mentally and persuaded her kin. Though binding one's life to another's whim was hard to accept, it was preferable to death. Moreover, the wizard before her was extraordinarily powerful. The strongest being she had encountered in her long life. Serving such a formidable figure wasn't unacceptable. Sunan then produced a gemstone, signing a soul contract with the Red Widow on the spot. You have 3 days to settle affairs. I'll bring people to take over Matu and Asen, and sign soul contracts with the rest. Sunan waved dismissively, recalling something. Do you have a silver mine? Yes, Master, the Red Widow replied without hesitation. Sunan decided, I'll send golems to take over the mine. Have your people cooperate. Natives mined too slowly, clay golems were needed. Accelerating silver mining would expedite mithril collection for crafting simulacrums. The Red Widow had no objections, nodding in agreement. Sunan waved her away. Leaving the reception hall, the Red Widow saw Carolina standing nearby, expressionless. The Red Widow smiled sweetly. Carolina snorted, turning away. Seeing the Red Widow unharmed confirmed her suspicions that the Master had accepted her surrender. It wasn't good news for Carolina. From now on, she had a rival. A cunning rival at that. A seductive vixen. Carolina muttered angrily. Meanwhile, as she watched Carolina's retreating figure, the Red Widow's smile faded, her eyes flashing with disdain. A pretentious bitch. Chapter 138. 3 days later, Sunan led the Golem army into Matu, officially taking control of the city-state. One had to admit that vampires were a formidable race. With their long lifespans, cunning tactics, and formidable combat abilities, they excelled both in direct combat and as scouts and assassins. Their only weaknesses were their fear of sunlight and low reproduction rates. Fortunately, in the underground world, the former was a non-issue. However, the low reproduction rate limited Matu's expansion. Despite being a large city-state, the vampire population was less than 200, while their subordinate races and slaves numbered over 10,000. Thanks to their individual combat prowess, with knights and grand knights aplenty, they managed to keep their subordinates and slaves in check. Thousands of stalactites hung from the cave ceiling, with blue, green, and dark purple ghostly flames flickering between them, resembling a sea of clouds and providing faint illumination to all of Matu. Standing atop a 200 to 300 meter high stone pillar, Sunan looked down at the ground. He watched the golems march into the city, while the slaves busily transported various supplies, resembling ants scurrying about, giving him a godlike view over the masses. Now that the Kasham insect swarm had been cleared, the vampires of Matu had surrendered, and the ghouls of Asen had been wiped out by the Red Widow, with Lake U City already long under his control. It could be said that the entire area within 100 miles was now his domain. In time, once he had digested the fruits of war and brought all the city-states under his control, he would have truly established a foothold in the underground world, securing a territory of his own. The ghouls of Asen have been annihilated, leaving only subjugated races and slaves. We need to send a team to manage affairs there. I'll dispatch a group of manticores and vampires from Lake U City and Matu. Having subdued Matu's vampires and with the manticores, Sunan finally had enough manpower. However, this led to a new issue, a shortage of forces. While Kasham could be ignored, Lake U City, Matu, and Asen all required garrisons. Despite the losses in the recent war, the remaining golems were more than enough to defend Lake U City. He could even spare some to station in Matu to guard it alongside the vampires. But Asen was now militarily vulnerable, requiring a significant number of golems to fill the gap. Additionally, Asen and Matu together controlled 6 mines, all needing golems for development, protection, and ore transport. All of this demanded manpower. Including the clay golems, there was a shortfall of nearly 1,000 golems. The golem crafting will be handled by the base. With more apprentices mastering golem crafting at the base, Sunan no longer needed to painstakingly create stone golems himself. If needed, he could offer higher task rewards to quickly acquire a large batch of stone golems. This was how the golem army had doubled in size in just over a month for the recent war. Of course, steel golems and twin-blade spiders still required his personal attention. Next, I'll focus on researching bloodline imprints and divine energy. Sunan gazed in the direction of Lake U City. The Death Knell striker was imprisoned at Base 2, guarded by 3 high-grade stone golems, 3 elite twin-blade spiders, and the hidden dragon, ensuring there was no escape. For the foreseeable future, his focus would be on this ancient bloodline insect. Late at night, with clouds obscuring the silver moon, the night sky was dim and starless. Salo walked along a secluded forest path, surrounded by darkness. After some time, he stopped, extending his palm. A sphere of light emerged, casting a gentle glow in all directions, elongating the shadows of dense cedar trunks across the forest floor. Yet where the light couldn't reach, the darkness seemed even deeper. "Come out," Salo said in a low voice. 2 figures emerged from the darkness, stepping into the light. The figure on the left was so bloated it hardly resembled a human form. Something seemed stuffed under its grey robe, stretching it to the point of bursting, emitting strange noises as if something inside were chewing. The figure on the right only reached an adult human's waist, resembling a dwarf. A wide, long black robe trailed on the ground, completely obscuring its figure. Its face was hidden under the hood, revealing only darkness. "Why did you call us so urgently? What's happened?" The short, black-robed figure spoke slowly, its voice piercing like a child in puberty. "Hugo is dead," Salo said. The tall and short figures were silent for a moment before the black-robed figure asked. "Who did it?" "Sunan." "Who is Sunan?" the bloated figure in the grey robe asked in a muffled voice. The black-robed figure scoffed. "How long have you been holed up in your lab to not know of Sunan?" The grey-robed figure glanced at the black-robed one but said nothing. Salo explained, "Sunan is a newly ascended 3rd-level wizard apprentice from the Starlight Duchy, but he's strong and now a member of the Forest Cabin." "How did Hugo get involved with Sunan?" the black-robed figure asked. "He tried to seize the divine remains from the Spark Church in Sunan's possession, attacked Sunan's territory in the underground, but was outmatched and killed by Sunan." "And the Death Knell striker?" "Presumably in Sunan's hands now." The black-robed figure clicked its tongue disdainfully. "That guy who spent all his time underground playing with bugs is dead, so be it. But it's a shame about the Death Knell striker. Ancient bloodline descendants are rare. In my hands, it would have been much more useful. I want to eat it." The grey-robed figure said in a muffled voice. "Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about. Shut up. Say it again, and I'll kill you." The black-robed figure suddenly erupted, its voice rising several pitches, filled with violence and cruelty. Salo frowned, barking, "Calm down." The black-robed figure paused, taking a deep breath, calming down before coldly apologizing. "The bloodline is severely affecting your emotions and reason," Salo said sternly. "Find a solution soon, or I'll expel you from the Immortal Society." The Immortal Society may be seen as madmen by other wizard apprentices, but they didn't see it that way. Everything they did was out of conscious will, to enhance their power, a rational judgment, unlike those driven mad by losing their reason. Rationality was paramount for a wizard. Even the Immortal Society would scorn an apprentice who lost their reason. The black-robed figure was silent for a moment, then nodded, "I know, and I have a lead. It won't be long before I solve this." "Good," Salo nodded slightly. "Back to the point, did you call us here just for Hugo? Surely you don't intend to avenge him?" Salo shook his head, "I'm not that noble. I called you for the Tower of Stars." "The Tower of Stars?" The mention of these 4 words made both the black-robed and grey-robed figures react. The black-robed figure immediately asked, "Have you found the Tower of Stars?" "No," Salo replied calmly, "but I have a lead on it. The Tower of Stars appears every 20 years. The next opening is in 12 years, but its location is random, and you need a key to find the exact spot. A key is also needed to enter." The black-robed figure asked suspiciously, "How do you know this?" "I read about the Tower of Stars in a tome and deduced it is closely related to the Kessler family of the Starlight Duchy, so I approached Evans and inquired." "Evans? The Third Circle legendary knight from the Kessler family?" "Exactly. Would he reveal such crucial information?" "I used some methods." The black-robed figure chuckled knowingly. It was rumored that Evans made a deal with Sunan, surrendering in exchange for preserving the last royal bloodline of the Kessler family. Solo likely used that royal bloodline as leverage to force Evans to divulge the Tower of Stars lead. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine a Third Circle legendary knight complying so easily. If that's the case, Evans should have a key to the Tower of Stars. What about the key? Solo opened his palm, revealing a rune stone. This is a key to the Tower of Stars. The black-robed figure stared intently at the rune stone, his breathing involuntarily quickening. The grey-robed figure also showed renewed interest, taking a few steps forward, the chewing sounds from beneath his robe becoming more frequent. Any wizard apprentice aware of the Tower of Stars knew what this legacy represented. The Tower of Stars, the Black Forest, and the Fallen Star City. These were the only three formal wizard legacies on the Starlight continent, each a beacon of hope for countless apprentices aspiring to become wizards. Finding one of these three legacies meant a significant chance of advancing to a formal wizard, gaining transcendent power in a long lifespan. However, both figures quickly forced themselves to calm down, averting their gaze from the key. If the key were held by another apprentice, they would undoubtedly seize it without hesitation. But facing Solo, they suppressed their burgeoning desires. As members of the same organization, they knew how formidable Solo was. Even together, they couldn't match Solo's strength. How many people can the key admit into the Tower of Stars? The black-robed figure asked. 1, Solo quickly added, but rest assured, there are more than just 2 or 3 keys. There are many. The black-robed figure was overjoyed. Where are the other keys? Evans has more than one key. Solo put away the key, his tone tinged with regret. Unfortunately, a wizard apprentice intervened, rescuing Evans, or we could have extracted the locations of the other keys. Moreover, Sunan also has a key to the Tower of Stars, which Evans traded to him. The grey-robed figure muttered, then let's find those 2 and take all the keys. The black-robed figure coldly retorted, Evans aside, Sunan only has one key. Who gets it if we take it? The grey-robed figure fell silent. The Tower of Stars was their hope for wizard advancement, they wouldn't hand over a key to someone else. As for giving the key to one person first, then distributing more keys from Evans later, that was even less likely. Their trust wasn't deep enough for such an arrangement. Yet without teaming up, they lacked the confidence to face Sunan alone. They might have looked down on Yugo, but they didn't underestimate the power he had established in the underground. Defeating Yugo, who controlled Kasham, showed that Sunan's personal strength and influence were both formidable. They weren't confident in seizing a key from Sunan. Compared to that, Evans, a Third Circle legendary knight, seemed easier to deal with. Moreover, he had more than one key. Finding Evans and acting together gave them a high chance of success. With thoughts racing, the black-robed figure quickly formulated a plan, asking emotionlessly, who was the apprentice that saved Evans? Unknown, they were very discreet. Solo shook his head. Anyone who could rescue Evans from Solo and escape wasn't an ordinary third-level wizard apprentice. Several names flashed through the black-robed figure's mind before he said, Solo, I propose we hold a meeting. I second that, the grey-robed figure said gruffly. Alone, they couldn't find a Third Circle legendary knight aided by a third-level apprentice on the vast continent. They needed the others to act. With the Tower of Stars keys involved, no one would refuse the collaboration. I've already sent notifications. Solo had anticipated their plan. I called you tonight to inform you. The meeting is set for a month from now, at the usual place. I understand, the black-robed figure nodded. With business concluded, Solo turned and left, vanishing into the night. With his departure, the surrounding light faded, the forest returning to deep darkness. In the darkness, the black-robed figure seemed invigorated, glancing at the grey-robed figure before turning to leave, only to be stopped. You reek of draconic blood, its concentration is high. The black-robed figure paused, turning back with a sneer, your nose is as sharp as ever. Have you modified a new organ? The grey-robed figure didn't respond, muttering, a trade. I'll exchange the flesh core for the draconic blood. The black-robed figure was silent for a moment, then said, forget the flesh core. It's no use to me now. If you want the draconic blood, help me with something. What is it? Kill someone. I'll tell you who when we get there. If you agree, let's go now. Where? The Underground World. Chapter 139. Starlight Calendar 1255, Moon of Summer. After more than half a year of recuperation, the Starlight Duchy gradually recovered from the shadow of war, and Kai's control over the duchy grew increasingly stable. Now, he focused most of his efforts on rebuilding the Frost province, striving to restore it to its former state as quickly as possible. In the same month, the night academies across the 6 provinces officially opened, welcoming their first batch of new students. As time moved into the flowing fire moon, the weather became increasingly hot. Base 2. In a spacious and bright laboratory. Sunan carefully imprinted the final trace of a blood-red pattern onto the back of his right hand. With a flash of blood light, a horn-shaped scarlet mark appeared on his hand. It's done. A genuine smile of delight spread across Sunan's face. After the battle at Kasham, he had devoted most of his energy to researching the Death Knell Striker, spending over 2 months to successfully create a bloodline mark using its ancient bloodline. The concentration of the Death Knell Striker's ancient bloodline was still a bit low. It had to be enhanced to create the bloodline mark. I'll call it the Death Knell mark. Gazing at the mark on his hand, Sunan's smile grew. The Death Knell mark's effect was to release a powerful sonic wave, far surpassing the Death Knell Striker's own sonic attacks. Preliminary estimates suggested it could instantly kill a second circle legend, and even a third circle legend would be severely injured if not killed by a single strike. The only downside was that it was a one-time consumable, used up after a single use, and not easy to produce. Without harming the Death Knell Striker, extracting a small amount of blood daily took about 14 days to create one Death Knell mark. Making 4 or 5 for self-defense should suffice. With another trump card in hand, Sunan was in an exceptionally good mood as he left the laboratory and headed to the detention area. This was the most heavily guarded place in Base 2, aside from the warehouse and the laboratory. The former 2 were primarily protected against external threats, while the detention area was fortified against internal threats. It was safeguarded by multiple layers of formations, including but not limited to magic suppression, weakening, and heavy pressure, ensuring that any creature imprisoned here had its resistance reduced to the minimum. The area was also heavily guarded by golems and twin-blade spiders, making it impenetrable. Arriving at the room where the Death Knell Striker was held, Sunan peered inside. The Death Knell Striker lay listlessly on the ground. Hearing footsteps, it looked up to see Sunan and immediately let out a frightened cry, instinctively shrinking back, its beastly eyes showing a human-like plea. In its pitiful state, it showed none of the might of an ancient bloodline descendant. Yet, being subjected to blood extraction daily for over 2 months would leave anyone in a similar state. The Death Knell Striker's weakness was not entirely due to the formations in the detention area but largely because of the significant blood loss. Sunan felt helpless. Both the research on bloodline marks and divine energy required extensive experimental materials, and to expedite the research, he had extracted a bit more blood than usual. As an ancient bloodline descendant, it would recover over time. Unfortunately, the Death Knell Striker's ancient bloodline concentration was too low, insufficient to awaken divine energy. Hugo had sought the divine remains from the Spark Church precisely to extract divine energy for the Death Knell Striker, hoping it would awaken divine energy and reach a higher level. Fortunately, Sunan didn't need to go to such lengths. He had other means to enhance the Death Knell Striker's bloodline concentration. The Hidden Dragon was a good example. It's a pity your power level is so high. Otherwise, contracting you as a magical pet would directly enhance your bloodline concentration. Sunan felt a bit regretful. The higher the power level of a creature, the more difficult it was to contract as a magical pet. Unless the wizard, apprentice, was significantly stronger than the target. Creatures like the Death Knell Striker, a third circle legendary ancient beast, required at least a formal wizard to attempt contracting it, and success wasn't guaranteed. That's why many wizards, apprentices, raised magical pets from a young age. It's not that they didn't want to contract powerful beasts, but rather that they couldn't. Although it couldn't be contracted as a magical pet, taming the Death Knell Striker wasn't difficult. With a small measure in its body, this intelligent beast would naturally submit to preserve its life. In fact, the Death Knell Striker had already shown signs of submission. Before long, Sunan would have it tamed. Raising the bloodline concentration to awaken divine energy will take a considerable amount of time. Take it slow. After drawing over a dozen vials of blood from the Death Knell Striker, Sunan left the detention area satisfied and headed to the meditation room. 3 days prior, he had already constructed the 14th star ring. The 15th level star ring meditation method required a proficiency of 2 million to upgrade. I'm currently increasing proficiency by about 4,600 per day. At this rate, it'll take roughly 15 months to construct the 15th star ring. The training progress for spell quickening is approaching 70%. By the latest, I should master it by the moon of revival next year. 28 substitute metals remain for the magic rune core. I have over 8 kilograms of mithril now, about halfway to crafting a simulacrum. 2/3 of the magical adamantite needed for crafting adamantite golems is still pending. Most apprentices have been busy crafting golems. Once we reach saturation, I'll adjust task rewards to increase the production of magical adamantite, which should speed things up. I also need to start gathering micro soul crystals to synthesize small soul crystals for crafting the adamantite golem soul core. Sunan mentally reviewed his upcoming tasks. Then there's the establishment of new magical plantations. The new night academies required a large supply of dragon blood fruits, necessitating new magical plantations to meet demand. However, Sunan had been preoccupied with researching bloodline marks and divine energy, leaving no time to address this issue. With the research reaching a temporary pause, he could now focus on it. The manpower is still too limited. Sunan couldn't help but sigh. Even 1 or 2 more reliable individuals would significantly ease his burden, sparing him from handling everything personally. While reviewing the wizard intelligence collected by the Starlight royalty, he had considered recruiting a few second-level wizard apprentices. Those who had experienced the pain of resource scarcity wouldn't refuse a resource-rich trading platform. As long as the base ensured a steady supply of resources and fair trade principles, loyalty wouldn't be a concern. Before Sunan could act, good news arrived from the base. Starlight Calendar 1255, Harvest Moon, September. Zeman and Cole constructed their 3rd star rings consecutively, advancing to second-level wizard apprentices. Base 1. Public Rest Area. Zeman and Cole were surrounded by numerous apprentices, showering them with congratulations. Congratulations, seniors. I knew Senior Zeman and Senior Cole would advance to second-level wizard apprentices. Advancing in just over 5 years, Senior Zeman and Senior Cole are truly geniuses. I'm so envious. I've only constructed my 2nd star ring. Seniors, could you share your insights on advancing? Artir watched Zeman and Cole in the center of the crowd with a smile. While happy for them, she felt a mix of emotions. Her talent wasn't on par with Zeman and Cole, and she was still some distance from constructing her 3rd star ring, likely needing another 2 to 3 years. Even Ethan, from the 2nd batch, was progressing faster in constructing star rings and might advance before her. All right, thanks for the congratulations, but we need to see the teacher. We'll share our insights another day. Zeman smiled, addressing the group. Hearing that the teacher summoned them, the crowd quickly parted to make way. Zeman and Cole exited the crowd and headed toward the central area. That was Sunan's exclusive space, where his laboratory, meditation room, and spell training area were located. No one could enter without his permission. 2 elite stone golems stood guard at the entrance. Seeing someone approach, the golems turned their massive heads, their dark eyes scanning the two before emitting a mechanical voice. Target identified, authorized entry, proceed. With that, the heads returned to their original positions. Cole cast a heated glance at the elite stone golems. These were legendary level golems. Far more powerful than clay or stone golems. If he could craft golems of this caliber one day, that would be impressive. Having visited the central area several times, the two were familiar with its layout. They headed straight for the study after passing through the gate. As they reached the door, Zeman was about to knock when a voice came from inside. Come in. Zeman and Cole straightened their expressions, opened the door, and entered, seeing their teacher seated behind a desk, a book in hand, smiling at them. To their surprise, Lord Amy, who often stayed in the underground world, was also present. It lay on the corner of the desk, enjoying a catnip stick with a contented expression. Teacher, Lord Amy. Zeman and Cole bowed in unison. Meow, it's Zeman and Cole. Amy looked up, waving a paw. I heard you two advanced to second-level wizard apprentices. Congratulations, meow. Zeman and Cole smiled, about to express their humility, when Amy continued. But your advancement was a bit slow, meow. In the past, if you hadn't advanced in over 5 years, you'd have been kicked out of the academy. Their smiles froze. Amy added, Sunan advanced to second-level wizard apprentice in less than a year, meow. Zeman and Cole were astonished, looking at Sunan with admiration. As expected of their teacher, advancing past the second-level apprentice hurdle in such a short time. All right, Sunan interrupted Amy, smiling at the two. Don't mind Amy's words. You've done well to reach this point. This was the era of the elemental desert, incomparable to 1,000 years ago. And compared to him, who had cheats, there was no comparison. Zeman and Cole advancing in just over 5 years showed commendable talent. Of course, the base's ample resources played a role. Outside, many apprentices took 20 to 30 years to barely advance to the second level. Less talented ones took 50 to 60 years to pass this stage. Pleased by Sunan's praise, Zeman and Cole beamed with joy. We owe it all to your guidance, teacher. They said in unison. Sunan smiled, I only provided a platform. Your progress is due to your own efforts. Then his expression turned serious. Don't get complacent. Being a second-level apprentice is just the start of the wizard path. It only means you are qualified apprentices. On this continent, you need to be at least a third-level apprentice to be considered strong. Advancing to the third level is far harder than you imagine, let alone becoming a formal wizard. Be prepared for a long journey ahead. Yes, teacher. Zeman and Cole replied solemnly, bowing. After advising them, Sunan softened his tone, tossing each a vial of potion with a smile. This is a superpower potion, a second-tier potion to enhance meditation efficiency. Consider it a gift for your advancement. But this potion has consumption restrictions. Your mental power needs to reach a certain level. Train for a while to stabilize your realm before using it. A second-tier lesser superpower potion required a mental power of 13 to consume. A newly advanced second-level apprentice might not reach 13, but a few months of training would suffice. Thank you, teacher. Zeman and Cole were overjoyed. Potions enhancing meditation efficiency required more contribution points than other items. Not to mention a second-tier potion. Exchanging for it with contribution points would take them over half a month's tasks. Return to your training. Once you've stabilized, come see me. I have tasks for you both. Sunan waved them off. They responded respectfully, bowing before leaving. Outside the study, Zeman and Cole exchanged glances, sharing a smile. You advanced 13 days before me, so you win this time. But next time, I'll surpass you. Cole said determinedly. In the past, Zeman would have laughed off Cole's challenges. But after Old Roger's passing, his attitude towards strength improvement had transformed. Hearing Cole's competitive words, he wore a confident smile. I'll look forward to it, but be prepared. I won't lose to you. Chapter 140. The task Sunan mentioned for Zeman and Cole was, of course, the establishment of new magical plantations. After advancing to second-level wizard apprentices, they had begun to master the technique of manipulating energy particles and could learn to set up formations. Once they mastered the relevant skills, they could establish magical plantations. With 2 new helpers, Sunan no longer needed to rush around and could refocus on training and research. Starlight Calendar 1257, Winter Harp Moon, January. Spell Training Room. With a casual wave of his hand, Sunan sent 9 magic missiles flying simultaneously, shattering a humanoid target 100 meters away. In the next instant, a crimson ray shot like an arrow, striking another target and melting it into molten iron. Seeing the debris and molten iron on the ground, Sunan's face broke into a satisfied smile. Spell Quickening. After a year and 10 months, he finally mastered this metamagic technique. The ability to cast spells without incantations significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. While other wizard apprentices took time to cast one spell, he could already unleash 2 or 3. From today, he was truly a human artillery. After a moment of joy, Sunan returned to his thoughts, a contemplative look in his eyes. Which metamagic technique should I train next? Besides spell quickening and silent spell casting, metamagic techniques included spell extension for extending spell effects, spell expansion for increasing spell range, and compound spell casting for simultaneous multi-spell casting. There was also spell construction to maximize spell effectiveness. Sunan currently had 5 metamagic techniques to choose from. After careful consideration, Sunan decided on compound spell casting. For him, spells served more as support in battle, such as his frequently used levitation, mirror image, and agility spells. For offense and defense, he relied more on magical items, high-grade rune stones, and the magic rune core. Compared to these, second circle spells were slightly lacking in power. Thus, instead of choosing techniques that enhanced spell effects, he opted for compound spell casting, allowing for more diverse spell combinations in combat and enhancing tactical flexibility. With his decision made, Sunan immediately set to practice. Completed a compound spell casting practice, compound spell casting training progress plus 0.01%. Compound spell casting and spell quickening were among the most challenging metamagic techniques. Sunan estimated it would take at least 1 to 2 years to master this skill. At this rate, I might master all metamagic techniques before advancing to a wizard. If that were the case, Sunan reckoned he would be the first wizard apprentice in Starlight Continent's history to master all metamagic techniques. With 7 metamagic techniques in hand, no other wizard apprentice could match him in pure spell combat. After briefly imagining the future, Sunan calmed his excited mind and left the spell training area. He had just returned to the study when there was a knock on the door. Enter. The door opened, and Carolina and the Red Widow walked in. Master. The 2 women bowed in greeting. Sunan glanced at them. Since the Red Widow joined his ranks, she and Carolina seemed to spark some chemistry, frequently competing in private. Sunan noticed but overlooked it, as their rivalry didn't hinder development and, in fact, improved efficiency. Under their joint management, Lake U City, Matu, and Asen were now on a stable development track. Asen's garrison issue was also resolved. Following this, Sunan adjusted the base's task system, reducing rewards for golem crafting tasks and increasing those for magical adamantite production, encouraging apprentices to take on the latter more frequently. It wouldn't be long before he gathered enough materials to craft an adamantite golem. Master, this is this month's financial report. Carolina respectfully handed over a stack of papers. Sunan took it, skimming through quickly, his eyes flickering. Why is it down by 20% from last month? Carolina quickly replied, Master, we currently have 4 mines nearing depletion, with production significantly reduced. They'll likely cease operations in 2 months. The remaining 3 mines also show reduced output, with only the 6 newly developed mines maintaining stable production. Sunan frowned slightly but said nothing. The initial 7 mines had provided such rich profits largely due to the clay golem's incredible mining efficiency. But this also led to a rapid depletion of the mine's reserves. The first batch of mines lasting this long was already quite impressive. How's the mine exploration going? Sunan looked at the Red Widow. After stabilizing Matu and Asen, he had tasked the Red Widow with exploring the surrounding areas for new mines. Master, we've discovered 2 new mines within 100 miles. Preliminary exploration indicates one is a small iron mine, and the other a small copper mine. The Red Widow bowed slightly, revealing a fair expanse of skin under the magical lamplight. Carolina glanced disdainfully. Foolish temptress, she thought. If the master were swayed by such tricks, you'd be out of your league. As expected, Sunan paid no attention to the Red Widow's antics, instead falling into thought. 2 small metal mines, better than nothing. Too bad they're not silver mines. Sunan felt a bit regretful. One of the nearly depleted mines was a silver mine. This meant that until a new silver mine was found, the accumulation of mithril would slow significantly. Will the other silver mine's output be enough to craft the simulacrum once it's exhausted? It's best to find new mines. With this in mind, Sunan instructed the 2 women. Deploy more personnel and expand the search area. We must find more mines. Carolina and the Red Widow were taken aback. The underground world was fraught with danger, and no one knew what threats lurked in the darkness. A powerful creature or tribe could be entrenched in any cave. Lake U City, Matu, and Asen had previously attempted territorial expansion but suffered heavy losses, abandoning the idea. Expanding the search meant facing similar challenges. Despite this, Carolina and the Red Widow agreed without hesitation. They dared not defy Sunan's orders, and they had confidence in the Golem army. Sunan's forces now far exceeded those of Lake U City, Matu, or Asen individually, and even combined, making them eligible for expansion. In fact, even if Sunan hadn't proposed it, the Red Widow and Carolina would have suggested it in a few years. Rest assured, Master, I'll handle it impeccably. Carolina said with determination. The Red Widow, a step behind, hurriedly pledged her loyalty as well. I won't disappoint you, Master. Late at night, moonlight streamed through the window, draping the room in a thin white veil. Sunan opened his eyes, scanning the long table and noticing only 6 people present tonight. Besides himself, there were the regulars, Night Owl, Red Heart, Rose, Scepter, and Remains. Black Forest didn't attend this gathering. Traveler was, as always, absent. Looking at Traveler's empty seat, Sunan felt a twinge of regret. Truthfully, he was eager to meet Traveler, hoping to trade for some underground world information. After brief pleasantries, the meeting moved into the transaction phase. Due to resource scarcity, not every meeting saw high-value items from everyone. Most times, it was ordinary materials. Only Sunan was an exception. In recent transactions, he began offering first-tier potions and alchemical-grade magical items, not just magic stones, for others' goods. After all, only using magic stones gave off a monopolistic vibe, potentially breeding resentment. A few first-tier potions and alchemical-grade items were no issue for him. The base 1 warehouse still held a large stockpile. After several trades, Sunan's offerings became the most sought after at the gatherings. In this transaction, Sunan focused on wizard tomes, rare materials, and soul crystals. However, his collection of wizard tomes had surpassed 1,300 volumes, and the forest cabin members had little left that he didn't already possess. Recent gains in this area had dwindled sharply. By the end of the trade, Sunan acquired few rare materials but obtained 10 micro-soul crystals from remains, the most valuable acquisition. Sunan had previously probed remains about purchasing soul crystal crafting techniques. But remains refused outright. He understood the difference between a one-time feast and consistent sustenance. Remains' competitive edge in forest cabin trades was soul crystals. If he sold the technique to Sunan, given Sunan's resources and strength, he might flood the market with soul crystals at the next gathering. Then he'd lose Sunan as a valuable trading partner and his trade advantage. Anyone with sense knew what to do. Sunan wasn't disappointed, having expected this. He wouldn't trade critical techniques either. After the trade, Night Owl gestured for everyone to wait. I have something to discuss. I've found a third-level wizard apprentice who, after preliminary investigation, seems to align with Forest Cabin's principles. I wish to invite him to join. I'd like to hear your thoughts. The group was slightly surprised. Scepter chuckled, how odd, usually it takes 7 or 8 years, sometimes over a decade, to find a new member candidate. How come it's so frequent lately? He glanced at Sunan. Sunan had joined Forest Cabin only about 4 years ago, so finding another candidate so soon was indeed surprising. After all, third-level wizard apprentices weren't as common as cabbages on the roadside. They typically stayed hidden behind major factions, making them hard to reach. Night Owl shrugged, it's just luck. I stumbled upon him while investigating someone else. Redheart asked, what's his situation? Night Owl replied slowly, as usual, I can't disclose specifics, only general information. In terms of strength, he recently escaped from Solo, which should speak volumes. This revelation drew varied reactions from the group. Escaping from Solo means the new candidate has formidable strength, Scepter mused. The others nodded in agreement. Sunan raised an eyebrow, using message transmission to ask Rose, who's Solo? Judging by the others, he's strong. Rose glanced at Sunan, replying via message, Solo is the founder of the Immortal Society. I've never met him, but he's reputedly formidable, having once slain a 4th Circle legendary beast alone. A 4th Circle legendary beast? Sunan's gaze sharpened. That was indeed formidable. Among third-level wizard apprentices, he'd be among the elite. The Immortal Society must have some clout to thrive on the Starlight continent despite its aggressive actions. To escape from Solo, that person must have at least 3rd Circle legendary strength, Redheart pondered. No issue with strength, Rose nodded. Forest Cabin only invited 3rd-level wizard apprentices who met certain strength criteria. Had Sunan not slain Hebrew, displaying great power, Night Owl wouldn't have invited him to Forest Cabin. Seeing no objections, Night Owl continued, resource-wise, he's from a royal family, so he has plenty of valuable items, no worries about trade contributions. As for conduct, I needn't elaborate. You all understand. Typically, wizard apprentices from royal or noble backgrounds adhered to more rules, avoiding causing disasters or mass casualties. They had their concerns. Such individuals fit Forest Cabin's style. Let's vote, Night Owl surveyed the group. According to the rules, a 2/3 majority passes the motion. Scepter immediately responded, no objections. Agreed, Redheart added. Rose and Remains quickly voiced no objections. Sunan naturally had no reason to oppose. More trading partners were a boon. Good, 6 votes in favor, motion passed. Night Owl concluded. Though Black Forest and Traveler were absent, 6 votes exceeded the 2/3 requirement, so their opinions weren't needed. I'll reach out to him and extend the invitation. Look forward to good news, Night Owl said. Chapter 141. Starlight Calendar 1256, Early Spring Moon, March. After 3 months of stabilization, Zeman and Cole had solidified their realms and mastered the techniques for setting up formations for the magical plantations. Sunan then issued orders in the form of tasks, directing them to selected locations to establish new magical plantations. To facilitate their operations, Sunan allowed them to select a portion of apprentices from the base to assist in completing the tasks. The day after accepting the task, the duo set off with their team, heading to other provinces in the duchy. With the task of establishing magical plantations delegated, Sunan's workload significantly decreased. After creating 4 death knell marks, he ceased using the death knell striker's blood for bloodline marks and began focusing on enhancing the striker's bloodline concentration. After the previous experiments, the death knell striker had submitted to Sunan, cooperating with his experiments and allowing him to implant control measures within it. The so-called control measure was actually a high-grade rune stone. Sunan embedded the gemstone into the striker's head, enabling him to detonate it with a thought, instantly destroying its head. His caution wasn't unwarranted, as the death knell striker was a wild beast. Despite its current docility, its loyalty was uncertain. Especially after awakening divine energy, its power would significantly increase, potentially causing problems without control measures. Sunan couldn't monitor the striker constantly. Enhancing the bloodline of an ancient beast was far more challenging than that of a sub-dragon. According to Yugo's experimental notes, the striker's bloodline originated from an ancient beast known as the Screeching Terror. The information from the cube indicated that the striker's current bloodline concentration was 32.49%. However, after half a month, Sunan had only managed to increase it by 0.04%. If it takes reaching 100% concentration to awaken divine energy and transform the striker into a Screeching Terror, the process will be very lengthy. Sunan frowned in thought, considering a different approach. What if I synthesize the blood directly? Could it generate divine energy? It's worth a try. Sunan decided to save the blood extracted from the striker and, once he had enough, attempt to synthesize the Screeching Terror's bloodline to see if it could produce divine energy. If successful, he wouldn't need to spend ages enhancing the bloodline concentration. After all, the striker wasn't his magical pet, and an overly powerful striker would be difficult to control. Maintaining its current strength was preferable. The hidden dragon's bloodline concentration is nearing 40%. Sunan had consistently worked to enhance the hidden dragon's bloodline. However, without high concentration sub-dragon or dragon blood, its growth was slow. Barring external influences, it would take at least 7 to 8 years to evolve the hidden dragon's bloodline into a true dragon bloodline. Though I've asked Yi to help search for sub-dragon and dragon species, given the current state of the Starlight continent, finding suitable ones is uncertain. Low-tier sub-dragons still likely exist on the continent. But high-tier sub-dragons and true dragons are rare. Perhaps the underground world offers better chances of discovery. However, Sunan's influence in the underground is still budding, insufficient for a large-scale search. He must gradually expand his territory and search for high-tier sub-dragons and dragons once his power is sufficient. Time flew by, and soon it was the summer moon, June. On his 24th birthday, Sunan finally gathered enough magical adamantite to craft an adamantite golem. Viewing the dense stacks of magical adamantite ingots in the golem factory filled him with joy. Finally, I can craft it. Sunan took a deep breath and began crafting. 2 months prior, his golem crafting reached level 5, making crafting an adamantite golem well within his capabilities. Constructing the golem's body, inscribing enchantment runes, casting constant spells, and imbuing magical traits, a process spanning 3 days. When Sunan finally stopped, a colossal figure stood on the workbench. Under the bright glow of magic stones, the adamantite golem's body was dark red, gleaming with a cold metallic luster, exuding a sense of imposing might. Sunan then embedded the soul core into the golem's chest, completing the final step. As radiant light swept over the golem, it gained a peculiar life force. Buzz! The adamantite golem trembled, then sat up, stepping off the workbench with a heavy thud. Master, please issue orders. The golem's voice was deep and monotonous. Watching this, Sunan was satisfied. Besides its standard construction, the golem was also imbued with second circle spells like levitation, agility, tenacity, and brute strength. Additionally, it had magical traits like black steel, minor lightning element damage, and minor ice element damage. A standard adamantite golem cost about 50,000 gold coins. However, due to the added constant spells and magical traits, Sunan's golem cost around 53,000 gold coins. The higher cost came with increased power. The adamantite golem encountered in Iwani's legacy only had near third circle legendary strength. Sunan's golem, however, was a genuine third circle legend, capable of handling typical third level wizard apprentices. Figures like Hebrew were no match for the adamantite golem. Each adamantite golem equated to a third level wizard apprentice in strength. Though not at the pinnacle of third circle legends, it's impressive. Sunan nodded in approval. In terms of overall power, the adamantite golem was average among third circle legends, slightly inferior to the death knell striker. However, considering the golem's high resistance to soul-infused sonic attacks, it might hold its own against the striker. Too bad the cost is so high, or I'd craft more. Sunan's liquid funds were limited, and until new mines were found, he could only craft one golem. With the third circle legendary golem crafted, only the simulacrum remains. In Sunan's initial plan, the redesigned simplified simulacrum should approach fourth circle legendary combat power, costing about 80,000 gold coins. But things had changed. With his mental power growth, the synthesis of high-grade runestones increased to 32, significantly boosting their power. High-grade runestones were a key material for the simulacrum. As their power increased, so would the simulacrum's combat strength. Additionally, his recent advances in golem enchantment techniques suggested substantial combat power boosts if applied to the simulacrum. With dual enhancements, the simulacrum's combat power should surpass initial expectations, reaching fourth circle legendary levels with ease. However, this also increased costs. Preliminary estimates suggested costs nearing 100,000 gold coins. If I use medium soul crystals instead of small ones for the soul core, the combat power would rise further, but costs would exceed 100,000 gold coins. Sunan couldn't help but grimace. That amount rivaled a marquisite's annual tax revenue. However, exchanging 100,000 gold coins for power equivalent to a top-tier third-level wizard apprentice was worthwhile. No royal family or third-level wizard apprentice would refuse such a deal. But I still need over 5 kilograms of mithril to craft the simulacrum. Sunan sighed. Unfortunately, Yugo's relics contained no mithril, leaving a significant shortfall. As expected, wizards, apprentices, specializing in biological modification were poorer compared to others. Storing the adamantite golem in the cube, Sunan left the golem factory. Back in his study, Carolina soon arrived. Master, here's a report from the Dragonheart Knight Academy. Leave it on the table, Sunan gestured. Carolina respectfully placed the report on the table and withdrew. Sunan picked it up and began reading. The report was straightforward, mainly about the Dragonheart Knight Academy's graduation assessment. As the earliest established Knight Academy, it had been 3 years since Dragonheart Knight Academy opened. By June next year, the first batch of students would graduate. According to the rules, students must pass the graduation assessment to graduate. As such, Headmaster Moritz drafted several assessment formats, submitting them for Sunan's review. Has it really been 3 years already? Sunan mused. With a steady supply of dragon blood fruits, the Academy's students progressed rapidly. Second-year students were generally at the squire level. In the third year, 22 students had advanced to knights. By next year's summer moon, an estimated 500 graduates would leave as knights. An impressive outcome in any nation. The Starlight continent had never seen such a systematic knight training institution. Looks like the Knight Guard will soon have its first members. Sunan smiled with satisfaction, then grew thoughtful. Zeman and Cole's advancement marked a key milestone. It signaled the base's training and accumulation had reached a point of breakthrough. Starting with them, more students would advance to second-level wizard apprentices. Second-level wizard apprentices had considerable combat power, allowing them to participate in Sunan's strategic development plans. The Starlight Duchy was in a stable development phase, with no wars anticipated soon. But the underground world was at a pivotal expansion point, poised for rapid growth, requiring substantial manpower. These second-level wizard apprentices could join this expansion. It would be a valuable training opportunity. Though he didn't endorse the Black Wizard's harsh training methods, Sunan didn't want to cultivate sheltered individuals. Truly powerful wizards were not just scholarly but also skilled in combat. Whether gathering resources or exploring, combat was inevitable. The newly formed Night Guard can pair with second-level wizard apprentices to explore surrounding areas. Otherwise, the Star Alliance's current manpower is insufficient. The Star Alliance was the name Sunan gave to his underground forces. From now on, Lake U City, Matu, and Asen would no longer present as separate entities but collectively as the Star Alliance. The nascent Star Alliance relied heavily on golems, with few members having true initiative. Only the vampires and manticores, totaling under 400, had such capabilities. Whether exploring or expanding, golems alone wouldn't suffice, proactive subordinates were essential. Limited manpower hindered many endeavors. Thus, Sunan aimed to involve second-level wizard apprentices in the Night Guard. This would boost manpower while balancing the vampires and manticores, preventing them from developing unwanted ambitions. After a moment of reflection, Sunan had a plan, setting the report aside and picking up paper to jot down notes. Since he decided to involve the Night Guard in the underground expansion, they'd need to adapt to and understand the underground world quickly. The graduation assessment was a perfect opportunity. About half an hour later, Sunan finished writing and called Carolina to deliver the assessment outline to Moritz, tasking her with detailed planning. Once Carolina left, Sunan took another sheet and inscribed magical tattoo construction at the top. He had acquired the knowledge of magical tattoo construction from the forest cabin. It was a specialized enchantment combining magic tattoos and enchanted weapons, not very useful to wizard apprentices but significantly boosting knights' combat power. Sunan's initial idea to form a Night Guard stemmed from inspiration drawn from magical tattoo construction. With the Night Guard nearing formation, it was time to prioritize crafting magical tattoos. Junior Knight's strength is insufficient for the perilous underground world. With magical tattoos, the Night Guard can be more effective. Even the lowest level Tier 1 magical tattoo could elevate a Junior Knight's strength to that of a peak Knight nearing Grand Knight status. With enough magical tattoos, the Night Guard could become a formidable force. Chapter 142 Starlight Calendar 1256, Autumn Twilight Moon, October. The chill in the air was becoming quite noticeable, hinting at an earlier snowfall than usual this year. In the meditation room, Sunan sat cross-legged on the floor, slowly opening his eyes, a flash of joy passing through them. The 15th star ring, successfully constructed. Just 3 more to go. Sunan took a deep breath, calming his excitement, and opened his status panel. Sunan Arniest, human male. Spirit 48.03/Constitution 43.77. Skills. Star Ring Meditation LV16, 23/3,000,000. Potion Making LV4, 8,345/10,000. Biological Modification LV3, 3,025/6,000. Golem Crafting LV5, 374/20,000. Magical Item Crafting LV4, 5,031/10,000. 3 million Proficiency. At the current pace, it should take about 2 years. But if I can use divine energy to boost my spirit growth, the speed might increase. Sunan's lips curled into a slight smile. The remaining 3-star rings should be completed within 10 years. Then it would just be a matter of spirit and talent crystals. Looking further, among the 4 skills, Golem Crafting had advanced the fastest, standing alone at level 5. After all, Sunan had been fervently crafting various golems in recent years, rapidly increasing his proficiency. In contrast, potion making had slowed, as most low-tier potions were now crafted by apprentices at the base, with Sunan only handling synthesis. Less crafting naturally meant slower proficiency growth. The same was true for magical item crafting and biological modification, with practice becoming less frequent. Especially the latter, which was mainly used for enhancing the bloodlines of the Hidden Dragon and Death Knell Striker, showing minimal proficiency growth. Nonetheless, to reach these levels in 4 major skills as a wizard apprentice was unparalleled on the Starlight continent. Other apprentices didn't have the wealth of resources he did for practice. Stretching, Sunan retrieved the trading house key, waiting patiently until he felt it activate. He immediately activated the key, entering the forest cabin. Tonight marked the quarterly forest cabin gathering. The new member hadn't attended the last meeting due to other commitments, but they were expected this time. Upon opening his eyes, Sunan scanned the surroundings, spotting the new member. The newcomer wore a grey robe, subtly marked with enchantment runes, indicating it was a magical item. The robe obscured their body completely, leaving only a face covered by a plain white mask exposed. The other forest cabin members subtly observed the new member. After a moment, seeing no one else entering, Night Owl began the meeting. First, let me introduce our newest member, the 9th wizard apprentice of Forest Cabin. Night Owl turned to the grey-robed figure in the white mask. As per our rules, all members' true identities are confidential and must not be disclosed. For convenience, we each have a code name. Please choose yours. The grey-robed figure pondered briefly, then said, "Call me Hunter." As Hunter's deep voice fell, the word Hunter slowly appeared on the table before him. "Welcome to the group, Hunter." Night Owl smiled slightly. "Now, let's commence tonight's transactions." The familiar trading process followed. Aside from Black Forest and Traveler, all members were present, bringing out items for trade. Hunter observed the process quietly, soon noticing the wizard apprentice called Player seemed to have an abundance of resources. Not only did he offer numerous first-tier potions and alchemical magical items for trade, but he also used the rare magic stones when purchasing from others. Judging by the others' nonchalant reactions, this wasn't a new occurrence. Noticing Hunter's surprise, Scepter, seated nearby, chuckled, explaining softly, "Player is the wealthiest among us, with vast resources. Since he joined Forest Cabin, our group's trade has risen several levels." "I see." Hunter glanced at Sunan in surprise. Sunan, noticing his gaze, turned to nod slightly. Hunter quickly returned the nod in acknowledgement. He could tell the others held Sunan in a certain esteem. This likely wasn't just due to his resources, but also his strength. A wizard apprentice with deep resources and formidable power. Hunter concluded internally. The trading proceeded swiftly, with Hunter participating twice, purchasing a potion from Sunan and 2 sun grasses from Rose. Soon, it was Hunter's turn to offer items. To everyone's surprise, he presented a stone inscribed with runes. Sunan's face beneath the mask turned slightly curious. Under the group's puzzled gazes, Hunter spoke meaningfully. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a key. A key to the Tower of Stars." At this, everyone except Sunan was taken aback. One of the 3 great legacies, the Tower of Stars. Is it real? Do you know where the Tower of Stars is? Even Night Owl couldn't help but look at Hunter in astonishment. Who would have thought Hunter's first trade in Forest Cabin would involve such a significant item? Granted, if Hunter's claim was true. As if anticipating this, Night Owl showed a contemplative look. Scepter was the first to recover, speaking gravely, "How can you prove your claim?" Hunter seemed prepared for this, calmly stating, "I can make a vow contract." Hearing this, the group had no further doubts, their eyes fixed intently on the rune-inscribed stone. The Tower of Stars. One of the only 3 wizard legacies on the Starlight continent. It's said that entering it offers a significant chance of becoming a formal wizard. In the resource-scarce, element-deficient Starlight continent, this is almost the only hope for advancement for 3rd-level wizard apprentices. The Tower of Stars opens every 20 years, its location random each time. Only those with a key can locate and enter it. As far as I know, the next opening is in 10 years. Listening to Hunter, the group's eyes grew brighter. "Name your price," Remains rasped, unable to hide his eagerness, his gaze fixed on Hunter. "What do you want in trade?" Hunter didn't speak, instead looking at Sunan. At this, the group's hearts sank. They nearly forgot Player was present. If he wanted the Tower of Stars key, none of them could compete. To their surprise, Sunan shook his head, "I'm not interested, you can trade." Hunter was momentarily stunned. He'd hoped to leverage the Tower of Stars key for a hefty gain from Sunan, but the latter didn't play by the rules. Was he truly uninterested in the Tower of Stars? That couldn't be. Who could be uninterested in the Tower of Stars among 3rd-level wizard apprentices? Hunter was baffled. Rose, Scepter, Redheart, and Remains were also puzzled, unable to fathom Sunan's lack of interest. Only Night Owl remained unfazed. He had figured it out. The Tower of Stars, the Starlight Duchy, so there's a connection between them. I used to think it was just a coincidence in names. Coming to his senses, seeing Player truly uninterested, the group rejoiced. Without Player's involvement, their chances of obtaining the Tower of Stars key increased significantly. Hunter, though disappointed, had no choice but to say, my first choice is potions and gems. Other items will be considered based on value. With that, Remains quickly made the first offer. 1,000 gold worth of gems, plus 5 micro soul crystals. The others weren't far behind, each voicing their price. 2 bottles of calming potion, plus 2,000 gold worth of gems. 3,000 gold worth of gems. The prices soared. This was likely the most competitive trade in Forest Cabin's history. Everyone seemed determined to acquire the key. Sunan sat calmly, watching the 5 bid against each other. If possible, he wanted the Tower of Stars key. He already had one, but it could be given to Yi. But seeing Night Owl and the others' determination, willing to pay a high price, he refrained. If acquiring the key came at a hefty cost, he preferred not to. After all, letting Yi enter the Tower of Stars was to obtain the life-extending Dawn Potion. If he entered later, he could secure one for Yi then. Compared to vying for the Tower of Stars key, Sunan was more curious about how Hunter acquired it. As far as he knew, only Evans had the Tower of Stars keys. Could Hunter know Evans? Or did he take it from Evans? Come to think of it, Night Owl mentioned Hunter escaped from the Immortal Society's solo. Is there a connection? Various possibilities crossed Sunan's mind. At this point, the bidding for the Tower of Stars key concluded. Ultimately, Scepter won the key with 13 calming potions and gems worth 6,200 gold. Sunan wasn't surprised by the outcome. Before he joined Forest Cabin, Scepter was the most generous member. If he guessed correctly, Scepter's royal lineage from the Azure Gold Empire explained his generosity. The Azure Gold Empire was the most powerful nation in the southeastern continent, bar none. Calming potions, a meditation aid, were worth about 300 gold each. In total, Scepter spent nearly 6,600 gold for the Tower of Stars key. A hefty price. Yet Scepter seemed pleased with the result. Rose, Redheart and Remains looked disgruntled. But lacking the resources, they had no choice but to accept. Sunan glanced at Hunter. If he was willing to trade the Tower of Stars key, he likely had another, perhaps more. Perhaps similar trades would occur in the future. Frost Moon, November. Snowflakes dotted the land. This year's snow indeed came early. Compared to the biting cold and fierce winds above ground, the underground world merely grew cooler. In Lake U City, Manticore warriors still roamed the streets bare-chested. In Base 2, Laboratory. The large workbench was filled with numerous test tubes, each containing 100 milliliters of blood drawn from the death knell striker. This should be enough blood. Sunan murmured, inserting the blood into the cube, eyes fixed on the synthesis interface. As more blood was added, the concentration of the synthesized blood increased. 59.13%, 64.79%, 71.34%, 84.11%. With less than 8 test tubes remaining, the blood concentration finally surpassed 100%, and the information abruptly changed. Screeching Terror's blood, purity 1.25%, contains 1 standard unit of divine energy. Injecting into the body has a very low chance of fusing with Screeching Terror's bloodline, with a high chance of rejection, potentially leading to death. The stronger the constitution and spirit, the higher the fusion success rate, and the lower the rejection risk. Success. Sunan was overjoyed. As he suspected, divine energy could be synthesized from the blood without enhancing the striker's bloodline concentration. Though the divine energy was minimal, it validated his method. Sunan immediately extracted the divine energy and absorbed it. Unlike divine energy from deities, this naturally generated divine energy lacked faith power, avoiding faith pollution, making it pure for absorption. After absorbing it, Sunan checked his panel, noting a 0.25 increase in spirit. Not bad. Sunan smiled, satisfied. With only 1 standard unit of divine energy, far less than what he extracted from divine remains, a 0.25 spirit increase was commendable. The key was sustainability. As long as the death knell striker lived, he could continually draw blood, artificially creating divine energy, providing a consistent means to increase his spirit. About 8 months' worth of blood yields 1 standard unit of divine energy. On average, an additional 0.37 spirit per year. No, that's not right. Spirit becomes harder to increase over time, so subsequent growth should gradually decrease. Even so, it will significantly shorten the time needed to push my spirit past 60. Sunan thought of the striker in the detention area. Given its valuable contribution, he'd move it to a more comfortable environment later. Living in a dark cell and constant bloodletting would surely lead to depression. Of course, strict security was still necessary. With the adamantite golem currently unused, it would guard the death knell striker. Chapter 143. White Tower Province, outskirts of Ryan City. An expansive estate filled with densely packed red fruits stretched as far as the eye could see, resembling a sea of red. In the garden paths, Zeman looked at the thriving dragon blood fruits, a genuine smile of joy on his face. The apprentices behind him also beamed with happiness. The first batch of dragon blood fruits is about to mature, which means the formation of the magical plantation is working perfectly. We've succeeded. This means the task is complete. I knew it, with Senior Zeman here, there would be no problem. Exactly, it's all thanks to Senior Zeman. The apprentices chatted excitedly, creating a cheerful atmosphere. Zeman turned and smiled, saying, the establishment of the magical plantation wasn't just my work, it's thanks to everyone's help. You've all worked hard during this time. I'll submit a report to the base according to your contributions, and I'm sure the task rewards will arrive soon. The apprentices' faces lit up with even more delight. Traveling all the way to White Tower Province to establish a magical plantation was arduous, but the rewards were substantial. The 4 months of effort were equivalent to over half a year's task income for them. Zeman himself was in high spirits. As the lead in the magical plantation establishment, he would earn the most contribution points, enough to exchange for several bottles of superpower potions and 4 or 5 first circle spells. Senior Zeman, when are we heading to the next location? An eager apprentice asked. There were 2 teams for establishing new magical plantations, led by Zeman and Cole. Each team was responsible for setting up 3 new plantations, all located near the 6 Knight Academies. Ryan City's plantation was their first, with 2 more to go. Zeman considered for a moment before saying, I'll submit a report to the base later. Once the stationed personnel arrive for the handover, we can leave. In addition, we need to harvest and store this batch of dragon blood fruits properly and deliver them to the Dragon Claw Knight Academy in the city. We'll also plant new seeds, including silver moon flowers and calming flowers. Hearing that Zeman had planned everything, the group readily agreed. Everyone's worked hard today. Once we return to the city, I'll treat you all to a meal at the Blue Rose restaurant, Zeman said with a smile. If Senior Zeman is treating, I'm going to eat to my heart's content. Senior Zeman is generous. The Blue Rose restaurant isn't cheap. Come on, Senior Zeman isn't short on gold coins. The group laughed and teased. Except for 2 envious apprentices on duty, the rest left the plantation together. At the entrance, 4 luxurious carriages awaited, bearing the family crest of Ryan City's lord. Seeing Zeman and the others emerge, the coachman quickly dismounted, set up the footstools, and stood respectfully aside. The lord of Ryan City dared not neglect these wizard apprentices from the capital base. He arranged for their accommodation at the lord's manor and had 4 carriages ready for their use, with dedicated service for their outings and meals. After all, these were students of that esteemed figure. As the group boarded the carriages, the convoy set off towards Ryan City with a series of neighs. Inside the carriage, Zeman took out a spell model book, engrossed in his reading. After advancing to a second-level wizard apprentice, he could now start learning first circle spells. His chosen first circle spell was Shield Spell. First circle spells are indeed much more difficult than zero circle spells. After nearly 6 months of study, I still haven't fully mastered the Shield Spell. Only after starting did Zeman realize the challenge of first circle spells, deepening his admiration and reverence for his teacher. According to Lord Amy, the teacher could master a first circle spell in just a month. An unimaginable feat for him. Time flew by as he studied. Before long, Zeman felt the carriage slow down, followed by the coachman's voice outside. Sir, we've arrived. Zeman closed his book, opened the carriage door, and stepped down. The convoy had reached the gates of the Lord's manor. Steed Pont, who had been informed, stood at the entrance, greeting Zeman with a warm smile. Sir Zeman, I heard you're planning to dine at the Blue Rose restaurant. I've arranged a banquet there for you. If you don't mind, let me host you today. Zeman graciously accepted, then I'll take you up on that, Lord Steed. Please, call me Steed, Steed said warmly. Steed was the eldest son of Ryan City's lord, responsible for hosting Zeman and his group. Just then, urgent hoofbeats sounded from a distance. Zeman turned to see a rider galloping towards them, reining in at the gate, dismounting swiftly, and hurrying inside with a worried expression. "Hold on!" Steed called out to the rider. The rider stopped reluctantly, but upon seeing Steed, his face immediately showed respect. "Lord Steed! What's happened?" Steed asked gravely. Galloping within 500 meters of the Lord's manor was prohibited, indicating the rider had urgent news. The rider quickly explained, "Lord Steed, a monster attack occurred in a village west of the city. The city guard dispatched a 100-man unit to deal with it, but they were severely outmatched, suffering heavy casualties. I was heading to report to the Lord." "A monster attack?" The apprentices exchanged puzzled looks. While wild beasts attacking villages for food was common, village militias usually handled such threats, rarely requiring city guards. A beast capable of heavily damaging a 100-man unit was exceptionally rare. Such a beast qualified as an exotic beast. Steed's expression turned serious, apologizing to Zeman. "Apologies, Sir Zeman. I can't accompany you to dinner. I'll make amends for today's oversight." "Lord Steed, you're too kind. Handling this attack is more important." Zeman waved him off, then added, "You've hosted us so graciously. If you don't mind, I'd like to accompany you. Perhaps I can help." Steed's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. "Thank you, Sir Zeman." Given the urgency, they departed immediately for the village. Upon arrival, they found the situation graver than the rider had reported. Bloodied corpses littered the ground, both villagers and city guards. Zeman noticed an officer's armor torn and shredded, as if by a beast's claws. A night-level exotic beast. Zeman's expression grew somber. Steed noticed too, his face darkening. "We must kill this creature before it escapes, or it may attack other villages. A night-level exotic beast, if left unchecked, could wreak havoc." Steed was relieved to have Zeman with him, as he and his soldiers might not handle the beast alone. Roar! A deep, thunderous roar echoed from afar. Zeman and Steed exchanged glances and headed towards the sound, followed by the soldiers. Rounding a house, they saw a hideous creature. A lizard-like creature stood upright, covered in dark grey scales. It had a massive, powerful jaw, short forelimbs, long hind legs, all with sharp claws, and a mouth full of razor-like teeth. "Dusky drake lands!" Zeman exclaimed in shock. "Do you recognize this creature, Sir Zeman?" Steed asked quickly. Zeman nodded, his face a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Seeing Steed's confusion, he quickly explained. "The dusky drake lands, also known as cave dragons, are sub-dragon species with poor vision and hearing, but they possess an exceptionally strong sense of smell and echolocation. However, these creatures typically dwell in the underground world and shouldn't appear on the surface." The dusky drake lands noticed Zeman's group and charged with a roar. "Be cautious! This dusky drake lands is fully grown, with combat strength between a high knight and a peak knight. Beware of its claws. They're sharp, and injuries can cause severe bleeding." The drakeland's claws naturally carried a blood-light effect, causing injuries to bleed profusely. Hearing the beast had at least high knight-level strength, Steed and his men paled. In their haste, only 3 knights were present, including Steed, all junior knights, barely able to defend against a high knight-level beast. Fortunately, Zeman was there. Facing the charging dusky drake lands, Zeman calmly prepared a spell, hitting the beast with a daze spell. Boom! The dusky drake lands stumbled and fell, sliding several meters across the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Steed and the knights charged. However, dragons naturally had high spell resistance. Though a sub-dragon species, the dusky drake lands retained some of this, resisting spells better than other exotic beasts. Shaking its head, the beast rose and attacked again. 0 circle spells are ineffective against the dusky drake lands. Too bad I haven't mastered an offensive first circle spell. Zeman sighed, seeing Steed and the knights struggling. Reluctantly, he produced a gemstone. The intricately engraved gemstone glinted beautifully in the sunlight. Zeman tossed the gemstone, shouting, "Get back!" Steed and the knights retreated. The gemstone exploded into a blinding light, transforming into a bolt of lightning that struck the dusky drake lands. Boom! The beast let out a piercing wail. When the lightning dissipated, the dusky drake lands lay smoking on the ground, motionless. A knight cautiously approached, then beamed. "It's dead." Steed breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Zeman with newfound respect. So this was the power of a wizard. The lightning was terrifyingly powerful. Even a grand knight wouldn't withstand it. Zeman, too, was surprised. It was his first time using a runestone in battle, and its power was astonishing, even killing the high-resistance dusky drake lands in one blow. Runestones are expensive, but worth the price. Zeman mused. Returning to focus, he approached Steed, saying, "Lord Steed, it's unusual for a dusky drake lands to appear on the surface. It might be linked to the underground world. I must report this to my teacher. Could I handle the corpse?" Steed nodded solemnly, "Of course. If you need help, please let me know." Zeman thanked him, requesting the corpse be moved to the Lord's manor for preservation. Back at the manor, Zeman returned to his room to write a report for his teacher. Steed headed to his father's study to report the day's events. Why would an underground creature appear here? After hearing the report, House, the Lord of Ryan City, furrowed his brows. After Sunan's exploits spread, Starlight Duchy's nobles began collecting wizard-related information, and House had heard of the underground world. Having an underground creature in his territory was troubling. There might even be an entrance to the underground world nearby. If true, it would be a headache. Better leave this to the wizards. House rubbed his temples, recalling something else. "How has your interaction with Zeman been?" "Pretty good," Steed smiled. "Sir Zeman is just as the rumors say, approachable and unassuming." "That's good." House nodded, a meaningful expression on his face. "Lord Sunan has many students, but Zeman and Cole are the most outstanding. Cole is noble-born and aloof, not easy to approach. Zeman, by contrast, is easier to get along with. This visit to establish a magical plantation in Ryan City is a rare opportunity. Make sure to build a good relationship with him. It will greatly benefit your future." "Yes, father." Steed replied earnestly. Anyone with foresight could see the base would play a significant role in the Starlight Duchy's future. Thus, forming ties with base-trained wizards was advantageous for any noble. Ryan City was fortunate to have Zeman visit, and they intended to make the most of this opportunity. Chapter 144. Lakeview City, Base 2. In the brightly lit workshop, Sunan carefully drew the final line of a pattern on the workbench, consuming the last of the special liquid made from gemstones and metal. The smooth metal surface was interwoven with intricate patterns, glowing with a strange charm under the light. "It's done." Sunan smiled slightly, gesturing with his hand. The pattern lifted from the table, quickly condensing into a perfectly round metal sphere the size of an egg, landing in his palm. After examining it, Sunan moved to a shelf in the corner, where hundreds of metal spheres were already neatly divided into 3 piles. He placed the sphere on the smallest pile on the left. Recently, Sunan had been crafting magic tattoo constructs, and these metal spheres represented different levels of them. Once infused with battle energy, they instantly spread across the body, enhancing it. Magic tattoo constructs are divided into 5 levels. Level 1 is the lowest, while level 5 is the highest. The higher the level, the stronger the enhancement effect, but also the greater the strain on the body. To use a magic tattoo construct, one must at least have the strength of a knight. A level 1 construct can enhance a junior knight to near peak knight or even close to a grand knight level. A level 2 construct can only be borne by high-ranking knights or above, enhancing them to a junior grand knight level. A level 3 construct requires a grand knight and can boost their power to a high-ranking grand knight level. As for level 4 and 5 constructs, only legendary knights can use them, and Sunan hasn't crafted those yet. The constructs he's made recently range from levels 1 to 3. Notably, magic tattoo constructs have types based on their enhancement focus. The most common are agility, strength, and constitution types. While these constructs can enhance overall physical attributes, including muscle strength, resilience, and reaction speed, each has a focus. For example, agility-type constructs greatly enhance reaction speed and flexibility more than other aspects. Strength and constitution types are similar, with their focus evident from their names. Other types include flight, elemental, and specialty constructs. In essence, any trait found in enchanted weapons can be transferred to a magic tattoo construct. Certain spell effects can also be transferred. The level of a magic tattoo construct typically indicates the number of traits it has. For instance, singular agility, strength, and constitution types are generally level 1 constructs. Level 2 constructs add 1 to 2 traits on top of level 1. These could be flight, energy gathering, reducing battle energy consumption, or elemental traits, adding minor elemental damage. Level 3 constructs add 2 to 3 traits on top of level 2. A Grand Knight equipped with a level 3 construct is akin to having 4 to 6 alchemical grade magical items, with combat power comparable to a second level wizard apprentice. However, higher level constructs come with higher costs. A level 1 construct costs around 83 gold coins, nearly double that of a stone golem. Level 2 constructs cost around 280 gold coins. Level 3 constructs cost nearly 650 gold coins. 650 gold coins isn't too expensive. To make a high-ranking Grand Knight level stone golem requires 25 stone golems, costing nearly 1,100 gold coins. With a 650 gold coin construct and a junior Grand Knight, you get high-ranking Grand Knight level combat power, making it quite cost-effective. A high-ranking Grand Knight level human, with its subjective initiative, is undoubtedly more useful than a stone golem. The Dragonheart Knight Academy's first graduates total 500. To equip them all with magic tattoo constructs would cost about 41,000 gold coins. Expensive, but it yields 500 peak knights near Grand Knight level combat power. Sunan estimated that 41,000 gold coins could only produce about 230 twin blade spiders, peak knight level, less than half the number of academy graduates. Of course, this doesn't account for the cost of training the students. Factoring that in, the most cost-effective option remains uncertain. However, given the choice, Sunan preferred 500 knights with subjective initiative. Let's first gather 500 sets of level 1 constructs. Sunan glanced at the pile of constructs on the right, already numbering over 200, still half of what's needed. Level 1 constructs will undoubtedly be in the highest demand. Though crafting them is as challenging as crafting enchanted weapons, once the knowledge is organized and added to the base's exchange list, apprentices can take on crafting tasks. Sunan stretched, crafted 3 more sets, then left the workshop. Returning to his study, Sunan reviewed the recent financial reports. Following the depletion of 4 mines, 3 more had recently been exhausted, leaving the Star Alliance with only 6 mines. Monthly output had significantly dropped, severely shrinking profits. Sunan had considered crafting another adamantite golem, but recent profits, after deducting construct crafting costs, left little remaining. Ultimately, more mines are needed. Especially silver mines, as he's waiting for Mithril to craft the simulacrum. I wonder how the exploration is going. With that thought, Sunan summoned 2 golems to fetch Carolina and the Red Widow. The 2 women happened to be in Lake U City and arrived shortly after. Master. Carolina and the Red Widow greeted him with bows upon entering. Sunan nodded, then casually asked, "Any progress with the exploration?" Carolina stepped forward, "Master, 120 kilometers east lies a vast swamp, inhabited by thousands of subterranean toads and oozes. I've dispatched teams to clear them, but it may take some time." 150 kilometers north, the exploration team encountered several beholder tribes, with many legendary beholders. "I'm devising a plan to handle them." Beholder tribes? Sunan's eyes flickered. In the underground world's biological hierarchy, beholders rank above average. These creatures are weak in melee but excel in illusions and charming other species for combat. Knights and Grand Knights without elemental mastery are easily swayed by beholders' illusions. Facing multiple beholders usually means death. In the underground, beholders live in small groups. They directly control servants and slaves, forming tribes. Typically, a tribe has 1 or more legendary beholders. From these legendary beholders, Elder Eyes, Warlord Eyes, Broodmother Eyes, or Abyssal Eyes might emerge as mutations. Such mutants are often formidable, surpassing typical third-level wizard apprentices. They consolidate beholder tribes, controlling more slaves and servants, eventually forming powerful city-states. In Sunan's memory, any city-state ruled by beholders in the underground has a beholder mutant as its ruler. A beholder tribe isn't too concerning. Illusions and charm don't affect golems. "Take more twin blade spiders and clear them," Sunan instructed. "Yes, Master." Carolina sighed in relief. Since the exploration began, her team hadn't found any mines or resource points. If the Master blamed her, she had no excuse. Fortunately, the Master was understanding. Sunan, ignoring Carolina's demeanor, turned to the Red Widow. "What about your side?" The Red Widow smiled, "Thanks to you, Master, I've found an iron mine to the west. We're assessing its reserves, but it's at least a medium-sized vein. Sunan was momentarily stunned, then smiled, well done. Serving you is my honor. The Red Widow's smile deepened, casting a fleeting, triumphant glance at Carolina. Carolina noted this, grinding her teeth silently. Sunan, pretending not to notice their antics, continued, anything else? Yes, master. The Red Widow quickly added. The exploration team also found a Minotaur tribe to the south, quite large, with over 500 members. We've attempted some trades, acquiring unrefined gold ore. Sunan's interest piqued. Unrefined gold ore suggests the Minotaur tribe likely controls a gold mine. Minotaurs aren't adept at refining. Without dwarves, they can't refine gold ore, leaving it for trade. I'm still investigating, but it's likely they control a gold mine, the Red Widow said. Excellent. Sunan smiled approvingly, if the tribe indeed has a gold mine, deploy forces to seize it. Adult Minotaurs possess combat strength between junior and high-ranking knights. A tribe of over 500 Minotaurs is a significant underground power, and few would dare challenge them, even with a gold mine. The Star Alliance is an exception. With its current strength, the Star Alliance can easily eliminate a Minotaur tribe. Yes, Master. The Red Widow replied respectfully. After discussing the exploration, Sunan was about to dismiss them when Carolina handed over a letter. Master, a letter from Zeman has arrived. Sunan understood it likely concerned the new magical plantations. However, upon reading it, he was surprised. A dusky drake lands. How did an underground exclusive creature end up on the surface? Could there be an underground entrance near Ryan City? Seeing Sunan deep in thought, the Red Widow asked, Master, what's the matter? Sunan didn't reply, handing them the letter to read. After reading, both women appeared surprised. Send someone to Ryan City to bring back the Dusky Drakeland's corpse and investigate its origin. If there's an underground entrance, coordinate with the local lord to seal it and report back. Sunan quickly issued orders. A mere underground entrance wouldn't concern him. The Star Alliance already has many unexplored areas nearby, and he can't spare the resources for a second entrance. However, if the entrance leads to sub-dragon species, it's a different matter. Capturing many sub-dragon creatures or finding high-tier sub-dragons could provide blood to accelerate the hidden dragon's bloodline enhancement. That's his real priority. Didn't expect to find sub-dragon clues so soon. Hopefully, there's more to discover. Sunan mused. If the entrance leads to numerous sub-dragons, he might have to visit personally. Having served Sunan for some time, Carolina and the Red Widow knew their master was keen on finding sub-dragons and took his orders seriously. Dismissed, Sunan waved them off. They left with a bow. Outside the study, Carolina quickened her pace. Shortly after, the wind rustled behind her as the Red Widow caught up, wearing a teasing smile. Why the rush? Off to deal with the swamp and beholder tribes? Or sending someone to Ryan City? Carolina replied expressionlessly, don't be smug. This time, you were lucky. Who knows who'll win next time? The fact is, I'm ahead now. The Red Widow tapped her lips with a finger, smiling. One step ahead, always ahead. By the time you deal with the swamp and beholders, I'll have found more mines. Carolina's eye twitched as she glared at the Red Widow, then quickened her pace. She was already one step behind in exploring mines, and she wouldn't let the Red Widow beat her in investigating the Dusky Drake lands. She had to find its origin first. The Red Widow didn't pursue, watching Carolina leave with a smirk, then sneered disdainfully. She knew Carolina's intentions to regain ground with the Dusky Drake lands. But she wouldn't give her the chance. She intended to stay a step ahead. The longer she served under Sunan, the more she sensed his power. As long as Sunan remained, the Star Alliance would grow stronger, its territory expanding until it dominated the underground world. By securing her position as Sunan's first lieutenant, she'd become a key figure in the underground world once the Star Alliance reigned supreme. The thought made her feel feverishly excited. Chapter 145 Starlight Calendar 1257, Summer Moon, June. Shimmering City, Dragonheart Night Academy. The weather was hot, with a gentle breeze blowing. The academy was filled with an equally heated atmosphere. Today marked the graduation assessment for the first batch of students from the Dragonheart Night Academy. Early in the morning, the fourth-year students gathered in the training ground, discussing the upcoming graduation assessment. I wonder what form the graduation assessment will take. The academy has kept it well hidden, only revealing the details once we reach the assessment location. Whatever it is, since the assessment is in the underground world, it won't be easy. I've heard the underground world is dangerous, full of monsters. I hope the academy doesn't make the assessment too difficult. Students gathered in small groups, buzzing with discussion. Outside the training ground, students from the other 3 grades watched curiously, hoping to glean some information, as they too would face the same assessment in the future. Shihan. Struggling to push through the crowd of lower grade students, Shihan finally made his way into the training ground, searching for his friends. He soon heard a familiar voice calling him. Turning, he saw Ruga and Solano waving at him. "Why are you so late?" Ruga complained, giving Shihan a playful punch on the shoulder. Shihan scratched his cheek, smiling. "The headmaster called me over for something." Ruga's eyes lit up, and he threw an arm around Shihan's shoulders, whispering conspiratorially, "Did the headmaster tell you anything about the graduation assessment? Share it with me, we're brothers, after all." Shihan shook his head, "Don't get your hopes up. You know how strict the academy rules are. The headmaster wouldn't break them. He just encouraged me." Ruga was disappointed. "Come on, the headmaster is so rigid. You're the top of the 4th year, what's the harm in giving you some information?" It's precisely because Shihan is the top of the 4th year that the headmaster believes he'll do well and won't break the rules to help him secretly. Solano smiled, dimples showing, then turned to Shihan. "Shihan, are you ready?" "No problem." Shihan raised his right hand confidently, striking a pose to show off his muscles. "This time, I'm definitely taking first place." Ruga said enviously, "I heard the top 5 in the assessment get a tier 3 dragon blood fruit and a mysterious prize. The higher the level of dragon blood fruit, the stronger its effect. The lowest level, tier 1 dragon blood fruit, is for squires. First and second year students, and some third years who haven't yet become knights, usually consume tier 1 dragon blood fruits. Tier 2 dragon blood fruits are for knights. Only knighted students are eligible to consume this level of fruit. As for tier 3 dragon blood fruits, it's said one can help an intermediate knight advance to a high knight. This graduating class has 18 intermediate knights, including Shihan. Securing a tier 3 dragon blood fruit means an immediate advancement to a high knight. How could that not be envied? Man, I want a tier 3 dragon blood fruit too, Ruga said enviously. Solano chuckled, the top 5 will surely be taken by the intermediate knights. We should aim for the top 50, they get a tier 2 dragon blood fruit. Tier 2 dragon blood fruit isn't nearly as good, Ruga muttered. But being a cheerful person, he quickly moved on, switching to the topic of the mysterious prize. What do you think the mysterious prize is? I bet it's something from the base, Solano said with a hint of longing. I've heard there are many wondrous things there, even the dragon blood fruits come from there. Could it be a legendary magic item? That's unlikely. I've heard only wizards can use magic items, not knights. Could it be a potion? Ruga and Solano speculated eagerly, while Shihan remained silent, a strange expression on his face. The headmaster had indeed called him over, not just to encourage him, but also to reveal the mysterious prize's true nature. Ruga was right, it was a magic item. Called Magic Tattoo Construct, a powerful magical item knights can use. The headmaster also said every graduate would receive a set of level 1 magic tattoo constructs, but only the top 5 would get the more powerful level 2 constructs. It's said that equipping a high knight with a level 2 magic tattoo construct grants them grand knight level combat power. Hearing this, Shihan was stunned. Turning a high knight into a grand knight just like that, the magic tattoo construct's effect was incredible. Had the headmaster not said it himself, Shihan wouldn't have believed it. People always say wizards' magic items are amazing, but I never quite believed it. Now I see the rumors are true. If magic items are so powerful, how powerful must the wizards who make them be? Shihan wondered in amazement. Thinking about joining the Night Guard after the graduation assessment and working alongside legendary wizards made his heart race, feeling as if a whole new world was opening before him. Shihan, what are you daydreaming about? Ruga's voice interrupted his thoughts, waving a hand in front of Shihan's face. Nothing, Shihan replied vaguely, turning to the training ground entrance. The headmaster is here. The crowd of lower grade students at the entrance quickly dispersed as Moritz led a group of instructors inside. After a brief speech, they left the academy, heading out of the city. Soon, Shihan learned their destination. Many knew of a forest near Shimmering City, heavily guarded by the army. It's said to contain a mining area, with tons of ore transported out daily. Shihan had wondered why a mining area needed such security, now realizing there was more. The forest not only housed a mining area but also an entrance to the underground world. Passing through the forest's outer blockade, the group soon arrived at Camp 1. Seeing hundreds of clay golems transporting ore, the students couldn't help but widen their eyes. What are those? I think they're clay golems, made of clay. Clay? That's amazing. Wizards are incredible. Exclamations echoed. Some students couldn't resist touching the clay golems passing by. It was their first time seeing moving humanoid clay. Moritz and the instructors didn't stop them, just smiling indulgently. They too had been amazed upon first seeing the clay golems. After passing through the camp, the group entered a cave. Seeing the stone golems guarding along the way, the students exclaimed again. Afterward, they exited the stalactite cave, rode mantas across the serene lake, and landed on an island in its center. Manticores awaited on the shore to guide them to the assessment location. Throughout the journey, the students were in awe, marveling at everything they saw, as if stepping into a strange and wondrous new world. This is the underground world, Solano murmured, her pretty face full of amazement. Shihan and Ruga also looked around in wonder. It was their first time seeing such a bizarre place and strange creatures. Everything before them seemed like a fantastical new world. No, that's not right. Compared to the surface, the underground world was indeed a whole new world. Soon, led by the manticores, they reached a cave entrance. The entrance was enormous, over 10 meters high, wide enough for 20 people to walk side by side. The cave ceiling was studded with fluorite, emitting a faint glow that lit the area near the entrance. Further inside, it was pitch black, the darkness seeming ominous. "We're here," Moritz said, raising a hand to signal them to stop, his expression solemn as he addressed the group. "The assessment location is this cave, filled with complex tunnels like a maze. Your task is to find the crystal balls placed inside." Moritz opened his palm, revealing a crystal ball. The egg-sized crystal ball was perfectly round, a translucent pale blue with 3 glowing stars inside. Each crystal ball has a different score. For example, this one in my hand has 3 points represented by the 3 stars. Your final score for this assessment will be the total points from all the crystal balls you collect. The assessment lasts 10 hours. When time's up, everyone must stop collecting crystal balls immediately. Also, you're forbidden from stealing others' crystal balls. Remember, red-eyed crows monitor the assessment, so don't try to cheat. Furthermore, monsters guard the crystal balls. The higher the score, the stronger the guarding monster. Know your limits. Now, take the light sensitivity potion and rest for 10 minutes before starting the assessment. With a wave of his hand, Moritz had instructors distribute the light sensitivity potion. After taking the potion, the students found their vision clearing, no longer dim. Amazing! This is a wizard potion? Incredible! Finally, I can see clearly. Many students marveled, while others prepared for battle. Shihan began checking his weapons and equipment, making final preparations. Despite his confidence, the 4th year was full of strong competitors, and he wouldn't underestimate them. 10 minutes passed quickly. With Moritz announcing the start of the assessment, the students entered the cave. "Good luck. You too." Wishing each other luck, Shihan, Ruga, and Solano parted at the entrance, each taking a different path. As they ventured deeper, the forked paths multiplied, and the students gradually spread out. Soon, Shihan found himself alone, the others having disappeared. The dark underground passage was deathly silent, with only the faint echo of footsteps. Shihan cautiously observed his surroundings, instinctively gripping his sword hilt. The air was cold and damp, biting into the bone, making Shihan, experiencing the underground world for the first time, uncomfortable. Thankfully, having taken the light sensitivity potion, he wasn't worried about not seeing his surroundings. As he walked, Shihan noticed that every so often, a crow hung upside down from the cave ceiling, its eyes an unusual blood red, its body covered in hard scales. These must be the red-eyed crows the headmaster mentioned. After cautiously testing them, Shihan found the red-eyed crows unmoving, merely staring at him, confirming his guess. Ignoring them, he continued beneath them. After about 100 meters, he reached a fork with 3 tunnels. From the leftmost tunnel came a rustling sound. Shihan hesitated, then chose the left tunnel. Where there are monsters, there's a higher chance of finding crystal balls. Not far ahead, a multitude of blood-red glowing eyes appeared in the darkness. Looking closer, he saw pairs of cold, red animal eyes. Squeak, squeak. With a sharp cry, a swarm of rats charged from the darkness, rushing at Shihan like mad beasts. Shihan's expression tightened, but he didn't panic. He quickly retreated to a corner, backing against the wall to prepare. The Dragonheart Knight Academy taught more than just cultivation, it also imparted combat skills. Besides regular sparring among students, there were many practical courses on fighting wild beasts and monsters. In combat, Shihan was no longer a novice. With a swing of his sword, he sliced a rat in half, then shoulder bashed another trying to sneak up on him. His sword vibrated violently, cleaving through the air with force. Wave slash! Buzz! A low hum echoed in the air. A powerful force erupted, tearing apart over 10 rats, creating a clear gap in the swarm. Such a strong attack disrupted the frenzied rat swarm's assault. Taking the opportunity, Shihan caught his breath and slew 2 more rats. He saw that these monsters weren't much stronger than regular people, they just had numbers. Any knight could easily handle them without being surrounded. Soon, Shihan successfully wiped out the rat swarm. Stepping over the rat corpses, he hurried in the direction they came from, soon spotting a stone pillar with a crystal ball atop it in the tunnel's center. 3 points glowed inside. 3 points earned. Shihan picked up the crystal ball, excitement on his face. Taking a deep breath, he continued onward. With his first success, he felt even more motivated. Chapter 146. During the intense graduation assessment, outside the cave, Moritz and the instructors were discussing matters concerning the graduating class. Headmaster, I heard that after graduation, the students will join the Night Guard and participate in the exploration of the underground world. Is that true? An instructor inquired. Indeed, Moritz nodded slightly. This graduation assessment is meant to prepare them for that, allowing the students to acclimate to the environment and battles of the underground world. The underground world is fraught with dangers. Isn't it too soon to have these students join exploration missions right after graduation? Another instructor expressed concern. Moritz smiled slightly and said, this actually shows Lord Sunan's expectations for this batch of students. Don't regard these students with the eyes of the past. Our academy is the first in the Starlight Duchy, perhaps even on the entire Starlight continent, dedicated to training knights. Have you ever seen someone become a knight in just 4 years? Everyone shook their heads. They hadn't even heard of such a thing. They themselves had trained arduously for 20 to 30 years before advancing to knighthood. Before joining Dragonheart Knight Academy as instructors, they never imagined a place could train knights in just 4 years. So, you see, the knights graduating from this academy are different from us old folks, Moritz remarked nostalgically. The world they will see and engage with will be vastly different from what we, and the knights in the army, have known. Naturally, the expectations for them are different. The instructors pondered deeply. They all recalled the magic tattoo constructs they had recently seen. These were extraordinary armaments that would undoubtedly cause a stir in the world of knights once they were fully introduced. These powerful armaments were prepared specifically for these students. As the headmaster said, the path these students would walk was vastly different from theirs. Viewing them through the lens of the past was no longer suitable. The clearing in front of the cave fell silent for a moment. Everyone waited patiently. In the underground world, there was no distinction between day and night, time was measured using magical hourglasses. The 10-hour assessment period passed quickly. As time ended, a manticore, who had been resting with its eyes closed, suddenly opened them. It took out a whistle and moved to the cave entrance, blowing sharply. The piercing whistle echoed deep into the cave. Soon, the sound of flapping wings and footsteps emerged from the cave. One by one, the students, led by the red-eyed crows, exited the cave. Almost every student bore injuries, some more severe than others. Fortunately, there were no fatalities. Moritz sighed in relief and immediately had the students take healing potions while the instructors tallied the scores. While waiting, Shihan found Ruga and Solano and, seeing they weren't seriously injured, he relaxed. How did it go? Shihan asked. I only got 25 points, Ruga said nervously. I wonder where that will rank. I got 24, Solano replied, then asked, "What about you, Shihan?" Shihan smiled slightly, "I got lucky at the end and took down a giant toad, scoring a 10-point crystal ball, totaling 53 points now." 53 points! Ruga exclaimed, then beamed with excitement, "You're amazing. First place is definitely yours again." Ruga's voice quickly drew the attention of those around them. Shihan scored 53 points? Is that for real? He's incredible. My score isn't even half of his. That's our top student for you. Rossi and Cornell both scored in the 40s. Looks like Shihan will take first place again. Students discussed animatedly. Rossi and Cornell were Shihan's usual strong rivals for top student. If even they couldn't surpass him, others stood little chance. As expected, when the instructor announced the results, Shihan unsurprisingly took first place. Ruga and Solano both made it into the top 50 as well. The three of them beamed with joy. "Quiet!" Moritz stepped forward, signaling for silence, then announced loudly. "The graduation assessment is complete. From today, you officially graduate from the academy and become members of the Night Guard. You now have a 10-day vacation. After that, report to Lake U City, the city on the island you just saw, to receive your equipment. Your assignments will be given there. Also, students who earned dragon blood fruits can collect their rewards upon returning to the academy." After giving the necessary instructions, Moritz led the students away. Simultaneously, the assessment results were placed on Sunan's desk. "Shihan, he seems like a promising candidate." Sunan reviewed Shihan's file, nodding approvingly. Even without dragon blood fruits, Shihan would likely become a knight by 30 through normal training. His talent surpassed many noble offspring. While commoners generally lacked the overall quality of nobles, exceptionally talented individuals occasionally emerged. "Prepare the magic tattoo constructs. Once these students report, distribute them so they can acclimate," Sunan instructed. 495 sets of level 1 constructs and 5 sets of level 2 constructs were ready in storage, awaiting distribution upon the students' arrival. "Yes, Master," Carolina replied respectfully. "How much longer until Zeman and Cole return?" Sunan asked next. "Lord Zeman and Lord Cole sent word 3 days ago. They're currently establishing the third magical plantation. With seeds planted and the first batch of dragon blood fruits set to mature, they'll conclude their task in about 2 months." Sunan nodded slightly. The students needed time to adapt to the constructs and the underground world. Once Zeman and Cole returned, they could form exploration teams combining wizard apprentices and magic knights. "What's the progress on the Dusky Drake Lands investigation?" Sunan inquired. Carolina promptly answered, "The investigators found an underground entrance in a cave north of Ryan City, marked with dragon claw imprints. We can confirm the Dusky Drake Lands emerged from there." No sooner had she finished than the Red Widow added her piece. "Beyond the entrance is a hilly region where we found tracks of various sub-dragon species." Sunan's eyes lit up. "Is there a sub-dragon colony there?" The Red Widow hesitated, then shook her head, "Probably not. The tracks vary in size and shape, belonging to different sub-dragon species. We suspect many different species once roamed there." Sunan frowned slightly. Different sub-dragon species have vastly different habits and environments. For instance, the Dusky Drake Lands usually live in dark, damp caves near lakes. Dragon antelopes typically inhabit temperate plains. Fire dragons are often found in volcanic regions. Their preferred environments are worlds apart. Such diverse sub-dragon species converging in one place is highly unusual. Search for those sub-dragons, investigate their origins, and why they gathered there." After contemplating, Sunan issued orders, adding, "Capture them alive if possible. Only live sub-dragons can provide a steady supply of dragon blood." When the Dusky Drake Lands from Ryan City arrived, its blood had already coagulated, rendering it nearly useless, much to Sunan's regret. "Yes, Master," Carolina and the Red Widow replied in unison. Once they left, Sunan looked at the list on his desk, a relaxed smile on his face. With these magic knights, he suddenly had many more hands at his disposal, no longer relying solely on vampires and manticores. Once they acclimated, they could form exploration teams with the golems, accelerating exploration efforts. Zeman and Cole could lead 2 elite teams, especially as investigating the sub-dragons required substantial manpower. They'd be perfect for the task. Closing the list, Sunan stretched and left the study, heading above ground. Though he spent most of his time at Base 2 in Lake U City, he periodically returned to Base 1 to check on its development. Managing 2 bases alone is getting difficult, there's too much I can't oversee. While he now had sufficient manpower, many tasks no longer required his direct involvement, but managerial duties still demanded his attention. The Red Widow and Carolina had some managerial aptitude, but as they weren't wizard apprentices and he didn't fully trust them, he never considered entrusting base management to them. Finding a third-level wizard apprentice to manage Base 1 would ease my burden, allowing me to simply review reports periodically. Sunan pondered. However, finding a suitable candidate wasn't easy. Convincing a third-level wizard apprentice to manage Base 1 was possible with enough incentives. The challenge lay in ensuring loyalty. A sole contract? Unlikely, as no third-level wizard apprentice would willingly sign such a contract. An oath contract might work but wasn't foolproof. Given Base 1's involvement with the Synthesis Cube secrets, any manager must be reliable and loyal. In short, selecting a manager for Base 1 was a critical decision, requiring utmost caution. As he pondered, Sunan returned to Base 1. Over 2 years, the student body had grown by over a dozen. Base 1 now housed 284 students. Nearly a third had constructed their second star ring. Ethan and Artir were the furthest along, likely constructing their third star ring within a year, becoming Base 1's third and fourth second-level wizard apprentices after Zeman and Cole. As he walked, students constantly stopped to greet him. Occasionally, he spotted various strange interdimensional creatures. The number of such creatures, summoned by Sunan, now matched the student population, primarily consisting of fairy and sprite-like beings. These interdimensional creatures managed the base's various areas. Thanks to them, even in Sunan's frequent absence, Base 1 ran smoothly and efficiently. Without stopping, Sunan toured the base's key areas. Including the 2 in-progress magical plantations, he now had 12 in total, numbered 1 through 12. Plantation 1 at Base 1 was the most crucial. With plantations 7 through 12 established, dragon blood fruit and silver moon flower production surged, meeting the needs of the base, the Knight Academies, and the Black Rock Cavalry. Thus, Sunan moved dragon blood fruits and silver moon flowers from Plantation 1, replacing them with higher-value rare plants. With ample manpower, he could establish more plantations if dragon blood fruit and silver moon flower demand increased. In the insect nest, plump gemstone bugs crawled slowly, their backs sparkling. With rare metals from the Star Alliance used for breeding feed, the gemstone bug population grew rapidly. There were now 32 bugs. Annual gemstone production rose to over 1,100. Valued at over 20,000 gold coins. Though far from the profits of the Star Alliance's mines, it provided a steady income without resource depletion concerns. And this yield would gradually increase over time, promising a bright future. In the workshop, the arcane crystal forge hummed quietly. All of its dozens of stalls were in use. Sunan noticed most apprentices were crafting magical adamantite. For apprentices with basic magical item crafting skills, crafting magical adamantite was the most rewarding base task. Apprentices collected adamantite and materials from the warehouse, crafting them into magical adamantite for contribution points. Failures resulted in bearing the losses. Notably, the funds for adamantite purchases were drawn from the Starlight Duchy's treasury by Sunan. In the years following the war, most of the duchy's tax revenue went to rebuilding, especially in the Frost province, often leaving finances stretched. Only recently had there been a surplus. Sunan didn't hesitate to draw funds from Yi for crafting adamantite golems. The dragon blood fruits supplied to the army weren't free. Having considered it, Sunan planned to discuss separating the bases and Starlight Duchy's economies with Yi soon, transitioning to an independent, mutually beneficial relationship. Only by shifting from a vague dependency to a clear transactional relationship could the base and the duchy thrive. Chapter 147. In the meditation room, Sunan sat cross-legged, absorbing the divine energy he had just extracted into his body. He then closed his eyes and began to meditate. 3 hours later, when he finished his meditation and summoned his status panel, he noticed his mental power had increased by 0.25. Not bad. Sunan nodded in satisfaction. By the latest, I should be able to construct the 16th star ring by next year's flowing fire month. He rose from the meditation room and headed towards Shimmering City. Since it was designated the new capital, Shimmering City had undergone expansion, becoming more extensive and bustling. As he walked through the streets, he saw numerous foreign caravans and travelers, bustling with activity. The expanded shimmering city was divided into the royal city, inner city, and outer city. The outer city housed commoners and farmers, while the inner city was home to nobles and the middle class. The royal city was located at the center, dominated by a majestic palace visible from afar. Arriving at the royal city, Sunan headed straight for the palace. Upon entering the forecourt, he immediately saw two maids leading a little boy with delicate features. Lord Sunan. Upon seeing Sunan, the two maids hurriedly bowed. The little boy stared curiously at Sunan with wide eyes. Seeing the boy's face, which resembled Kye's, Sunan understood. This little guy was Kye's son, his nephew, Abbot Arniest. It was Sunan's first time seeing the child since his birth. Reflecting on it, Sunan felt he had been a somewhat negligent uncle. Sunan approached and gently patted the boy's head. The boy wasn't shy, instead widening his bright eyes to ask, "Who are you?" Sunan smiled but did not answer, continuing on his way. Only after he left did one of the maids softly explain, "Young Master Abbot, that was Lord Sunan, your uncle." Uncle. The child didn't fully grasp the term, tilting his head in confusion. But children are easily distracted. Soon, Abbot's attention was caught by flowers outside, and he ran off giggling. "Slow down, young Master Abbot." Reaching the study, Kye was busy with affairs of state but stopped with a smile upon seeing Sunan. "What brings you here today?" "I just saw Abbot." "The little guy looks quite robust," Sunan remarked casually after sitting down. Kye chuckled, "He's all right, though not as strong as Wes." Wes was Kye's second son, who had just turned 2. Being born after Kye became a legendary knight, Wes had a naturally stronger constitution. "When do you plan to start their training?" "When they turn 6. After some casual conversation, Sunan got to the main topic, suggesting the separation of the base's finances from the Starlight Duchies. Kye wasn't surprised, smiling as he replied, "I've wanted to discuss this with you for some time." Honestly, Kye hoped the base and the duchy could become one and prosper together. But he also knew this was impossible. Initially, their cooperation was balanced, with mutual benefits. But as the base began exploring the underground world, this balance was disrupted. Currently, the Starlight Duchy was in a weaker position in the partnership. Most notably, the base no longer depended entirely on the duchy for funding. Even without the duchy's financial support, the profits from the Star Alliance's mines were sufficient for the base's development. Conversely, the duchy still relied heavily on the base's dragon blood fruits, golems, and enchanted weapons. This disparity would only grow as the base expanded. If forced to integrate, the duchy would likely become a vassal of the base. Thus, after much deliberation, Kye concluded that separating finances and forming a mutually beneficial trade relationship would be more advantageous for both parties. Hearing Kye's thoughts, Sunan was slightly taken aback, surprised at how much his brother had considered. This made convincing him unnecessary. They quickly agreed and began discussing the specifics. It wasn't until evening that they finished their conversation. "Oh, by the way," Kye suddenly remembered something, "I heard the base has developed a new armament called a magic tattoo construct, and it's quite powerful." Sunan hadn't intentionally kept the constructs a secret, so it wasn't surprising Kye knew. He briefly explained the construct's effects. Kye's eyes lit up, eagerly asking, "What's the cost?" Such powerful equipment could quickly form an unstoppable army if mass-produced. Sunan, anticipating Kye's thoughts, dampened his enthusiasm. "The lowest level, the level 1 construct, costs over 80 gold coins. And currently, I'm the only one who can make them, so mass production isn't possible. Most are reserved for the Night Guard, but I can spare a dozen sets for you." Kye was a bit disappointed but consoled himself with the thought that as the base grew, the constructs would eventually benefit the duchy's army. Starlight Calendar 1257, Flowing Fire Month, July. 2 Black Rock Panthers stopped at the base's entrance. Zeman dismounted, feeling nostalgic as he looked at the familiar base gate. Though he had been away for just about a year, it felt like much longer. Since Old Roger's passing, the base had become like a home to him. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry and report to the teacher." Cole, leading a Black Rock Panther into the base, called back without looking. Just through the gate, they saw several students approaching, who soon noticed Zeman and Cole, expressing surprise and delight. "Senior Zeman, Senior Cole, you're back." Zeman greeted them with a smile. Even Cole managed a rare smile. Though he didn't say it, returning to the familiar base lifted his spirits. After a brief chat with the juniors, Zeman remembered his purpose, asking, "Where is the teacher?" "The teacher has returned to base 2. Zeman and Cole exchanged a glance, handed the Black Rock Panthers to the juniors with instructions to return them to the stables, then hurried to base 2. Lake U City was as dark and damp as ever. Quickly crossing the grimy lower town, they entered the clean and tidy upper town. However, they were surprised to find more humans in the upper town than before. Along the streets, they often saw young men and women laughing and chatting together. These people appeared to be between 16 and 18, wearing well-crafted leather armor. Zeman immediately recognized the armor as enchanted, providing magical protection. Moreover, the knight swords at their waists were mostly enchanted weapons. After a moment's thought, Zeman and Cole understood who these people were. "It seems the Night Guard has its first members," Zeman remarked with a smile. "I wonder how strong they are," Cole mused, scrutinizing the young knights nearby. The Night Guard was initially established to support their actions as wizard apprentices. Naturally, a certain level of strength was required. "If they passed the teacher's test, I'm sure they're strong enough," Zeman replied with a smile. The young knights paused to bow slightly in respect as Zeman and Cole passed. Without stopping, the two headed toward the towering stone pillar in the center of the town. From a distance, they heard a series of roars coming from the pillar's direction. The sound seemed to belong to some kind of beast, carrying an intimidating force. Exchanging glances, Zeman and Cole quickened their pace, eager to see the source of the noise. Rounding a corner, they soon saw what was causing the commotion. In the clearing in front of the base, dozens of large metal cages were arranged, each holding a fearsome beast. The beasts varied in appearance, some resembled snakes, others lizards, and some were entirely made of stone. But they all shared certain features: powerful jaws, claws on both fore and hind limbs, and thick, scaly armor covering their bodies. Sub-dragons. Zeman immediately recognized the creatures, his expression one of shock. Where had so many sub-dragons been captured from? Cole was equally stunned. Sub-dragons were rare creatures, how had so many appeared at once? Had they not been caged and injured, he might have thought Lake U City was facing a beast tide. Carolina stood at the entrance, directing clay golems to move the cages. Noticing Zeman and Cole, she nodded slightly, saying, "The master is waiting for you in the study." With that, Zeman and Cole hurried into the base, suppressing their curiosity. Arriving at the study door, they heard Sunan's voice from within before they could knock. "Come in." Taking a deep breath, Zeman and Cole entered, finding Sunan at his desk. "Teacher." They greeted with a bow. Sunan looked them over. After a year of travel, they appeared more mature and composed, having shed much of their youthful naivety. Sunan nodded approvingly, asking, "Is everything settled with the magical plantations?" "Yes, teacher," Cole replied respectfully. "All 3 plantations are established and operating well. The personnel for the handover have moved in." "Well done. Seek Riley for your contribution points." Sunan praised them, then continued before they could express their joy. "Rest for 5 days, then select personnel from the Night Guard. You two will join the exploration efforts, assisting Carolina and the Red Widow in exploring around the Star Alliance." "Yes, teacher." Zeman and Cole agreed without hesitation. "All right, off you go," Sunan dismissed them with a wave. Once they left, Sunan also rose, heading to the laboratory. The operation to capture sub-dragons had progressed, with Carolina and the Red Widow's team successfully locating and capturing many. However, when the investigation team attempted to delve deeper, they were attacked by a sword crystal dragon. The sword crystal dragon is a rare and powerful sub-dragon species. An adult has the strength of a second circle legend, with older individuals reaching third circle legend. Faced with such a formidable beast, the investigation team was outmatched and had to retreat. Sunan initially planned to assign the investigation task to Zeman and Cole upon their return, but now that was no longer feasible. "It seems I'll have to go personally." Considering the importance of enhancing the hidden dragon's power and the high value of sub-dragon blood and organs, Sunan was determined to uncover the source of these sub-dragons. The captured sub-dragons had been transported to the detention area. Under the suppression of the detention area's formations, the already wounded sub-dragons lay listless, no longer aggressive or fierce. They barely glanced at Sunan as he entered. Sunan surveyed them, his surprise growing. There were 25 sub-dragons in total, representing 18 species. Among them were 3 high-level legendary sub-dragons. Apart from human intervention, Sunan couldn't fathom why so many different species and levels of sub-dragons coexisted in one area. His curiosity about the underlying reasons grew. Yet amidst his curiosity, Sunan felt a sense of delight. With so many sub-dragons, the hidden dragon's bloodline concentration could be significantly accelerated. Composing himself, Sunan targeted the nearest sub-dragon with a weakening ray, beginning the blood extraction. Time flew by, and soon it was Frost Moon, November. After 3 months of bloodline fusion, the hidden dragon's bloodline concentration reached 45%, its body expanding, and its scales shining even brighter. Meanwhile, the compound casting training reached 100% completion. Sunan mastered his third metamagic technique. Testing it in practice, Sunan found he could cast up to 3 different types of spells simultaneously. For instance, he could cast levitation, elemental protection, and magic missile together but couldn't simultaneously cast scorching ray, magic missile, and shatter sound wave. Due to similar operational principles, the latter spells conflicted, causing failure. Nevertheless, compound casting was a powerful technique, greatly enhancing Sunan's practical casting ability. With compound casting and spell quickening, I can easily handle opponents below 3rd circle legend with just spells. A hint of a smile appeared on Sunan's face. The next metamagic technique will be spell construction. Spell construction enhances spell control, maximizing each spell's effect. For example, a wizard, apprentice, mastering spell construction can not only significantly boost magic missile's power but also alter its shape into cones or arrows and control its trajectory, making it harder for enemies to anticipate. For shield spell, it can transform the invisible tower shield into armor covering the entire body, increasing the protection area. In short, mastering spell construction allows spells to achieve more potent and flexible effects, greatly enhancing practical capability. Spell construction is less challenging than compound casting and spell quickening. I should master it in under 2 years. Sunan immediately began training in spell construction, then looked out the window. Next, it's time to head to Ryan City. Had it not been for compound casting, he would have already set out for Ryan City. Now that he had mastered it, it was time to address matters there. Chapter 148. In the northern mountain forest of Ryan City, what was once a desolate area is now heavily fortified by a fully armed military, forbidding entry to unauthorized individuals. Deep within the forest, in a secluded cave, Sunan's figure gradually emerged. To avoid complications, he hadn't informed the Lord of Ryan City, arriving quietly without alerting anyone. The cave was dimly lit and silent, with only the soft echo of his footsteps reverberating through the space. As he exited the cave, a barren range of hills unfolded before his eyes. Activating the levitation spell inscribed on his robe, Sunan floated upward, heading towards the location indicated in the intelligence report as the habitat of the sword crystal dragon. As he flew, Sunan's gaze swept across the terrain. As reported, footprints of sub-dragon species were scattered everywhere. In some areas, the footprints overlapped densely, with signs of fierce battles among the sub-dragons, evidenced by the claw marks and traces of violent clashes. So many different sub-dragon species likely escaped from somewhere. Most likely, there's an ecological park for sub-dragons nearby. An ecological park refers to a large cultivation area where powerful wizards establish an enormous protective barrier, transforming the interior into a stable, self-sustaining ecological environment to nurture specific species. These species are often rare and seldom seen in the outside world. Thus, ecological parks are also known as species cultivation sites or super-large breeding bases. Notably, ecological parks are typically enclosed semi-dimensional spaces, isolated from the physical world. Only those with the key or a specific command can enter. Sunan speculated that a sub-dragon ecological park might exist nearby, with some malfunction connecting it to the physical world, allowing many sub-dragons to escape. This would explain why so many different sub-dragon species appeared in the area, despite it not being a suitable multidimensional environment for their coexistence. A sub-dragon ecological park, hey! If true, that's quite a grand endeavor. Building such a park costs nearly as much as constructing a wizard's tower. Especially for a sub-dragon ecological park, the cost is astronomical, comparable to a medium or large wizard's tower. Even formal wizards rarely have the means for such an undertaking. As Sunan contemplated, he arrived at the location of the sword crystal dragon. Just as he began his search, a roar suddenly echoed from ahead. In the next moment, a massive beast resembling a lizard, with its back covered in fiery red crystals, emerged from behind a mountain wall. This beast measured about 12 meters in length and 5 meters in height, with sturdy, powerful limbs and a tail lined with sharp spines. Its back was adorned with red crystals standing like swords, sparking upon impact. Sword Crystal Dragon. Sunan raised an eyebrow, saving him the trouble of searching further. Roar. Upon spotting Sunan, the Sword Crystal Dragon roared and charged at him without hesitation. The beast's mountainous frame whipped up a fierce wind, its roar echoing like thunder, enough to leave those with lesser strength paralyzed with fear. Although faint, it has developed a trace of draconic might. This Sword Crystal Dragon's bloodline concentration must be high. Discovering such a high-level sub-dragon brought a smile of delight to Sunan's face. Oblivious to the threat before it, the Sword Crystal Dragon rushed forward, opening its massive maw. Sparks flickered between its teeth, and in the next instant, a sulphurous flame burst forth. Boom! The raging flames engulfed Sunan's form. The Sword Crystal Dragon roared triumphantly, but its jubilation was short-lived. As the flames dissipated, Sunan's figure was nowhere to be seen, only a charred patch remained. Suddenly, a piercing sound of air being torn echoed from behind. Swish, swish, swish. Countless silver spikes surged forth, sweeping over the Sword Crystal Dragon like a torrent. The second circle legendary sub-dragon only managed a brief wail before its body exploded into a shower of blood, collapsing with a thud. The dense silver spikes returned to Sunan's form. Looking at the incapacitated Sword Crystal Dragon lying on the ground, Sunan's lips curled into a smile. In that instant, he had simultaneously cast mirror image and invisibility, vanishing from sight. The dragon's breath had only struck a phantom. Spell quickening combined with compound casting is indeed effective. Sunan smiled slightly, summoning a metal cage and stuffing the Sword Crystal Dragon inside. He then summoned 10 stone golems and an elite stone golem, instructing them to move the cage to the entrance, ready to be transported back to the base. With the Sword Crystal Dragon dealt with, Sunan followed its trail further into the area. No other sub-dragons were encountered along the way, likely due to this being the Sword Crystal Dragon's territory, deterring others. Before long, a solid mountain wall appeared at the end of his view. No path remained. Sunan was not discouraged, instead beginning a detailed search of the area. Soon, he discovered something behind a massive boulder. The boulder stood about 20 meters tall, akin to a small hill. From the front, it seemed ordinary, but its back was pitch black. It wasn't merely dark in color, it was like a void, consuming everything. Careful observation revealed the darkness was slowly rotating, but due to the dim lighting and its inherent hue, it was nearly imperceptible without close inspection. A spatial passage, Sunan's eyes gleamed. Evidently, the boulder, for some reason, connected to a dimensional space, forming a spatial passage. The other side of the passage likely held the origin of the sub-dragons. After some thought, Sunan sent a stone golem into the darkness. Almost instantly, his connection with the golem severed, rendering it uncontrollable. Such a phenomenon only occurred when located in different dimensional planes. Confirming the darkness led to a dimensional space, Sunan hesitated no longer, activating the magic tattoos to cover his body. He then activated the Ring of Extreme Protection, casting Elemental Protection and Shield spell on himself, and consumed a high-grade Earth Rune Stone for an additional layer of defense. Thoroughly prepared, Sunan took a deep breath and stepped into the darkness. A powerful sense of weightlessness enveloped him. Sunan felt as though passing through an invisible curtain of water. When his senses returned, he heard the clear sound of chirping insects. Opening his eyes, he beheld a magnificent and strange scene. Before him lay a towering forest. Trees reaching dozens, even hundreds of meters, formed a dense canopy, with lush undergrowth covering the ground, even the shrubs were 2 to 3 meters high. Overhead, the thick canopy intertwined, resembling a vast sky. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled golden patches on the ground. Faintly, he could hear the sound of flowing water far away, with strange noises echoing deep within the forest, as if stepping into a mysterious tropical jungle. Sure enough, it's an ecological park. Seeing the scene before him, Sunan confirmed he had indeed entered an ecological park. The stone golem stood silently beside him, and Sunan stored it back into his dimensional cube before turning his attention to the passage he had come from. Behind him was a faint purple hue, akin to the edge of a twisting void, disappearing into the dense canopy above. The black entrance was embedded in the purple void, standing out like a black dot on white paper. Sunan ascended through the canopy, reaching above the forest. As expected, the sky was purple, stretching to the distant horizon, seemingly enveloping the entire forest. In reality, this layer of purple was a massive protective shield, isolating the park from the outside world, maintaining the internal ecological balance. A breach had likely occurred, allowing the sub-dragons to escape. Descending back to the ground, Sunan ventured deeper into the forest, intent on exploring the park. Typically, ecological parks were cultivated with rare magical plants, maximizing the use of the park's unique environment. Even just these rare plants would be a significant gain. Besides, the sub-dragons inhabiting the park were walking collections of valuable materials. If I could control this ecological park. Sunan felt a surge of excitement. A complete ecological park, once built, required massive energy input initially. However, once operational, it could largely self-sustain, needing only minimal external energy supply. Though minimal, this energy was substantial for an individual wizard. For other wizards, even owning such a park wouldn't be feasible due to the current energy scarcity. But Sunan was different, he possessed magic stones. At most, he could produce more magic stones to sustain the park's operation. Given his low production costs, finding a way to control this park would be akin to obtaining a base that endlessly produced rare materials. This was far more beneficial than opening 100 magical plantations or raising dozens of sub-dragons. However, a wizard capable of constructing such a park must be incredibly powerful, likely from the wizard's era 1,000 years ago. If that's the case, why didn't the creator relocate the park? Could they have left it for future generations? Sunan chuckled at his own speculation. No matter how benevolent, no wizard would be so extravagant. It was more plausible that the creator had perished before the wizard's exodus, leaving the park behind. Yet, this raised another question: where had the energy sustaining the park for a millennium come from? Could someone else be supplying energy to the park? Or did the park's energy supply system have unique features? With questions multiplying in his mind, Sunan shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. With limited information, speculation was futile. Gathering more data through exploration would be more productive. For now, he focused on collecting materials. Within a few hundred meters, Sunan discovered at least 10 types of magical plants. Dragon's saliva grass, jade frost flower, mutant devil vine, and golden thorn grass. Some were ingredients for second and third tier potions. Materials rare in the outside world were abundant here. These plants must have been originally planted here and have survived thanks to the park's energy. Sunan didn't hesitate, collecting every magical plant he encountered into his spatial ring. Creak, creak. Suddenly, odd noises came from the nearby underbrush. Sunan halted, vigilantly watching the source of the sound. The noises grew denser, as if many creatures were approaching. Soon, a group of creatures burst from the bushes. They resembled small, slender miniature dinosaurs, about a meter long, with mouths full of sharp teeth. Their forelimbs had 2 curved fingers, while their hind limbs were much sturdier, exuding strength. These are Trudents. Sunan relaxed slightly. Trudents were small dinosaur-like creatures, a low-level sub-dragon species. Adults only had the combat strength of a junior knight, not particularly strong. The main concern was that Trudents often traveled in packs. When you see one Truden, you can be sure dozens more are close behind. Creak, creak. These Trudents, seemingly unfamiliar with humans, hesitated upon spotting Sunan, their murky yellow eyes widening as they curiously observed him. They then let out excited cries, swiftly charging towards him. Apparently, they regarded him as a novel type of prey. Sunan chuckled, raising his hand to unleash a volley of magic missiles. 7 missiles instantly shattered the heads of 7 Trudents. Inside the ecological park, capturing sub-dragons wasn't practical. Moreover, Trudents, among the lowest of sub-dragon species, had little value in captivity or domestication, so Sunan showed no mercy. In no time, over 30 Trudents lay dead. After quickly gathering some materials, Sunan activated the invisibility spell on his robe, vanishing from sight. His priority was investigating the park's situation and finding its core controls, not hunting sub-dragons. Avoiding combat was preferable. Invisibility might not fool all sub-dragons' senses, but it was enough to evade most mid- and low-level ones. Just as Sunan was about to leave, he noticed faint red lights emanating from the Trudents' corpses, converging into a thin beam that shot off into the distance. Sunan paused, then quickly followed. However, the red beam moved incredibly fast, and despite his efforts, he couldn't keep up. As he contemplated using a high-grade rune stone, the beam vanished from sight. What was that? Sunan halted, a look of confusion crossing his face. Chapter 149. From the crimson light earlier, Sunan sensed a distinct wave of energy particles. With this realization, he turned back to where he had slain the Trudents to inspect the corpses on the ground. As expected, the soul aura of these Trudents had completely dissipated. It's normal for a creature's soul to dissipate after death, but it usually takes some time and doesn't happen instantaneously. Yet, mere minutes after the Trudents' death, no trace of their souls remained, a phenomenon that was far from natural. Rather than dissipating, it seemed as though their souls had been extracted. Additionally, the Trudents' bodies appeared visibly shrunken, as if drained of their essence. So, that crimson light was formed from the Trudents' souls and physical essence. Sunan pondered this, glancing in the direction the crimson light had vanished. He had a plan forming in his mind. He continued in the direction the light had disappeared, collecting materials along the way and searching for more sub-dragons. The ecological park held many sub-dragons, and soon he encountered a spiny back wyvern. The spiny back wyvern was a legendary tier sub-dragon species, with adult specimens possessing first circle legendary combat prowess. However, it posed no threat to Sunan. Without even employing his magic tattoos, he easily defeated the spiny back wyvern using only spells. After collecting materials from the wyvern, Sunan patiently waited for a minute. As expected, a faint blood glow emerged from the corpse, forming a crimson streak that darted off into the distance. The direction was precisely the same as the first blood light. This time, prepared, Sunan activated the high-grade rune stone in his palm. Enveloped in a cyan glow, he chased after the crimson light like the wind. However, the speed of the crimson light was astonishing. Even with the rune stone, Sunan could barely keep pace, unable to prevent it from slipping away. When the rune stone's energy was exhausted, he was forced to stop, watching helplessly as the light vanished beyond the horizon. Sighing, Sunan wasn't overly concerned. He knew how the crimson light appeared now. Worst case, he could slay more sub-dragons to trace its destination. Speaking of which, this ecological park is unexpectedly vast. Sunan had traveled a direct path of at least 20 kilometers, yet the park's end was nowhere in sight, indicating its immense size. With a hypothesis in mind, Sunan didn't rush to locate the light's endpoint. Instead, he explored in its direction, collecting materials and observing the surroundings. When he felt it was time, he would kill a sub-dragon and adjust his exploration path based on the light's direction. As he ventured deeper, the number of sub-dragons he encountered increased. Far among the trees, forest drakes ambled, occasionally raising their leaf-scaled necks to nibble leaves. High above, flocks of pterosaurs soared, their cries echoing loudly. In the distance, he could see vast lakes and cascading waterfalls, with aquatic sub-dragons occasionally surfacing, their bright blue scales glinting in the sunlight. Sunan was increasingly awed. This ecological park was practically a living encyclopedia of sub-dragon species. Already, he had identified at least 100 species. If he could gain control of this park, he would never lack dragon's blood. He could even select suitable sub-dragons to form a dragon knight army. The mere thought filled Sunan with excitement. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous crash cut through Sunan's thoughts. His eyes flickered as he flew towards the source of the sound. The closer he got, the louder and clearer the noise became, resembling the sounds of a battle. Soon, after passing a few towering trees, he arrived at a vast lake. Above the shimmering water, 3 figures were locked in fierce combat. The battle was 2 against 1. On the side with greater numbers were a figure in black robes and another in grey robes. The figure in black robes was short, only reaching the waist of an average adult male, resembling a gnome. From beneath his robes, over a dozen pitch-black tentacles emerged, tapering from thin to thick, each over 100 meters long and as wide as a barrel at the tips, ending in a maw filled with sharp teeth, a terrifying sight. Even more startling, though he wore no mask, the space beneath his hood was pitch black, with only 2 crimson points gleaming where his eyes should have been. In stark contrast, the grey-robed figure was corpulent. His robe hung open, revealing a maw spanning his entire chest and abdomen, filled with sharp, needle-like teeth, with traces of blood and flesh between them. Their opponent was a man with an unremarkable face but rare green eyes. He wielded a branch exuding a gentle green light, forming a translucent, light green shield around him. It was this shield that allowed him to withstand their combined assault. Sunan watched for a moment, confirming that all three were third-level wizard apprentices. The grey-robed figure had clearly pursued a path of biological augmentation, with them all likely originating from some beast, occasionally regurgitating a mass of flesh that morphed into a bald, grotesque bird, screeching as it attacked the green-eyed man. As for the black-robed figure, Sunan was unsure. His appearance suggested a path of partial shadow transformation. Some wizards, in pursuit of power or longevity, infused their bodies with shadow energy, transforming themselves to wield shadow powers. While apprentices couldn't fully transform into shadows, partial transformation was possible. The black tentacles he wielded resembled shadow tendrils. He might have merged with the bloodline of a strange shadow creature. Regardless, the power displayed by the black and grey-robed figures was at the level of a third-circle legend, placing them among the upper ranks of third-level apprentices. Such apprentices were rare, and Sunan was curious about their origins. He recalled no intelligence reports matching them. As for the green-eyed man's identity, Sunan had no clue either. In terms of power, the green-eyed man was on par with the other two but struggled against their combined might. At that moment, the black-robed figure, frustrated by the stalemate, spoke in a voice as sharp as an adolescent's. "Traveler! Stop struggling! Hand over the Azure Spirit Branch, and I'll spare your life." "Traveler!" Sunan was taken aback, looking at the green-eyed man with surprise. Could he be the traveler? The last member to join the forest cabin, who hadn't been seen since? Most likely, yes. I heard from Evans that he encountered the traveler in the underground world. Sunan couldn't help but grin. He had hoped to meet the traveler, but not under these circumstances. In response to the black-robed figure's offer, the traveler chuckled and said, "Save your breath, Black Hand. Everyone knows how worthless the immortals' promises are. Only a fool would trust you." Black Hand replied coldly, "I can swear an oath." I don't trust the immortals' credibility. Who knows if you tamper with the oath? How about this, you sign a soul contract to become my follower, and I'll give you the Azure Spirit Branch. You court death." Black Hand's voice turned icily hostile. The traveler remained unfazed, grinning, "No need to get excited. You want the Azure Spirit Branch so desperately, chasing me for over a year, which means your bloodline rejection must be severe, right? If I destroy the Azure Spirit Branch here, can you last until you find another solution to your bloodline rejection?" As the traveler spoke, the crimson glows within Black Hand's hood flickered more intensely, betraying his unrest. Had he not feared the traveler might destroy the branch in desperation, Black Hand and Bloodmouth would have already killed him. That damned bastard! Seething, Black Hand's voice revealed none of his inner turmoil as he coolly asked, "What do you want?" "How about this?" the traveler proposed leisurely. "Let me leave first. Once I'm safe, I'll place the Azure Spirit Branch somewhere and send you the location via crystal message." "How do I know you won't run?" "I can swear an oath." After a moment's hesitation, Black Hand exchanged a glance with Bloodmouth, signaling him to block the traveler's retreat, and then said, "Fine, let's swear the oath now." The traveler calmly recited the oath conditions. Black Hand coldly interrupted, "No tricks. Add time limits and specific safe distances. Oaths needed specificity, detailing every aspect to avoid loopholes. Demons were experts at exploiting such gaps, having cost many their wealth, freedom, and even souls." The traveler, unbothered, repeated the oath but omitted the branch's name, using item instead. "Are you mocking me?" Black Hand's voice turned frigid, suddenly realizing, "You're stalling." The traveler smirked, just now realizing? Too late. As he spoke, the lake beneath them erupted violently. Amidst the cascading spray, over a dozen massive shadows surged toward Black Hand and Bloodmouth. Black Hand instantly recognized the shadows, serpentine necks ending in reptilian heads, each over 100 meters long. A multi-necked dragon. Black Hand was startled. This was a high-tier sub-dragon, nearly at the 4th circle legendary level. Roar! Amidst the deafening roars, the blood-red maws lunged at Black Hand and Bloodmouth. Frantically dodging, Black Hand caught a glimpse of the traveler escaping, and, panicking, tried to pursue, only to be intercepted by a neck, leaving him both shocked and furious. Clearly, the traveler had lured the multi-necked dragon here, feigning surrender to buy time. He must possess something to avoid the dragon's hostility. Damn him! Furious yet helpless, Black Hand could do nothing. The lake was the multi-necked dragon's domain, making escape difficult. He could only watch as the traveler vanished into the horizon. Ah! Black Hand's roar of frustration echoed over the lake. Half an hour later, the traveler reached a nearby canyon and dug a tunnel deep into the mountain. After concealing his tracks and setting up a few alert formations, he sat at the entrance, meditating to recover his mental power. The multi-necked dragon could only delay Black Hand and Bloodmouth, not defeat them. Before long, they would catch up, and he needed to recover and find a way out of the ecological park. What a pity! I found such a large park and hoped to claim it, but now it's impossible. Staying in the park would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Black Hand and Bloodmouth. As precious as the park was, life was more important. Moreover, given the park's scale, the energy needed to maintain it must be astronomical. Even if he controlled the park, he couldn't solve the energy issue. Years of adventuring taught the traveler a harsh truth. That which couldn't be turned into a tangible benefit, no matter how precious, was worthless to him. One must know one's limits, succumbing to greed leads to death. Taking a deep breath, the traveler prepared to meditate, but suddenly sensed an alert trigger. The azure spirit branch instantly appeared in his hand as he gripped it tightly, demanding in a low voice. "Who's there?" It couldn't be Black Hand and Bloodmouth, they wouldn't have escaped the dragon so quickly. Soon, a figure appeared around the corner. Seeing the wary traveler, Sunan smiled warmly. "Nice to meet you, traveler. Who are you?" The traveler scrutinized Sunan. He sensed the unrestrained energy particles emanating from him. Another wizard apprentice. And given their proximity to Zone 2 of the ecological park, he must be a third-level apprentice. Yet, despite scouring his memory, the traveler found no match. "Relax, I'm not your enemy. As fellow members of the forest cabin, we might better fit the definition of friends." Chapter 150. The Forest Cabin. The traveler was momentarily taken aback, quickly sifting through his memories. The staff? The remains? Or perhaps the red heart? None seemed to fit. It didn't resemble Black Forest or Night Owl either. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck the traveler. He blurted out. "You must be the player." Not long ago, the Night Owl had contacted him, inquiring about his absence from meetings. He recalled Night Owl mentioning a new forest cabin member named Player, described as a powerful third-level wizard apprentice. Could it be this person before him? "It seems you've heard of me from Night Owl, which makes things easier." Sunan spoke, producing the distinctive key of the forest cabin, shaped like a trading house. Seeing this unique key, the traveler confirmed Sunan's identity, relaxing as most of his wariness faded. Regardless, as members of the forest cabin, even if they weren't friends, they certainly weren't enemies. "You saw the battle just now?" the traveler asked. "I happened upon it," Sunan replied, taking a seat opposite the traveler. "Then you must have heard, those two are with the immortals." The traveler gave Sunan a searching look. "You're aware of the immortals' notorious methods. Approaching me now isn't exactly safe. You didn't seek me out just because we're in the same organization, hoping to play the hero, did you?" Sunan chuckled. "I came to you for information about this ecological park. You've been here for quite some time, haven't you?" The traveler's ability to silently lure the multi-necked dragon and find this canyon without pause indicated his familiarity with the area, suggesting he'd been around for several months. The traveler nodded, acknowledging Sunan's inference. "Time is short, so I'll get straight to the point. I can share what I know about the ecological park, but in exchange, you must help me fend off Black Hand and Bloodmouth, ensuring I can leave safely." "Deal." Sunan agreed without hesitation. The traveler was surprised by Sunan's swift agreement, thinking Night Owl's words were true, the player's strength must be formidable, or he wouldn't be so confident after witnessing Black Hand and Bloodmouth's power. The two promptly entered into a vow contract. With the contract sealed, the traveler felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. With a powerful ally, even if Black Hand and Bloodmouth returned, they stood a fighting chance. Even if they couldn't win, they could likely escape. Reassured by the vow contract, the traveler fully relaxed around Sunan and resumed his meditation. About 2 hours later, the traveler opened his eyes, now bright and clear, indicating his mental power had fully recovered. "Can you tell me about the ecological park now?" Sunan asked. The traveler laughed heartily, standing up. Words alone won't suffice. I'll show you a few things while we talk. They exited the cave, rising above the canyon. After orienting himself, the traveler led the way forward. From my exploration, this ecological park seems divided into 3 distinct zones. The outermost is Zone 1, primarily inhabited by sub-dragons, with the multi-necked dragon at the top of the food chain. We're heading to Zone 2 next, where the creatures are far stronger than those in Zone 1. Stronger than high-tier sub-dragons? Sunan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be pure-blooded dragons? If so, entering Zone 2 would be suicidal for them. Adult pure-blooded dragons are a challenge only formal wizards can handle. Yet, seeing the traveler's relaxed demeanor suggested otherwise. Noticing Sunan's puzzled look, the traveler smirked, teasingly saying, "You'll see when we get there." Before long, the traveler pointed ahead, beyond that is Zone 2. Following his gaze, Sunan observed a barely visible membrane in the void a few hundred meters away. In the sunlight, it was almost transparent, indistinguishable without focused attention. From afar, the scene beyond the membrane appeared no different, still a lush forest. But passing through the membrane, the scene abruptly transformed. From vibrant forest to desolate wilderness. Cracked ground like a spider's web, sparse barren trees, and pale bones. Everything in sight exuded a deep sense of desolation and silence. A stark contrast to the vibrant Zone 1. Separated by a mere membrane, the change was so abrupt that Sunan was momentarily stunned. He looked to the traveler, who shrugged. "It was like this when I arrived in Zone 2. I haven't identified the exact cause, but it's likely related to an energy shortage." Sunan mulled this over, landing beside a bleached skeleton for closer inspection. Upon seeing it, his eyes widened in shock. Dragon bones. This time, the traveler was the one surprised. "You've seen dragon bones before." He knew these were dragon bones from prior intelligence before entering the park, but how did the player know? Pure-blooded dragon and sub-dragon bones are hard to distinguish by appearance alone. "I read about it in a book," Sunan replied casually. For someone with his vast experience, distinguishing between sub-dragons and true dragons was straightforward, given their many subtle differences. The traveler clearly didn't believe such a flippant excuse, but seeing Sunan's reluctance to elaborate, he didn't press further. "So, the creatures you mentioned in Zone 2, stronger than sub-dragons, are these dragons?" Sunan asked, indicating the bones. "Correct." The traveler nodded, surveying the area with some melancholy. Zone 2 was likely intended for dragon cultivation. Due to energy depletion, this area gradually withered, and the dragons eventually died out. Sunan raised an eyebrow, "And the barrier we passed?" The traveler understood, explaining, "I tested it. Only humans can pass, sub-dragons cannot." The same likely applied to the deceased dragons. "And," the traveler pointed to the bones, "you'll notice the essence has been entirely extracted from them." Sunan checked and, as the traveler noted, the bone's essence was gone, crumbling at a touch. He felt a pang of regret. Pure-blood dragon bones are valuable materials, but they were now worthless husks. Then again, if they weren't, the traveler would have collected them long ago instead of leaving them here. "My theory is this park was constructed by wizards a millennium ago, and the creators likely perished, leaving the park behind. The park probably has a formation to extract energy from deceased creatures, using their soul and physical energy to sustain itself. This near-perfect energy cycle allowed the park to operate for 1,000 years. Yet, even the most sophisticated cycle incurs energy loss over time. Eventually, the park's energy diminished, forcing it to reduce supply, causing Zone 2's high-energy species to die en masse, their death feeding energy back to sustain Zone 1. The traveler spoke confidently. His deductions stemmed from intelligence gathered outside and clues within the park, forming a hypothesis he was sure was close to the truth. He expected Sunan to be shocked by this revelation. But when he glanced at Sunan, he found him calm, as though he already knew. "You don't seem surprised." Sunan glanced at him, responding coolly, "I guessed as much when I saw the dragon bones. Do you have any more information?" The traveler was speechless. He was utterly astounded. Spotting the dragon bones might have been luck, but deducing the park's truth from a few clues couldn't be mere coincidence. The player must have deep knowledge of such large-scale cultivation facilities. He might have obtained wizarding tomes on ecological parks, just as the traveler had. In truth, Sunan had suspected the park's 1,000-year operation after observing the Crimson Light and Truden corpses. The dragon bones only confirmed his theory. We're heading to Zone 3 next, the park's center and energy system location. Coming back to his senses, the traveler cast a complex glance at Sunan before flying deeper into the wilderness. Bones littered the ground, appearing every few dozen meters, hinting at how bustling and lively Zone 2 once was. Could there have been thousands of dragons here? Sunan's estimation of the creator's rank rose. To manage so many dragons, it had to be a true spirit wizard. The entire park mirrors the energy scarcity across the Starlight continent. Had those wizards been trapped on the continent without the means for multiverse expeditions, they might have faced the same fate as these dragons. About half an hour later, they passed through another barrier. The environment shifted again, from desolate wilderness to lush grasslands. In the distance stood the silhouette of a tower. Too far to discern its details, Sunan observed. That's the park's core, the traveler pointed to the distant tower. They flew towards it. As they approached, Sunan discerned the tower's true form, realizing with shock that it was a colossal skeleton. A massive dragon skeleton towering over 1,000 meters. The bones spiraled like a giant tower, the dragon's skull and horns pointing skyward, exuding a majestic aura. The hollow eye sockets seemed to gaze at him, imbued with a lifelike presence, as if truly watching him across time. This dragon bone tower is likely the park's control center, but without the key, I can't enter due to formations inside. The traveler expressed regret. Sunan approached the dragon bone tower. Below the skull was a columnar spine, ending in a sealed bone gate. Sunan summoned a stone golem, ordering it to open the gate. Upon touching the gate, flames erupted, engulfing the golem. The sulfurous fire incinerated the golem instantly. Sunan's eyes narrowed. The flames were far stronger than the sword crystal dragon's breath. Even an elite golem would be reduced to ashes instantly. It's futile. The dragon bone tower's defenses are formidable. I've tried many times but can't break through. The traveler's gaze swept over Sunan's hands in surprise. Where did he retrieve the stone golem from? Even low-tier spatial magical items can't hold a stone golem, can they? Sunan wasn't surprised. Given the park's creator was likely a true spirit wizard, the defensive formations set by such a powerful being were beyond the capabilities of third-level apprentices or even formal wizards to breach easily. This was likely just the outermost defense. Breaking through by force was possible for Sunan using the simplest, albeit crudest, method. Deploying a horde of golems to drain the park's energy until the defenses failed. Yet, despite the park's energy shortage, the remaining energy was vast. The number of golems required would be astronomical. Even combining the base and the Starlight Duchy's resources wouldn't suffice. Alternatively, he could wait a century or more for the park's energy shortage to worsen before acting. But doing so would devastate the park's ecosystem, and more importantly, the immortals had discovered this place. Even without thinking, Sunan knew they wouldn't leave the park alone. It would be best to seize control before the immortals intervened. I'll need the key to enter. Sunan mused. But where was the key? He turned to the traveler, who shrugged. Don't look at me. I told you, I don't know where the key is. How did you find out this information? Sunan inquired. The traveler wasn't like Sunan, with his advantageous position. He shouldn't have been able to gather so much information on the park. Bound by the vow contract, the traveler didn't hide it, replying candidly. I stumbled upon a wizarding tome describing ecological parks, which led me to this place after extensive searching in the underground world. But the book didn't mention the key's location, or I'd have taken control by now. Sunan found this believable. If the traveler had the key, he'd have many ways to drive off Blackhand and Bloodmouth, sparing himself their relentless pursuit. At that moment, both sensed something and turned simultaneously towards the direction they'd come from. In the distant sky, two figures were rapidly approaching. It was Blackhand and Bloodmouth, who the traveler had shaken off not long ago.